Hello and welcome everyone back to the Omega Series 3. We have gone through the qualifiers, which was last weekend, and now we are in the final weekend. And so we have 2 days left of Omega Series 3. We have today, which is the group stage, and then tomorrow we have the finals. So I am joined by the one and only LSR. LSR, talk to me.
Hello,
how you doing?
Volshak. I'm doing perfectly fine. As most of the players getting ready and excited for the first, the play. We're gonna today knock out 2 teams. But it's still group stages. The Omega is built like a marathon, and players have to grind through. And then while it always matters at the very end, we have yet another day to hopefully see some good games.
Yeah, I'm excited to see as many good games as possible. They're going to have some pretty awesome matchups, but before we talk about that and before we talk about results, let's briefly run through all of our players just so you can familiarize yourself with them if you've never seen the teams before, or you can re-familiarize yourself with them just as a little cap up here. So we have Team Chaos, which is the highest OS team in the tournament. And this is Raigeki, Into Club, Ragna, Narnuk, Happiness, and Blowdeer. So these are primarily Rotato players, especially you can see that from the Rosetta on Rag and Narn. And then Happiness is actually a Supreme Straight refugee who's entering the competitive scene. So shout out to our boy Happiness. Inda and Raigeki play Rotato when they can, but they play at odd hours. So they occasionally end up in, in these situations where they have to play in lobbies that they would prefer not to play in, or, that's just the best lobby available for them. So I just want to highlight really quick, LSR. It's amazing how these players all have positive win rates with all factions, minus our boy Narn right here. Narn. No, I'm kidding. I love you, Narn. All right. So
that's insane.
That's
these stats are for this year, right? So that's
yeah.
like a couple of players are low, yeah.
Yeah. That's funny. Like when you see Teddy, who's farther down, has like he has like
400 games.
Yeah, like very few games. Okay. Then we have Pro, of course, who they've. A lot of them are 1v1 players. A lot of them are FFA players, but X Factor, High Gain, Randy, Sash, Florio, Autopilot, and Elmer Fudd. I'm not sure who from the 7 are going to actually be the 5. Last time they actually brought all 7 players to the lobby, and then depending on the map would swap them out. Yeah. But I mean,
experts on certain maps, right? So.
Yeah, right. The real terror for me on this one is just like Randy. I mean, Randy plays a lot of 1v1, but those stats they're a little scary, right? I mean, he is an incredibly good player, and so is X Factor. I mean, X Factor up here with the FFA OS is kind of a meme in some respects because it's almost zero sum, but 85 FFA OS is not a joke, to put it mildly. So moving on down, we have Please Ban Sheep, aka PBS, which is a Teddy, Hellshound, Stardom, Raiko, Patak, Mighty Sheep, and 8D. So these are also all really strong rotation players. I'm not sure who is actually playing. I don't think Sheep is playing, but I'm not sure. Hellsound said that he's going to play for the first few games and then he might try to cast after, which means that he's going to be replaced by someone, but I'm not sure who.
I think probably AD. I saw AD playing very late. I guess he's still sleeping.
Oh boy.
So I'm thinking he's stepping in for AD.
All right. Then we have C88B2F, aka APM. And this is Austin, Zhao, Kuchi, Shadi, Chisato, Neza, and Quacker. So this is actually the team that performed best in the qualifiers. They went 4-0. We can show you that in a little bit here. But this is an incredibly scary team for a number of reasons. I mean, I think Chisato is more or less considered the best player at the moment, so any team he's on is good. I think Zhao is really a kind of a cooker, in the sense of like he's he's really good at strategic calls. And then Kuchi is quite a chef. He's the architect of the 2-minute T2, 3-minute AGO Jag spam, which is, you know, that was a hilarious game to watch.
It was interesting, yeah. I had fun playing versus his team last Serne, and now he's like upgraded due to his threats to a proper team. So I'm sure he will check what's happening, the strategies.
Yeah, and then just so you guys know, the name in white is their in-game name, but we might call them by the other name. So Kamala will be Mighty Sheep, Claret is Austin, and Ayanami is Chisato. All right, then we have Rat, which is Zeph, Flash, Predator, Row, Helicopter, Mr. Direct, and Master Bell. These are a mixture of ATG, straight, and rotation players. And then you also have Flash. One thing I'd like to point out for people who are like, oh, you know, that's so weird. Why does he have really, really low win rates? It's because he basically only plays FFA. And so when you see those, like,
not that easy.
Yeah, you see those like lower win rate stats. That's why. We have Big Naturals, which is Outlaw Elite, Jamakiss, Blossom, Watch Me Do This, Cyphus, Teener, and Hold My Weed. And I think there's a little bit of a theme in the maps they play. LSR, can you tell me what do you think that theme is?
Oh, it's the Big Naturals. Sadly, yeah, they will not be participated in the main event, but yeah, it's mostly straight people.
Yeah, so shout out to the straight players for entering into the tournament. We unfortunately did not see a true ATG team, but we're hoping. You know, there's always hope for next season. Then we have Dominicatus. I apologize. Which is C3BO, Flying Duck, Zeeberg, Raxel, Daniel Cola, Moraji, and Kennard. I think last time Morigi and Kennard did not play, and we just saw the top 5 on there, but they actually had some decent results, and they were definitely trying. They were doing what they could. And then we have Team Nut, which is the German stack. I probably should have put flags on here. Apologies to the viewers, but this is the German stack, and they recently have been grinding rotation lobbies. So a lot of them are actually rotation players themselves. When you see Rosetta, that's the most common rotation map, so it means that they end up playing in a lot of rotation lobbies primarily. So they've been doing a lot of, there've been some complaints actually that they're doing a lot of just like really insane fast co-op plays, and I'm not going to say ruining lobbies, but winning lobbies.
Yeah, but public is like
yeah. When you're doing it
it's
in
also
pubs.
Interesting about the Che. Like I really like Gecko Island, like with 1,500 games on the Gecko. It means also some small rotation, small games, small team game player.
Yeah, he's definitely yeah, it's funny. I don't see him as much, so I think he is really much more of a small teams player. All right, and then we have P1 and Geothermal Power. So P1 is players first: Sir Ice Cream 55, Lobster Meat, Osama Bin Clappin, Lich 1584, Laughing, Winged Hussar. Someone pointed out to me in the other cast I was saying Winged Huskar, like from Dota. I don't know how that came out, but no, it was Winged Hussar. Apologies. Those are they actually do a lot of small team games, and they play a lot of straight. Below them, we have Geothermal Power, which was the Chinese stack, or is a Chinese stack. So Ekres, Deemer, DHZ, Meow, Fatsun, Raid V, Tengen Tank, BR88M. So they were kind of a crowd favorite in the qualifiers because they won multiple games where Meow just thug walked his opponents, which was incredibly entertaining to watch. So yeah, he basically just thug walked. These stats are accurate. I'm not 100% sure what happened there, but the 0 OS, it happens to the best of us. Just know that even if you don't have the highest OS everywhere, you can still enter tournaments and make things happen. So hey-o. And last we have Anonymous, which is Dot, Rage, Hexy, Rompy, and Leviathan. So that was a mix of straight and rotation players. Rage plays quite a bit of rotation, but he also plays at odd hours, so he doesn't quite get to see as many. Right, so LSR, talk to me. I think we're going to have games starting relatively soon, but before we go into those, I suppose we should probably talk about the qualifier results. So in terms of the qualifiers, did you feel like there were any kind of surprises or any shocks with it?
Well, Geo did well, but not really. No, I think TC got a quite low seeding, surprisingly. But maybe they were just unlucky, right? All it takes is 2 wins. So, but yeah, let's see. I don't know. They lost a bit of advantage, right? Because going first means that the last 2 maps is always a coin flip. So in the tight matches, it could make a little bit of a difference, right? But I think they'll do just fine, and they've been doing good in the scrims. But it's unsurprising. I would wish to see them a little bit higher up, but it is what it is.
Yeah. So APM, which is the only undefeated team, they went 4-0, which was awesome. And then we have the kind of pro PBS who went 3-1, and then like Inda said, the 2-2 teams, it's a little weird to see TC in there, but in the same regard, I mean, I think TC had the hardest or the second hardest strength of schedule, so they fought all the strong teams, and some of those games felt a little coin flippy. I remember the game on Salt Reef, it felt like they should have won, but somehow C88 kind of grabbed victory from the jaws of defeat. So we have some slightly sad news in a sense. Unfortunately, so just by results, Anon was eliminated, Big Naturals was eliminated, P1 was eliminated. Geo actually made it through. So this team right here. Unfortunately, because of time zones and a few real life issues, they can't make it today, which means that they are also eliminated. So we will not see any thug walks. And then LSR, how are we going to deal with that team not being able to play?
Well, yeah, given that they were like the lowest ranked team, I don't think it will affect that much. We don't get to see the games. So for now, I couldn't replace them on such short notice with any other team, sadly. Maybe we'll just need to say the show must go on, and we'll try to, the next tournament, try to, get the more cohesive answer on like what's what. I'm sorry, Volshak, on your OBS, I see the red thing. You look like you're in a cross.
Oh, that doesn't show on stream though. It's fine. That's good. Okay, so with that, we are also going to need to look at groups, and then I think we have some games that should be starting soon. So basically for group stages, it is divided into 2 groups based on qualifiers. And those 2 groups, let me zoom down a little bit, are Group A and Group B. Shocker. So we've got some hype matches for this. LSR, correct me if I'm wrong, this is GSL format?
This is not the GSL format.
Oh, wait, no, this is group. Sorry. Go ahead.
This is just groups. So we had 2 groups, and everybody just plays everybody in a group. So 4 people per group, and then based on how do you do in the groups, you just get a position at the final bracket, right? So this is still like a marathon kind of play. You don't really get knocked out, and you have to play each team, and based on that team, you either get top 2 or not get top 2, and then you get easier opponents or less easier opponents. So yeah.
All right, so LDM is going to be casting Group B, I believe, and then we are going to be casting Group A. So for round 1, it's DME versus APM, and it is Rat versus TC. I think I'd like to watch the Rat versus TC game. Talk to me. What do you think is going to be? I mean, I think APM, especially with their qualifier results, should be able to take the game off of DME. Do you think Rat can take a game off of TC?
I think it would be pretty hard, but they could be cooking. They need a really good rush build, but yeah, I don't personally think it, but I would like to see how they try.
Right. And then we've got PBS versus Nut, which I think could be a pretty interesting and or competitive game. And then Geo, unfortunately, is going to get a default win. So Pro does not have to play in the first round. Or sorry, Pro is going to get a default win because Geo dropped. So Pro does not need to play in the first round. Yeah, LSR.
What I'm looking
comments?
is LDM is going already in that meme, so he just yoinked that match from you.
Oh, that
He's looking
jerk.
in TC.
Okay. No, we're good. All right. So in that case, then should we maybe watch the PBS Nut game? We'll swap in.
Sure. You pick. I'm trying to do stuff, and I'll just follow.
I am looking for it right now. All right, we are here. Whoa. Sorry, and we are here, and we are about to start bans and picks. Give me 1 second, friends, while I organize a few things. All right. So Nut is the lower OS team, which means that they will pick, or they will ban first. And then the higher team gets the last ban, which also ends up as the first pick. Or sorry, which like last ban, which means they get to pick the final map. And give me 1 second and we will throw it up on screen for all of you. Whoops. So those are the players. We'll show them again in a second. Let me ask for bans because I missed them. Okay.
They said they picked Charlie and Tabula already, so they were currently trying to figure out the last map.
Okay, so we missed the beginning. Apologies. And actually, this is for a BO1, which we did not have time to talk about. Sorry. So for these BO3s, it's 2 bans, 2 picks, and then there's 1 map remaining. And so let's see. The picks were Charlie in the Hills, Tabula, and Charlie in the Hills. All right, so we missed the beginning of these. Apologies, but we are gonna go through. So let's see what the final map we end up with is. Leftover is Hella's Basin. All right. So game 1 is on Tabula, game 2 is on Charlie in the Hills, and game 3 is on Hella's Basin. Okay. I think I have these reversed. Game 1 is on Charlie, and game 2 is on Tabula. Sorry, we joined right as they were finishing it up, so we didn't have time to run through, but we are going to do Charlie, Tabula, and Hella's. I feel like...
It looks like it's a rematch, exact rematch.
Oh, yeah, because they played in groups, didn't they?
Yeah, they played in groups, just the same thing. The German team, well... They did the Salamander Opens without taking a thing, and AD like calm dropped, and it feels like a rematch. So maybe they looked at the replay and have something better, like to improve in their style and play.
Yeah, we'll see. So these teams, if you missed introductions, we have Major Noob, Teriyaki Thilo, Lewis B, 288 Random Variable, Chair, Che, Soft Ice, and Zartix. And in the lobby, it looks like we have Lewis, Thilo, Zartix, Random Variable, and Che. And then for PBS, we have Teddy, Hells, Stardom, Raiko, Patak, Mighty Sheep, and 8D. So game 1, Charlie in the Hills. I feel like Charlie is actually a map that they theoretically could take a win off of because it's such a technical map where you can definitely do some serious cooking, right?
Yeah, I think they did actually good last time. I mean, skipping air was pretty tough, right? And not getting the mexes. I think if they just looked at the replay and maybe fixed their leaks, they did good in the center. It was really close. We actually were scared last time when the Teddy almost died. They could both do the commander snaps and all that. Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's a pretty easy map to take all the mexes, for example, and you just have to be smart about getting the reclaim and all that.
So if you haven't watched a lot of these, generally we'll see an air player spawn up here. Sometimes they won't do it. In this case, they're not going to do it, which is kind of interesting. And then there's a lot of reclaim, especially like the water reclaim here. We've seen quite a few builds where people will actually start C-Lab right here. And then they'll immediately, because they want to reclaim these and take these, and then they immediately go amphibious, and then you can just salamander, and you get that early T2 boost, and you can kind of run through. And then it also makes raiding very easy because all the ground units need to run all the way across the water, and you're not immune to shuris, but it's much more difficult for shurikens to lock you down. So we have 8D in an air spawn, and then we have Stardom, Patak, Hells, and Raiko. I'm assuming these two are going to try to do some sort of earlier T2, but maybe not, just to kind of get the Geo boost. And on the other side, it's going to be Lewis and Teriyaki pushing on one side, Che in the middle, which I assume is going to be an early Salamander play. And then we have Zarix, T4, and a random variable on the right side. So this looks like it could be a pretty serious all-out front pressure. My one concern is we've seen games where the no air start does okay, and then we've also seen games, especially in scrims, where if the other player has air and you don't, your pushes are really slow because your comm has to push with them, and you need nettles or thistles, and you just open up all your energy to being bombed. So we'll see.
Then. Here we go, opening. Yeah, I think by the looks of the starting positions, I think the German team here will kind of plans to go all in. I mean, and they are not capping the back mexes and ignoring them completely. So would be curious on what their idea is.
Yeah, we will have to see. 8D is up here, and it looks like we're gonna have a boosted lab, I'm assuming, from these two, and it's gonna be a core bot lab that is boosted. And in the middle, Che is dropping titles. I think the wind was a little low, but the wind is back up now, and so he is dropping wind and battering a bit for his team. And then on the other side, we have Armada vehicles. So you can see in the player list in the bottom right, everyone has their sliders down, with the exception of Stardom, who is just so greedy. Please send him DMs and let him know that's very rude. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Raiko is going to be arm bots on this side. Then we've got another arm bot in mid and a core bot here. So we only see one vehicle lab, and 8D is, of course, going to start with the core air. All right. So
it looks like the first units are already out. Stardom is going to be a little bit under the pressure. I mean, Duo Labo has at least some potential to scout what's what, so I'd like to see how they transition. Looks like the German team is capping the mexes, so they're just using this like the early initiative. Maybe try to find some res bots around here. Some people like to go rocks, and they actually might get some mexes now and then.
He might get this expanding con, actually, which if you can kill the early,
would be pretty annoying.
Does he get it? Oh, it's so, I think he could have committed maybe for it. He doesn't quite get it, but they see spawns. They should know just from this that, okay, 8D is air. We need to prepare for it. And I am on board. The thugs, they're like, we don't want to take this game. Yeah, they're thinking about it. And on the same side, or on the other side, Raiko has some ticks. He's gonna run through. He's gonna see the whistlers and the stouts, so he knows that's there. I like the early whistler just as anti-shuri, right? I think that just one with the commander.
I think it does reasonably well. Oh, it doesn't do reasonably well with scouts nowadays, right?
It doesn't have the tracking, but And there's a Trasher already in, so they are fully prepared for this, right? He has the Trasher. It's gonna
I think they're gonna commit with all the team resources just on this Thug side, right? So they're using a Janus on one side just to hold, like with Stouts and Janus and Whistlers. They're gonna maybe try to hold. And because if you look at the Pawn player, he hasn't spent a single medal, right? He's also going to join the medal, right? So there is actually no mixes, no nothing. They're just gonna put everything into the Thugs.
Yeah, and I mean,
hey, well, if it worked for the China team, then why not?
Yeah, this is a lot of Thugs. And if you look at production, right, Stardom's going to start Thugs. Raiko has Rockets. But this is just like Thugs on repeat. Woo. Yeah, well, while AD is actually trying to get all the metal, that metal is not going to be ready for a while, right? Like, you can have all the metal in the world, but if there's like 40 or something Thugs, like, yeah, and they're e-stalling too, and I mean, comms do not do well versus Thugs as long as he doesn't miss micro, so this is actually pretty scary. They need Thug numbers of their own. Zartek's got into the water. Is he gonna try to calm walk?
He's gonna go, yeah, I mean,
he might need to flex back over, but I mean, there's a lot of rocket bots here. He's getting Centurions out now, but if there can be more Stouts and more Janus, they might be able to do a bit. I don't know if that was
worth
the
other side. Look at the other side. Stardom is already, I think, fighting for his life.
Stardom goes down.
So a lot of Thugs actually with him, but
Teriyaki might go down here. If he dies in his own Thug ball, that might just be the end of the push. He is super low. Oh, he goes down. Most of those Thugs die. There are reinforcing Thugs, and Lewis B is... Oh, he's getting hit by the anemone. Great job by Patak. He puts that down, so he and Hells are trading underwater. All these comms are... Oh my god, and 8D and Zarnix are gonna trade here. We're down to 2 comms each, and if these 2 comms die in the middle, it'll be 1 comm apiece. And... they both go down. All this metal, all these, wait, what? There's 4.
But the tanks is still breaching, to be fair. Look at
yeah, you're right.
There isn't that much. All they need to do is actually just go for the wind, right? The turbines, and
I mean,
if they scale or they...
the Janus can snipe Patak too, so he needs to be really, really careful. Stardom has equalized this side, and it's looking pretty good, I think, especially with the Shuris. But you're right, the tanks and the Janus on the other side are looking pretty strong, and more Stouts coming out. If they can reclaim these wrecks, they don't have anything to reclaim. What's the excess
metal on the Stardom's team? Which the excess?
1.5 thousand. 1.4. That is a lot, but I mean, Raiko's whole side is dead, so this co-op aggression, and once this Stout ball gets a little bit bigger, they're gonna... Wait, what? Is Patak really gonna T2 here? I guess we'll see.
Well, it doesn't cost that much, right? They already accessed like half of what the T2 lab costs, right? So
yeah,
maybe
true.
That's just a reactionary, right? So I think there could be a couple of good units. And
can we also
really
can we talk about AD just greeting? Oh, and he's gonna do his backline little proxy. Let's go, AD.
Again, yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of Stouts up here, and when comm counts get low, Stouts are very, very scary. Also, Che is on the wrong side of the map, completely surrounded.
Patak is also going for it. I mean, if they both explode, like, what's...
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
They're trying to lock him in, maybe.
Yep, and he's gonna switch back. All right, lasers are starting.
The bombs, roaches. Bedbugs.
Tumbleweeds. Tumbleweeds coming in. He takes damage, and more tumbleweeds coming. Che needs to get out of here, or he might die. And let's see. Stardom was trying to close him off, but it looks like reinforcing Grunts and Thugs are going to be okay. But as soon as Che pops out, there's going to be maces, and he needs to be very careful. These rolling bombs are going to do a lot of... Oh, no, rolling bomb. It does do a little bit of damage.
Bodyguards are in the area.
Oh boy. And Che, dude, that was incredibly risky from Che, but Stardom has a lot of Thugs, and a lot of these are actually resurrected Thugs. And unfortunately, all those comms died on the other side of the map, so they lost so much metal from that. Ooh. It's looking a little scary, especially if this T2, yeah, T2 is done and out come the recluses. And I don't, oh, we do see T2 on the other side though. So they had this, but 8D has his proxy ready. And I don't think they have, do they have radar in base? They don't have radar in base. They don't see these thugs coming from the other side. Uh-oh.
Falling the second time for the same trick, you know.
Yeah, and 2 Comrex here. So there's still a ton of metal if they can get up and reclaim it. And now they're like, wait a minute, this isn't right. So there are fiends here. He might be able to get a little bit of BP or something. He got 1 windmill and first fiend is out. He sees it, so they know the timing. They know that 8D has proxied. I kind of feel like 8D maybe could have gotten a bit more if he had just bombed, but who knows. Whoa, I missed these tanks coming in. I don't even know how these tanks got in here. Apologies, but Stardom's base is basically dead to a bunch of stouts. They traded decently well. They lose all these mexes, but just with the T2 advantage and with 8D's incredible aircon creep, they are still leading in a lot of ways. And we're going to see this Resbot coming to eat these commanders. Recluse on the right side, pushing back the Whistler, Stout, Janus Ball. I kind of feel like they need a Twitcher on this side, no? You should just hand out a Twitcher so that he can make fiends.
Yeah, well, Twitchers are obviously really good just to like retake mexes, eat, and yeah, get the fiends out. You know, just
they might lose Geo here. And 8D is
pretty unfortunate.
8D is running through. He's going to snipe all these mexes and this Geo. And I mean, they're only at 1.6k E. So as soon as this goes down, that's 300 energy gone. And sniping all these mexes is going to give them a great advantage for now. I think that, oh, and we see sprinters, which is a little rare out of Patak, but they want to try to run through and do as much economic damage as possible. Fiends in the bottom right are chasing these grunts away, and they're going to find this proxy eventually. I think there might be enough grunts, especially with this LLT.
Yeah,
He's going to eat the lab anyway, just to be sure.
Just to say.
Yeah. And on the front, it's Stardom and Lewis B kind of jockeying for position. On the other side, these sprinters have actually done quite a bit of damage, and the Whistlers are not that great versus these fast units. And it looks like the sprinters are going to collapse on them. Recluse are climbing up the hill so they can get high ground and then start sniping. This is looking real scary for Team Nut. Even though they had a very, very strong opening, they are now quite far behind economically, and here come the sprinters. They are running in and killing all this title. Unfortunately, I think this is looking very scary for them now. They see the last commander right here too, so they know that he went into the water if they want to try to chase it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to come back. I mean, yeah,
they're gonna
pretty much the medal, so they call the GG. But you know, like to try, you know, have to just polish, build a little bit. And,
I think they were very, very close actually in that early, just a few minor mistakes. I think actually if they would have just had a con or two and gotten the reclaim, it probably would have gone.
Oh yeah, the red spots maybe to the ready. Yeah, but it's hard, right? You think you're gonna be able to push, and then you know, but
yeah, I mean it's
also like who defensively blows up, right? It's harder to reclaim when you die in enemy territory. Right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's not. It's real easy as a spectator to be like, why aren't there res bots? But it's not in the game itself, especially when I think in the first like 6 minutes we saw 8 out of the 10 commanders die. Like that is.
And also preferably like they needed to kind of realize about the AD being distracting doesn't help them as well. You know, they have to find a way to get the mexes up on a hill. You know, you could place like a lab and con or even with a rush, like you're on a clock.
So that was game 1 on Charlie in the Hills, which they are going to take. So Please Ban Sheep takes that. And we're going to go to game 2 on Tabula, which was actually the map that they picked. So let's see. We are waiting for the players to hop in. Tabula, or waiting for the players to get ready. Tabula definitely has some some kind of interesting starts. You know, you see a lot of, I'm not going to say weird mixes, but you see some choices that people make, which I think is it's always interesting when you see how different teams will play different maps.
Oh, true. Yeah, there's many openers. You could take care, not take care. You could invade, not invade. You could do push to the one side for the big mixes in the middle, or you could push in the bottom and support the invader. Right? There's like a little bit of a variation, or you could just pile all resources and try to drive through middle. Or you could try to pile pawns and run up the hills. So there's a lot of variations as well, right? As long as you try to contest those 4 spots or for those 4 lanes in some kind of coordinated fashion, there's a lot of variation, or at least the meta hasn't developed.
No, for sure. I mean, I think that we've seen the 4 mixes are all really important. The thing that I've seen that I'm most interested in is we've seen people start kind of in these corners here, and then they like build up a bit more, and then they'll come and try and invade. We also see like the water start here, and then they'll do the, you know, the high ground lab here, which I think is a little risky because a lot of times you just see like a thug or two kind of come up here and then they shoot down at it. So yeah, it's interesting. But in the games that I've watched, it's pretty much always been a double spawn in these corners, and then they push, and it's sort of a timer to see, okay, how long before the player who spawned somewhere over here, how long before they actually die.
I mean, the whole fight is about, like, you know, stopping to prevent. I mean, the whole thing, if you just put one player, then the invader actually has pretty good chances to set up on the hill. He could push the thugs on the hill, so that's why there's the front player to just, you know, take the middle mix fast. And, you know, he can then just calm bomb, and then the second guy can just come up and scoop up to it's essentially the 2-player start. I think is counter invasion, because if there was no invasion, you could, you know, fight on the other side. But it is like
it is, and then
the carry spot.
The mid has been interesting too, because I'm pretty sure we've seen every single lab spawn in mid. We've seen Corvi, ArmV, Armbot, and Corebot. Yeah, so we've seen all the starts. I think it's kind of a little bit more preferred for the vehicle starts, just in terms of the strength, because it's a little wider, and I feel like it's kind of easy to punish rocketbot starts. The other thing is that if your vehicle's in mid, it can be really hard to kind of help these lanes, just because the slopes here become very difficult. You know, like when you're trying to push up and you're pushing into high ground thugs, so like you're moving slower and they have the range and they're just kiting backwards. But yeah, I'm interested to see. I think in most of the games that I've seen, we've seen air starts. It is a map that has really good wins, so I think air starts can be pretty good just to punish, because if you can bomb, you know, say 5 or 6 windmills, you can really cripple energy economy. Do you like the air start here?
Yeah. I think a single bomber can do but much damage, right? If enemy suddenly doesn't see you and you made 4 windmills, and the bomber gets to pass like over 2 bases and kills, like, let's say 3 or 4 windmills each, that's a lot of energy chunk, right? So we almost lost the game as well due to some like kind of bomber exploit against a weaker team, like I don't know, in like last Omega series. It was tight. Like the early bomber is scary, to be fair, especially if you can micro good.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, and players are in, so we are gonna stop yapping. Actually, we're gonna keep yapping, but we're gonna yap about the game and see what actually happens on the map, as opposed to yapping about what could happen on the map. All right, so we have Team PBS, please ban sheep, on this left side here. So it looks like 8D is going to be taking the 1v2 spot. And on their team, Stardom and Patak, these are the star-crossed lovers of ages past right here. They are, you know, they are here. They're ready for action. The legendary Poland-Australia duo. On random variable for Team Nut, we've got random variable and Che for their 2v1 lane, and in the 1v2 side we have Zartix. So 8D and Zartex are both not going to spawn water. They're going to spawn on the 3 mechs, which can mean an air start, or maybe they still want to contest, but we'll see. We will see. And then in the middle, it is going, oh, wait, what? They're not going to contest.
Like, actually, this is, I think, fine. You could also invade from the bottom. Nobody's stopping you from invading from the bottom as well. You could set up a lab and then just run like grunts, and then you are also in a position to secure the middle.
Right.
And the downside is that it's easier to get counter-raided on a hill, or enemy could even like calm drop there, and it's like kind of annoying to fight up. But you could technically take the. You just need to send a con up, and that's fine. You'll get those mixes.
Fair enough. So yeah, we'll see. I feel like vehicles can go up that though. I think. Yeah, it'll just be slow, but I don't actually have it key bound, unfortunately. I should. All right, yeah. So we are going to see these are more or less mirrored spawns. This is Germany versus the world. Sorry, random variable is not German. Apologies. Apologies. All right, in terms of labs, it looks like we've got 8D as ARM. We have
I think he was the core, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh wait, what? No, 8D. Yeah.
No, I thought he was.
Oh, sorry. I was like, wait, is he not? All right. Ryko is going to go core bots in mid. Hellshound is ARM. I'm going to assume ARM V, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. And then in this 1v2 lane, it looks like Patak is going to battery as ARM, probably for cheaper windmills. And Stardom is going to go core bots, I'm assuming, for the glory of thugs.
Maybe.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to risk it anymore, right?
Oh, Zartex is going to drop a lab. Does that mean that, I guess, all right, so Zartex is going to go fine. ARM bots. And
actually, the red player will grab another mix, so they have some maybe some different...
Oh, but he's going to lab too. The double lab is a little interesting to me, but fair enough. Maybe they just want the BP early.
He has to lab in order to get the con up, right? It's much faster.
Fair enough. Che is going to go core bots, so we don't see any vehicles so far right now. Teriyaki is battering here, and then he's going to come and boost random variables lab. So I think this is the only vehicle lab, and I'm not going to lie, in terms of units that I love to see fight, thugs fighting is always super enjoyable for me, so I'm excited to see these eventual transitions. And we don't see any scouts yet, but
no air plays at all, right? So they're gonna play it kind of.
And he scouts, so he knows that there isn't a lab here. And for the other side, Stardom is going to be doing that as well. The other scouting grunt from random variable gets killed by the 1 grunt and 2 ticks, and is going to back off. And this other grunt is going to kite from range. We do see the scout get in from Hellshound, so they see the spawn there. They know that it's core bots.
There is no LLT on these mixes, so he could actually support a bit.
Oh, but there is a tick coming.
Yeah, but tick doesn't beat rover. Well, micro rover, that is,
Oh, but it's going to hit the... Unless it runs... Oh, but it still gets it! And it might snipe this calm. That is actually massive from Hellshound. On the other side, Zarex is walking up. He's got Rocket Bot Centurion, and he is going to start pressuring up here, which I think can go relatively well for them.
There's a lot of ticks in the middle. These could do some actual damage. At least those 2 mixes, they should, if they manage to run past. But I don't think they'll be able to. Yeah,
they're trying, but I think you're right. I think they're gonna. Oh no!
Hellshound also commits more scouts, but actually, that's all those scouts could lose a little bit of tempo.
Yep, and it looks
Stardom
like
is going to engage.
Is he comb bombing or?
Yeah,
he is comb bombing. Oh, Zarex, gotta back up. Oh, he needs to back his arm. What? Does he kill? I don't think Zarex dies here, does he? Oh, it is close, but he needs to run. He might get cleaned up by grunts. Does he have... He has 1 Centurion. Is that going to be enough? I don't think so. Uh-oh.
Well, the thugs, the thugs cannot hit him, right? If the thugs hit him, then he's dead, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, then he has the rocket bots. He needs to be really careful, though. And...
Louis sending reinforcements from the bottom. The raids might go. The red
Oh yeah, he's coming up. I mean, if they can secure this, I think that's going to be very, very nice. 8D hasn't pushed up at all. He's going to drop a nice little beholder here, get that high ground vision, but he's not really going to be able to contest this 4max. So I think if red team can stabilize this, they can definitely be in a good position. Stardom's going to come up and just degun this wreck, which unfortunately is a loss.
Come again, that would be a shame.
Yeah, that might be game ending. So in middle, front is just starting to get established here. It looks like it's a lot of grunt pawn versus grunt pawn.
And nobody has been able to get like an advantage in terms of like getting the big mixes secured, so it's still quite undecided.
And it looks like random variable saw 8D trying to come up here, so he is gonna push back this. It's actually, I think, pretty hard for bots to contest this because the hill is steep.
Perform really good. Rockets perform good. Rockets are actually better at fighting uphill than downhill, right? So I think the unit choice is fine.
Okay, all right. Hells is gonna come up and help here. So it's going to be 2 comms versus that, and it looks like Lewis B is going to come over as well. A couple ticks sneak in the back here, and there aren't LLTs, but we see ticks being built to counter them as well. So on bottom, random variable and teriyaki have held this, and it looks like 8D is just not even going to try to do anything here. He is instead going to go help in mid. And he dropped a ship lab here. I guess he wants to title spam?
Well, I don't think it's titles. I mean, titles would be nice with the 1 or 2 win right now, but I think it's just the gunships.
Oh,
that might be the whole reason he picked ARM in the first place.
Fair enough, yeah. Or it could be turtles, huh? No, I'm kidding. Hells is getting absolutely bullied by maces, and he doesn't have energy to degun anyway. There is a Janus, but his comm is taking quite a bit of damage. Slightly below this, we see
in a little bit of a trouble. Looks like it. Careful, Che might go down in the middle.
Oh, the Janus, yeah, sorry. And he is backing up. Janus are sniping. He's going to try to run up. Do these 2 Janus shots pop him? Oh no, they're going to shoot grunts instead. So he is doing well here. Grunts are going to come up and not even kill these, unfortunately. So Che is kind of holding with a prayer here, but random variable is collapsing in on Raiko. So Raiko needs to be careful. There are a lot of thugs here, and Raiko's calm. Oh, is Raiko going to try to trade this? He is.
Again?
There's so many comm trades, and they're both going to go down. So Teriyaki and 8D are close. They're going to have to come over. Resbots should be coming soon, and these thugs are going to have to sit on these comm wrecks.
Better for the Peanut team because
I agree.
They have a Resbot nearby, and that's another metal going towards this. Yeah, what is this?
I don't even know. They were like fighting, and then they snuck through. It's the slowest raiding force of all time. But yeah, so Che is gonna come up here, and I think you're right. I think they secure this, and they're already pretty flush with metal. They're not gonna They have idle labs. What is going on here? Are they not gonna T2?
No.
All right, 8D, I'm not sure if he's the smartest player ever or if he's memeing.
It's good.
But here come the rocket hovers.
It's good to clear. For sieging units, this is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, fair enough.
For example, armed hover tanks aren't bad as well, right? Especially on like the elevations. They're probably the best unit on the slopes.
Right, just because they can move. That's fair.
Well. And they're strong. They're not as bad as other hovers, for example. I think the arm.
And so it looks like random variable, this team, they ate it all, and they're overflowing metal. He's going to drop a frontline M-Store. Gentlemen, it might be time to spend that metal on T2 or anything else. We do see an air lab coming down from Patak, though, so curious how that's going to play out or what his plan is. And random variable held this, and this team is just, they are floating so much metal. Oh, are these raiding grunts going to get in? There isn't an LLT yet, so
annoying, yeah.
Yeah, Che is going to be able to snipe a ton of energy.
Actually, a lot of. Oh, doesn't go for the correct place, right?
If he could have run down.
More.
Yeah, I think he definitely could have gotten more. Interesting. We don't see really any geos taken, right? So there's these 3 geos and they're just building this one here. But even on the other side, we don't really see geos.
Well, I don't think that T1 Geos, last qualities we saw T1 Geos a little bit roasted players on 22 wind. I don't think the T1 Geo is really worth, right? You should just maybe boom Geos, of course, should go up by now in the perfect world, but yeah. They've been really, really busy with T1 fights.
And random variable is getting pushed back a little bit. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn you up, LSR. Apparently you are slightly quiet. Apologies.
All right.
All right. All right.
All right.
I think we're good now. And in mid, Hells is battling versus Lewis B. So it's actually a really even game right now, with the exception of red team having a pretty substantial advantage. I'm curious. I mean, they showed the Shuris, right? So they know to get ready for bombing.
Yeah, they do have an advantage in army numbers, and the resources is still even, right? So they actually have like a 60% army value, right? So all they need to do is essentially still try to control as much reclaim as possible. And then yeah, we do see some drop on the north side of the map. There's some sneakiness going on there.
The single stout via Hercules. I love it. And oh, there is an LLT here, but it's gonna what? Where did
it's or not?
It dropped too low, and now it is very slowly going up. All right, we'll come back to that. There's more of a battle in mid. All right, so I feel like the Shuris actually did quite a bit of work pushing these back. We need to see more Trashers coming in, and Lewis is holding with his commander, but there's Janus and Stouts and Thugs here. He needs to be careful, because if he dies in this infantry ball, I think... All right, so it looks like they're gonna flex up, so tons of grunts.
A lot of grunts.
Dude, yeah. That is a lot of grunts, and they might be able to overwhelm, especially on the slopes. These brutes can't really run away from this, so they're gonna get surrounded. We see Figs coming out now. It looks like there was a transition.
There's like the Stardom as the perfect response, but is it still enough, right?
Yeah, is it enough? They might just get zerked out. Well, there are Centurions,
right? Centurions, yeah.
Yeah, if you can spread them out so the AoE doesn't all hit, but I mean, there's a lot. Actually, there's a lot of grunts. Who wins this?
That reminds me of me. Like, I just need to...
All right, so they get the mechs, which is big, but there's a ton of metal on the ground here that can definitely get reclaimed, which I think is kind of concerning, right? I mean, between the two, there's 3k metal. They're finally burning all their metal, in part with Thugs, and then 8D ate that hover lab, and he has a bot lab here now, so they're still fighting, and we finally see a T2 transition out of Hellshound. He's going to go arm T2V, early bull, which I like, because I think he just wants to kite across mid, but these grunts did a lot of damage up here, and we're going to see more grunts running through. They're under pawns running through, but this top side is looking really, really weak, and it's kind of concerning.
Yeah, they're getting some energy as well, right? The energy, like the eco advantage is still going up, and a single bull, like without resources, is not going to change the fate of the battle against, like, if you have like 50 plus, like, bull is really good unit, don't get me wrong, but like, it's no way it's gonna kill and chase and kill all of these things, especially when the game is no longer like static lines, right? So
yeah, but I mean, Stardom lost his VLAB. This is looking this is looking really good for Team Nut. Germany, let's go. And AD can't really punish on the other side. He's trying to, but I think they just don't have it now.
Good job, but like he won't have impact. They're just gonna use their resources to thug push him back, right? And he could kill all the thugs, but he won't make progress deep into the land while, you know, his team.
And they see the calm here, so this is here. We do see Jags coming out, but one of the problem is in this terrain where there's like these little hills, the grunts can abuse that move def quite a bit, and they have sniped so much energy. Look at this E difference, 800 to 2,500, and this is starting to look incredibly good for Nut. I'm not even really sure how PBS is going to be able to recover from this. There is quite a bit of metal here, but with the energy difference, it's going to be really, really hard.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only the not just needs like a good closer, right? And you know they have to go bombing, they have to go T2 to get like to push the advantage even further, right? And you know scrape as much reclaim as they can off the map right now. Although
Yeah.
it looks like the ship's team is going to be able like to do at least one counterattack, but they're still so much down on the army value.
Yeah. And we do see the T2 lab going down, it looks like. So T2 core bots is the play. Do you like that?
I think it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
You could do Cerberus in the middle. I don't know. It's a fine lab. I don't see any.
Yeah, fair enough. 80 is pretty low. He needs to be careful he doesn't pop here, or maybe he wants to. He is so low. Zero. He's dead. Do they know where the last comm is? Wait, where is last comm? Last comm is Patak, right? And do they see him?
Well, they will see him just now if Patak doesn't reveal himself to that gun.
Oh boy. Last comm. Do you think this is a Banshee angle? I mean, after you snipe that much E, well, maybe not actually. I guess I was gonna say after you snipe that much E.
I think they have a core air, but yeah, I think they should just not focus on the comm and just try to get the advantage. Secure their heal completely and just make sure the middle doesn't collapse. Yeah. Try to snowball their advantage, and because they killed so much energy that I would prefer a bombing run, to be fair, to kill even more windmills, right? At any cost. You have such a great energy, so just bomb them even more. And it's not like the enemy can afford, with their low army numbers, any AA, even additionally on top. Right.
So Jags are going to be able to start kind of chipping away at the infantry in mid. There are fiends somewhere nearby. They don't have too much metal, so maybe it's not a great Sheldon play. But I feel like it's always nice to have a few Sheldons just to kind of start chipping and apply pressure.
Yeah, the metal is still surprisingly even, so depending on how much like they excess, it's good. I do see the red player is converting some of the energy, so.
Yeah, they also just don't have T2 mexes up yet. I think once they get more T2 mexes up, it'll be good. We also see a mammoth, which I would love to see a mammy drop somewhere. But, oh, Zartex, does he go down here? It's gonna be close. He gets pretty good D-guns. 40, 30, 20, 10. He's dead. Oh, beautiful snipe from Stardom. He just runs up and kills him. Lewis B is gonna come over here and I guess eat it? Do they want to? I mean, they only have 2 comms, right? Do you feel like it's worth it to res it, or do you think you just eat it? Looks like they're
gonna go for res. I think resing is just fine as well. I don't
know.
They're gonna go for another P1 attack.
Yeah.
I mean, again, Stardom has the correct answer, but does he have the numbers? I don't know. Like 3 Jags won't be able to.
I mean, they also, if they see this last commander,
Pitak, they probably know. They did spot it.
I mean, it's in a narrow choke and he can just D-gun it, so I think it could go. Yeah.
Oh, the mammoth is going somewhere. It goes really fast.
Yep.
In the middle.
Oh, sorry.
Just the middle.
Here we go.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, well, mammoth will be able to. Oh my God, Pitak is just gonna kill so much here.
50 kills.
It's just zombie hard mode, right?
Yeah, he's just going, but Mammoth was dropped, and that is, I mean, I feel like they maybe could have dropped it even a little closer now.
Yeah, they need a radar with it as well, or radar planes, just to be sure, to be fair.
Yeah, and 8D is on this other side of the map. He's still...
Wait, how is he still doing these commandos?
Yeah, dude, he's still making things happen, which is amazing because if he can occupy multiple players here,
he's been occupying 2 players, right? Both.
But it looks like that might come to an end as the Shuris and the Fiends should be able to clean him up. And here's the Mammoth. They ping it and they're like, oh, that's bad. Pitbull is gonna go down, and they have a bull. Oh, they're eating, and they're gonna back up a little bit. Centurions are holding here, but it looks like they're gonna get cleaned up as well. And here is the Mammoth. Is there? No. All right. So only the one, and then it looks like with that, they've upped a few mexes. They're still a little bit behind in T2 mexes, though. I feel like that kind of should be a priority, no?
Still even, yeah. I mean, they should, but they're starting another wave number 5 on the north side with more and more infantry, so that cuts into the speed they're able to eco.
Banshee.
As long as they're scaling energy, I think they should be fine, right?
I think so too, and they can just kind of slowly scale it.
Because those attacks are just basically free, and even with the attacks they apply pressure to get to the middle, and they do control the geo somewhat, and they are cleaning AD as much as they can. And with the mammoth, it's going to be a little bit harder right now, right?
Yeah, but here come the Shuris. They're gonna, I think they just straight up stun it, and there's no AA here. Where is the AA? Does this mammoth just go down?
Everything is flying right now. I don't think.
Oh my god, there are a lot of commands being issued. Good god. Yeah, everything is. Oh, figs are coming in now, but I think this mammoth got stunned long enough that it's gonna go down. So great play from Patak, or I think that was Patak, to actually get that. Still a bull here. The bull might get zerged down. I think these pawns, just because they can close in on these bulls, can do a bit of damage. They do have res bots up above.
They do hold that. I mean, they're gonna lose most of the Shuris as well, and not that that's that big of a deal.
Yeah, and
but, yeah.
Reiko dropped a T2 bot lab in mid. It looks like he's got Jammer and a normal bot, and then we're gonna see Sheldons to kind of chip away.
Oh,
and
Banshees?
Oh, that is.
I think it's a little bit too late. I don't even know where the Patak is.
Yeah, Patak is here, but if you look, there's a lot of metals in the way. I don't think.
Oh, they're gonna get some bulls or something. Maybe.
Well, they're rezzing now, so they can res the mammoth, maybe res the bull. There's a bit here, and then they can push it. Banshees are... Where are the Banshees going? I feel like a bombing run maybe would have just been better here, but who knows?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So they see the T2 lab in mid, and they might be able to punish it because I don't think it's super well defended, right? It's just T1 pork. And Banshees are coming in now. So at least they get decent vision, but... Oh, actually, there's no AA here. Does this finish in time?
The flak is trying to get out.
I think this finishes. Yeah, they should just... I think the flak kills them. Oh, does it? No. All right, so they're going to back off there. They're spamming AA, but we'll see. Multiple pipples on the high ground.
Could even. You would think these gunships were a complete waste, but they made so much AA now that they even more lack the numbers on the ground, right? So it's
and I mean this army difference is
another
huge. Just look at that.
All they need to get some damage efficiency. But I think with the Sheldons right now, it's a lot harder to fight against the Sheldons.
Yeah, they can just kind of chip away, and there are thugs in front. So even though these grunts want to come and fight, looks like these thugs should be able to frontline relatively well for them. What did I just hear? Oh, he was trying to comm walk. Sorry, we missed that. So Zarix was trying to comm walk, got sniped and backed off. And this front lab from Reiko is under a lot of pressure from Sheldons. This is a little scary. So multiple Sheldons in mid pushing this. There are a lot of fiends behind as well. And there is an AA. They haven't quite learned their lesson. I think they threw away a number of figs. So AA is a little bit of a problem here, but I think the fiends just want to maybe try to commit.
I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. They self-D, but they don't quite get it. And up on top, we see a rattlesnake going down with the triple pit bull defending. This is one of those situations where I kind of feel like maybe if they had just flown in a couple arbiters, they could have done way more damage.
One thing that the Nut team is actually doing just fine is they have upgraded the big mixes in the middle to T2, and that's granting them actual feelable metal advantage, right? It's 16 metal. There's like, it's very hard to. You need a lot of resources in another team to just have that in there from the base stats.
And
I think they're just fine.
It is dropping his second fusion, and he's got the jammer and another lab up here. So I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, they just also decided to just defend against him. Okay, you can have that, little part
Yeah.
of our island.
Looks like we've got another drop coming in. It is a con. Maybe we're going to try to do a high ground radar. Both teams have great wind farms, though. I mean, there are so many wind farms here. Is that an aphis? Oh, no, it's just a normal fusion. Sorry. Yeah, but a lot of bulls, and army value is starting to equalize. I think that the game
it's not going to be for long. The red players currently can't decide whether he wants Marauders or Shivas, Razorbacks. So they are going to get the army value this way.
Oh, yeah. All right, and Sheldons are still just kind of chipping away, but there are a lot of ticks incoming. And, oh, does this transport? No, transport does not go down. Ticks are not going to commit in either. They're going to get chipped away by these. I think he wanted to commit, and then he saw the mammoth and was like, ooh, I don't know if we want to go there. And AD, dude, AD is the proxy master. Look, it's just proxies left, right, and center. There's no jammer here, though, right? Although their radar can't even see it. It's just at the edge of their radar right there. Oh my God, AD. But bulls in mid can chip away at a lot of this, and there isn't anything to stop them right now. This could just fly in a spy bot. They're all so grouped. I think one emp would sort of end it, no? But with all of that dead, they're going to try to send ticks through. Preemptively, we already have all the grunts and the pawns in position. I like that they immediately go to res this T2 max. Shuris are going to come in, and Lewis's comm is here, who's going to try to comm bomb, but I think they see the comm. They have the radar for it. But here comes the Razor, and I think the Razor with the Maras definitely can push back these bulls, although there are a lot of bulls. And on the other side, Raiko did eat that T2 front lab. He realized it was in a lot of danger. And they are gonna actually be able to push back this mammoth Sheldon push, it looks like, with the bulls. The Razor that was here needed to back up to clean up some other things. Where do you think these Maras should go for 8D, or do you think there's a better position for them?
Well, I don't know I'm not a Mara enjoyer, so I wouldn't know where to extract the value, but you should try to obviously go and sneak in through one of the sides there, bypass the army.
Oh, can he get, he almost got to the converter stack. Did he? He sees the converter stack, but I think the Shuri is going to be able to do enough, and Banshee's coming out to clean it up. Oh, maybe he does get the converter stack? I think he gets, wait, no, he's not focus firing. They're going for the mechs instead, and Mara's
this is actually doing damage.
Yeah, they're gonna get the fusion.
Yeah, I think he got in the best possible position right here.
Yeah, 8D had these, had those there to stop, and I think it almost worked against them, because instead of running into 8D, they ran in here. And so these Maras are getting wind, they get the fusion, and they're going to head up into 8D. And 8D, it has one Pitbull down. He's going to drop another. I don't think he has the BP, though, to get this up in time before these Maras get in here and severely punish him. There's also a Serb in mid that is applying a ton of pressure. Zarek splits his Maras, so some come this way. Does he get the... Oh, all right, he gets the fusion. That was a little scary.
Good, yeah.
And he gets the BP. Oh, he might be able to get the other fusion too, because he could just kite and get away. And the second round of Maras is coming in, and Resign Vote comes out from PBS.
AD is not happy about losing his base, so I don't know if it's organized.
We don't want to do that. I mean, they are really far behind in all metrics, so we'll see. And look at the range of this Serb in mid. It's able to chip away at everything that's up here. It's got 21 kills, and it's just farming damage stats. And finally, we get to see the bombers. Although I don't really know if you they had such a strong reaction to air. Do you really want to try to bomb any of this? I mean, there's 10 nettles here. And AA bots.
Bulls might be able to do something in the middle. That's a lot of bulls.
Yeah, that is a lot of bulls, and razors are coming. This is kind of, I think, the last ditch effort. Hellsound is printing bulls and jags, and he's gonna commit in. Lewis B's commander is coming into position, though. I think this razor just dies to the superior number of bulls. Why are there 29 centurions?
Well, okay. Somebody said they were a good unit, right? So,
so you just got to make them. Second set of Maras are going to come in and clean up a little bit more of his base, and now they're moving into Hellshound. One Mara in back is going to start ripping apart this wind farm, and more decisive battle in mid. There are so many Centurions, but the bull AoE, I mean, they can just kite them, right? It's scary, but it's really not that scary. The Sens just aren't going to be able to contribute that much. With that said, his base is getting shredded by these Maras, and if they can snipe this fusion, he's repairing. Oh, it's going to be close. Nope, it goes down. So energy advantage is now swinging even more, and it is looking real scary. And bombers were bombing bulls, I think. So,
well, starlights maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Starlight count didn't change.
No, and the other issue too is now he doesn't have the E to fire. Yeah, after he lost that. So
73 energy income for him to fire on his starlights. So
yeah,
he should definitely give his starlights away because.
Oh no! One died. They changed and it killed the others. And Mammoth is here. The bulls are trying to run in, but Mammoth is tanking him for now. And it looks like there's reinforcing Maras here. I think this is going to be all she wrote. Nut has a commanding lead, which I'm excited for. I'm always happy to see a game 3, right? Like, can't go wrong.
Yeah. All other teams have finished the round 1, so there might be a little bit of a break for the teams before the round 2.
Yeah, and dude, there are a lot of bombers we're gonna go coming. In the game. Oh my god. There are 48 whirlwinds and 14 stormbringers, and they are running through. Lots of bombs, 2 comms apiece. I'm not sure why PBS hasn't tapped out yet. You think they're just talking about what went wrong? Maybe they're like,
well,
shit, we had no idea. Oh man. All right, and we see.
And yeah, they surrender, so this is officially.
Yeah,
our. One surrender, all surrender, right?
Hellshound
so,
and Reiko both hopping out. So, all right. So I mean, whew, that was a great game. That was a super close game, a number of times, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was even, but they were able to kind of. I mean, after they actually, did a good attack on the north and managed to shove through and kill the energy from that position, it was like always a little bit on the back foot. And they didn't like make any big mistakes, and they were able to secure like 60% of the map. And even though the attacks were like kind of sometimes felt like desperate and like a big feed, in the end they managed to use that pressure to get in a favorable position.
Yeah.
Well played.
I
think they should definitely be proud of this game.
I think they did. I did not think it was going to go quite as well as it did, especially because that was PBS's map, right? PBS picked that map. So it's kind of funny because both teams have lost on the actual. Oh, I should probably show you guys. Apologies. So Nut picked Charlie in the Hills and lost on it. Oh, whoops, that is not the right team. So Nut picked Charlie on the Hills and lost on it. And then PBS picked Tabula and lost on that. And so the last map we're going to is Hella's Basin. So, this is going to be interesting. I mean, I don't think really any of these players are super intense straight players, right? So I also think, to be fair, Hella's in 5s, I think plays out a little differently, right? Because I feel like in 5s, Hella's is much more of a kind of like an all-in mid. Do you agree, LSR?
Well, Hellas is a little bit, I would say, more macro map. You have to have a really tight build order, so you need to understand what is going on the macro, because you need at least one player that's able to expand, and all others just, cooperate.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think in a lot of the games that I've seen on it, when we see, actually, let's go blue, not red. So you normally will see like kind of like the back spawns here, like one person spawning in back on each of those. And traditionally, I think we see kind of the one-on-one C battle in the bottom lane. But we in the games that I've watched, at least, we see the 3 spawn mid, and you just kind of co-op and push. And then generally speaking, North Sea is sort of uncontested, just because if you don't have the 3 people co-oping in mid, you sort of just get overwhelmed with units.
Yeah. Well, on the North Sea, generally you would want to have like a aircon. You need to grab those mexes on the hill, so you usually have that stuff. And after that air is done, maybe you could grab, and you could also always send the beaver. I don't think this is really mapped out the way I've seen it. Like, we as a Barco had completely different takes. We like with the double title spam in order to get like really, really fast boom geos.
Yeah.
But we've seen both the C players, and it's actually, where do you want to go? What is your plan? How do you plan to attack? Is it going to be through bombing, through amphib attack, through holding the C eco and not pushing the middle? I think there's so many variations that it's hard to tell how it actually plays out. Yeah, I mean, and it's a super rich map. I mean, it doesn't have as much reclaim as I thought it did, actually, in terms of metal. It's only got 942, but there is a ton of energy reclaim for it. And I mean, it has incredible wind, it's got incredible tidal. So there's definitely, there's definitely a lot of options. I feel like in the games that I've watched, more of it has just been through mid. Do we know if Nut has a C player? C player? Well, I haven't seen them on Hellas, so I don't know what their strategy is. They shouldn't have given that they're the lower seed. I don't know how much they practiced for Hellas specifically, right? Right. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure either. I think maybe they thought they could just ban it out, or maybe they do have a C player. Unfortunately, I'm not super familiar with a lot of their players. So it's, we'll have to see. But while we wait for them to hop in, these are the 2 teams. So Teddy is not playing, and Sheep is not playing. Sheep is a classic watcher at this point. But I guess Major Noob and Teriyaki are both Ismith players, or they've played a lot of straight. So I think that maybe they have some sort of command of C. I guess we'll see. And we are just waiting for the players, and we will get started on the next one. But it looks like players are readying up. Getting ready. All right. There are some large game counts on this. Look at our boy Raiko here. 3,000 games. This man has put in some work. 80 at 2K as well. So that's just this year. These stats are from January 1st to present. That's ridiculous. It's a lot of games. A lot of games. But yeah, I'm excited. We are loading in and getting ready. So let's see what the spawns look like. Let's see kind of what the teams look like and what the plan is. All right. What do we have here? AD has the best computer, quickly nabs the spot by the looks of it. I'm gonna go backline. He's not, you just start him like, but I wanted to. No, get out of here. Yeah, I don't know. They might, maybe it was like the spawn order. It's hard to tell, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, who knows? But yeah, it is funny. Okay, so he's not gonna spawn there. He's actually gonna spawn here. It looks like, oh yeah, Hells is their C player. Zart
Tarks is gonna spawn. See, oh, my stats are wrong actually for that. I thought Hellas had better wind. Apologies, everyone. I lied right to your faces.
I like the title starts. It means probably it's gonna be like either aggressive or they're gonna cook. I mean.
All right, so whoa. All right, so these are more or less very, very different spawns. So title start, and then I'm assuming
I know what's coming. Pretty sure.
Okay. Wow. All right, so we got Hells and Sea. He's going to be uncontested. The real question is, when he realizes he's uncontested, do you think it's worth it to like drop destroyers and then kind of harass the shore, or do you just drop sea cons?
Maybe one or two, but you want to go amphib. You need to put pressure in the backline more than you need. I mean, one coast guard is good, but I don't think that coast is really good to support. I don't like. It's pretty hard to shoot up sometimes, like with the ship.
Yeah,
even. I mean, you could technically. But I think the and also like one Roy firing doesn't like impact the game. You need an ally to actually grab those 4.0s, like to kind of go there, right? You need to do the Coast Guard into getting the eco to like get the advantage. While the troops in their backline is usually very critical damage if they manage to get there.
All right, we will see. Oh, apologies. Checkboxes are the number of times in qualifiers that the map was picked. So sorry. The 2 checkboxes on Hellas bases mean that in qualifiers it was played twice. You will get that answer in 5 minutes. So I probably should have just typed it out to you. Apologies, Mr. Saber, or me Saber. All right, so here we go. Spawns. He's got the queue of titles and he just takes his hand off the keyboard.
I love this.
Yeah, last Omega series we had a absolutely incredible well, right now he's at 18, but we had Skag with 3 APM, which I think was my favorite. He just queued up titles with his commander and was like, all right guys, carry me, I've done my job. So,
they're not doing as hard as we did. We actually opted for 2 players title spamming, but you know, it's good. I mean, they actually have 2 players title spamming. So, and look at the win. This is really, really good for their team.
Yeah.
Like, you can see that the Sheep's team actually have to drop solars right now, which is like embarrassing because compared to titles being 20.
Yeah, you're right. We got those. So it looks like Patak dropped that. He's going to come over and boost the ARM bot lab from Raiko. Stardom is going to open core bots, probably for some reclaim, maybe for some res bots as well for the support. 8D is going to start air and opening with a scout, so they'll see what's here. And then Hell's Hound dropped this, and he's ARM C. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I think Dolphins are pretty good rush units. Maybe, and also, you know, ARM C gunships is really good, right? So that's
true. Sabers do not mess around. And then we see the exact same.
Like Geo, maybe looks like.
Yeah, so we'll see. So this is going to be interesting. We're going to have uncontested C versus uncontested C, and Hell's Hound is going to get the full scout off in a second. So, or sorry, not Hell's Hound. 8D is going to get the full scout off in a second with this Finch. We see some grunts and some incisors going, but let's see what information this Finch can get. So he's going to fly over and they see these spawns. They also see that there's no, because he went down first, so he saw that there was no opposing C. So I'm curious what Hell's Hound is going to do to shift over. And then he sees the start here with the C lab.
Well, Hell's Hound definitely should just spam cons, get all the mexes as fast as he can and reclaim the lab and go whatever he wants to do. Either go help ground. I mean, he's a flex player after that.
Right.
Those blitzes are getting stopped completely by just a couple of I don't know about those scouts, but jostling with the control. They're gonna have like commanders first to the middle, and you know, shurikens are kind of right there, but with the commanders there's nothing they would like actually impact.
Yeah, I think
it looks like that they are getting the mexes faster than the opposing team.
Yeah, so we will see. I mean,
Yeah,
They're
but just
leading.
look at the stats. Yeah, it's very significant advantage, like 40% energy due to the tidal spam, and then the metal they're not slacking either, right? So they managed to get the breast bots to the middle. They managed to getting mexes in the middle. They're expanding even. They have like a transport going, and look at the AD. AD hasn't grabbed any. Like he just only now got like his one con flying somewhere, and that's just one con. Like he had to go buy the con, then send the transport.
Then fly it over. Yeah.
But I think the Stardom is getting the T.15 transport for some duty, right? That's a
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's air out now, so maybe they were concerned about bombing or anything else. But I actually kind of like this because
T2. You can see the T2 starting, probably the ARM vehicle T2 from
Reiko. Or from Reiko.
Both of the teams. No, both of the teams. They started actually the other.
Oh yeah, sorry. For some reason I didn't see the two dots. But in mid, this is still a pretty significant battle. Lewis is quite the thug enjoyer, and I'm here for it. AT says he already reclaimed lab. And this is just stout thug in mid, battling back and forth. LLT's going down.
The team also managed to get the backline scout information. They actually know that there's not that many mixes there. He just
Oh yeah, I didn't even I looked and I saw it and I was like, oh yeah, it's here. So yeah, they scout through, they see that there really isn't that much there. And I think maybe this game might come down to impact from C players, right? Because both of them
from
are
Hellshound, who gets the mexes built first, right? I think the air players should try to, get the mexes at the corner as fast as possible. When the T2 vehicle, just to play in general, will be determining factor, I think.
All right, so
we don't see.
Wait, where's the...
And actually, you can see the Nut team also is getting into the sea, so Hellshound is not going to have, like, advantage anymore. He will have to pivot to the ships eventually, because...
Yeah. I'm a little concerned with the greed out of Nut, though. So they opened triple con? And there's already a bull basically, weaving its way.
Greed is good. We have a saying in the Barco, greed is good. But
greed is good.
But Bulls is gonna, as long as they can skirmish back, and just actually try to get the eco advantage, it will be just fine, I think.
Okay. Whoops. All right.
But yeah, the Mausers is gonna start trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to give up quite a bit of ground. We see a bull coming out now, but I mean, look at this metal advantage, right? Like 114 to 153. I don't think they're reclaiming anything.
Well, it's not like, I think the PBS is also getting the mexes upgraded, right? There's
right.
certain order to this as well. There are better mexes in this.
He says, 1 sec, never mind. he's just psyching him out. We gotta pause. No, we don't. All right, so Hellshound he took most of these mexes, but now Philo is in the sea, and so he's got the frigates out. The one thing is he's gonna need subs to actually snipe mexes, or maybe just a destroyer.
Yeah, I think if he already was on the subs, he could do a lot of damage, but Hellshound actually manages to pivot. To see. So did they not actually get the boom geo so far?
No, normal geo there, and
they will get P1 geo. Yeah, the sheep team already is, I think, finishing their prude.
Yeah, and they're gonna prude. Do you like the prude? I feel like the prude in mid is kind of nice, just in case something bad happens. Oh my God, he's right. Wow. Look at this overflow. What is... they are all E-starved, and Reiko goes down. The bulls are harassing, so the Mausers were here, but there wasn't enough of a front line, and it looks like the bulls were able to just kind of pressure them. Lewis B is repairing, and they don't have another commander close, but Stardom is going to come and eat that con. The problem is they're overflowing metal, so I think they're going to waste a lot of that commander, and German team is applying a lot of pressure in mid.
Yeah, and I love the boom geo. Like, I obviously, getting it sniped hurts, but the boom geo is just too good, right? And you can always convert to prude later, right? Once you feel that there's actually gender, but you have to open the boom geo. I think that's that's the brave way, right?
And I love this. There's just a few Shuris here, but Hells had dropped urchins to, or whatever they're called. harpoons. Sorry, he dropped harpoons to kind of like slow down the sea thing. But even just a couple Shuris can lock him down, and then the destroyer frigate army can clean him up. And 8D is going into the sea here.
I haven't seen so close.
What is this? What? Okay, all right. Oh, and the sub is out though, so the sub should be able to. Hovers can't do anything to subs.
But can sub?
What? Okay. All right.
Sub can't kill a sub. Can sub kill a hover lab or no? Right?
I think it can, right? But I think it's gonna go try to snipe mexes. Yeah, it can. It can.
Oh yeah, it can. Yeah.
Okay, good. But still, that's really funny. That sub versus hover. And these Mausers are undefended. Reiko should be able to clean them up. Did he move them in on accident or something? Why are these Mausers frontline? Major noob living up to his name. All right, but this is bull versus bull in mid, and Starlight comes out, so this bull aggression might get crippled a little bit. Regardless, they did kick him off the 4.0 mechs here. I feel like they need to try to push up and hold these mexes.
Yeah, I think the Nut team is doing so far fine. Like their boom geo is booming. They've been spending. The advantage is still growing, right? So they're even
frontline fusion. The fusion, the fusion next to the geo is a little interesting because I feel like that's such a snipe/bombing target. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Prude is bombable that easily, but yeah, you're right.
I mean, they're gonna fly at it to try to bomb it. So I feel like if there's anything else and they scout it when they're going in, they can just go. But second boom geo going up right here. No one's taken the mid island boom geo though, so yeah, we'll see. And it looks like they did. Nut does have their second boom geo going down, and they boom geoed in the main.
That's
they also
a lot of BP there. They just gonna go through middle, I think.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they want to do. And this South Sea is a little scary. I mean, look at all of these ships that are coming in.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna be decisive, but that's a lot of metal, right? And at least the hell, like, Teriyaki could actually maybe.
No, there's only one destroyer, right? Yeah, so his head isn't out of the water, I don't think. No, his head's not out of the water, so we should be good. Okay.
AD has been making some progress on the North Sea. He did push out the hover lab at the north, and
yeah, so
he at least will again pull the APM of the opposing player away.
Right, and
but the middle just looks scary.
I know, especially with the Starlight spam coming in.
It's the Starlight, the Jags, everything.
Yep. So we'll see what PBS can do. They are gonna make some. They're making Starlights of their own. Maybe we want to see a rattle down. I don't know. I guess they have the E to fund as many Starlights as they need because they have the double AGO. So as long as they're sharing, they should be fine. They've managed to burn through all their metal, thankfully. So now the push is coming, but these Starlight numbers are starting to stack up and it's real scary. These are spread nicely too, so they won't chain. And
yeah,
Teriyaki.
It doesn't look like PBS has like any spam on the front as well. I mean, we have a ticks coming one way, but you know, the sheep team is just popping the ticks while they're popping the big units, right? So that's not good for them.
And ticks are coming now. They see the commander on the other side. Jags are gonna go. Are they gonna run at it? Jags in front. I kind of feel like, oh, Reiko's gonna cloak, but there was a tick running. I mean, they have to see this, right? Yeah, they see. All right, he's good. They see the comm, so.
Hello. Doesn't even fire.
Yeah, he's like, wait, what? There we go. All right, so Reiko goes down. So 5-3 comm advantage for Team Nut, and Hellhound is getting ready to contest C. We're seeing about 6k metal worth 10k metal of C.
Marauder's already out for the.
Oh, I missed the T3 lab. Let's go. This is actually
already.
Yeah, if they can
to the next
in.
thing. So they actually, the Starlights were in the ultimate play in the middle. That's just the hold.
Yeah, which I like, but it's applying a lot of pressure, and I feel like PBS, not DBS, is Yeah,
Actually forcing out the defenses with the rattles and double LLTs there, they think the attack is going to the middle, but if the Marauders actually now hit a completely different space, all that like rattle is a waste, right? Like if you think about it, like if it's not going to get used.
I think Teriyaki, maybe if he can take a decisive battle in C, they can do it. But these ticks are getting in, and if they start losing BP and other things, it's going to get really scary.
Wait, are those enemy ticks already just roaming through the base like they own it?
Oh my god, they're in.
That's a complete scout. They're seeing all the fusions, all the everything.
Yeah, they see it all. And I mean, Maras, yeah, he draws the line for the Maras. But yeah, you're right. They're in, and they're gonna start. Oh, they're gonna get eaten by nanos, but spamming it out.
Making fun of his team again for like such behavior of letting ticks just run through their base.
But they're getting overwhelmed, and look at this. Lewis B, he has all these Jags, and they're gonna collapse in now. Maybe he should have run through and sniped Eco, but ticks are in, and that rattle goes down. Mausers are trying, but Maras have arrived, and
decisive.
Yeah, PBS has to know that they are in serious trouble if not game over.
Brood and 2 fusions should be just critical damage.
Yeah,
there's no way about.
They call it. They're like, yep, we are.
Amazing performance, what can I say?
Really, really good job. Really, really good job. Awesome. Interesting. So we saw that, major. Well, I mean, to be fair, this is everyone has their sliders and they're co-oping, but hey, you got a cow. We'll call it out when he gets it. And I mean, that was quite a game. I didn't think it was going to go like it did, but I'm really happy that that it worked out. And shout out to the German stack. I think that in terms of, bets and in terms of what people thought was going to happen, I think people thought it would be probably like 2-1, but I think that most people assumed that PBS would take it. But they didn't. So for PBS versus Nut, game 1, Charlie in the Hills, which PBS took. Game 2 on Tabula, which Nut took. And then game 3 on Hellas, which Nut took. So they take the series 2-1. And in terms of other results, let's see what we have here. So it looks like TC 2-0'd Rat, and then APM 2-0'd DME. We just watched Nut 2-1 PBS, and it looks like Nut. I was like, Nut already played again. What? But Nut gets a free win next because of Geo dropping out. So Pro versus PBS is coming up, which I would like to see. And then we also have APM versus Rat and TC versus DME. What do we think is going to be the best here? I almost want to watch the APM versus Rat, or maybe TC versus DME. We just watched PBS, so maybe we should share the love. What are your thoughts?
I'm thinking APM versus Rat would be good. I want to see maybe the Zal play, right? And
do we know who is actually playing for them today? I'm curious. I don't know either. So we will have to see. Let's see if we can start collecting players while we sort everything out, and they might already be in a lobby and ready. It looks like TC versus Row is waiting. So yeah. Where are our players? I don't think any surprising results though, right? From what we just saw.
From other teams, no, yeah.
I think the only kind of, I'm not going to say shocker, but the only kind of quote unquote upset is the PBS versus Nut. So shout out to Germany. Way to make it happen. All right, and we are waiting for players. If you guys are unfamiliar with the map pool, we can just
join on me.
Hold on.
I think I'm in the correct lobby.
We are doing this instead. Yes. All right. So this is exciting. So this is going to be Rat versus someone else. And we are about to start picks and bans. So 1 second. Okay, so this will be another BO3, which means 4 bans followed by 2 picks, followed by 2 more bans, and then we get the last one.
Well, row opens with the Barrier Reef ban.
I mean, that's fair. I think a lot of these guys are kind of ATG players, right? Like Zeph and I think Heli are both ATG players, right? So he's like, we don't want to deal with that.
It's Barrier Reef. Looks like
sorry.
Glitters.
Not glitters.
And the second is Center Command. Yeah, okay, you're on it.
Yeah, Center Command. All right, so this is going to be Zeph, Flash, Predator, Row, Helicopter, Mr. Duraka, and Master Bell for Team Rat, which is the really awesome team. And then we've got Austin Zhao, Kuchi Chisato, Neza, and Quacker for C88B2F. And now we're just chilling. We are just waiting for the next ban. I'm trying to think of, so I feel like C88B2F just is a stronger team mechanically. So maybe they want to try to ban out a lot of those sort of technical maps like Command Center, Charlie in the Hills, the ones that you can just kind of lose in a BO advantage.
Yeah, they want bigger maps in general, so divide their lanes so they could maneuver their troops a little bit more, right? So
all right.
Yeah.
And we are waiting for the next, so you can see the map pool in the middle, which is all the glitters, Barrier, Charlie in the Hills, Center Command, Delta Siege Dry, Feast of Hades, Hellas, the Rock Jungle, Rosetta, Salt, and Tabula. And I think it's kind of crazy. We haven't seen a single game on DSD in qualifiers. And I don't think anyone's played it yet here either. So, for whatever reason, it just hasn't been banned, or nothing else has really happened. All right, so we are still waiting. Rat taking a little bit of time with this one, trying to think about exactly what they want. Exactly.
Somebody muted Shoddy, so Shoddy banned it.
So Shoddy, for those of you who don't know, he can be a little bit of a he's younger. He's a younger individual. So sometimes he says some things that annoy people and he ends up getting muted. He was muted by the other team, so he announced their ban, but they didn't see it because he's muted. All right, and it looks like
Rock Jungle.
The Rock Jungle is the next ban. So I guess Rat just doesn't want to play C at all, right? They're getting rid of essentially both the C maps. And then maybe Hellas has C as well, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, one would think that maybe C could be good. It would put them in awkward territory.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both Flash and Master Bell should be pretty competent in C, right? So I don't think they're necessarily scared of C per se. I think both those players play relatively well, but
Charlie in the Hills, as you predicted.
Yeah,
he goes with the ban.
He doesn't wanna fool around with that, which totally makes sense. I mean, there's a lot there. We had some questions about the actual players. So in terms of, while we wait for more bans, in terms of the the players themselves, sorry, this is C88B2F and then really awesome teams. You can see C88B2F has a lot of Rotato players, and then really awesome team is kind of a mixture of FFA, Straight, and Rotato. But Helicopter and Zeph are their two ATG players, and then Predator, Row, and Duroc are kind of their rotation players. Duroc is more of a 1v1 player, as you can see from his Canis River. But these are the two teams, so kind of a mix of styles. But I definitely think that C88 is just by far the favorite to actually take this. They are undefeated so far in the tournament, and they are looking strong.
Yeah, I think Shadi said he wants his team like to go undefeated in a whole match. So, and they're bringing their best lineup today as well. I think you could argue maybe Shadi versus Neza versus maybe Kuchi, but
yeah, that's true.
That's
all right.
really
So we got the pick. We got the ATG pick. Whoop whoop. All right. So we're gonna see a little ATG with some ATG players on it. So they're gonna be in their comfort zone. But I will say that 5v5 ATG plays out very differently compared to 8v8 ATG, and I think it's a much better 5v5 map. That's another map though that has that kind of interesting split of, does your backline go air? Does your backline just mass eco? What do you want to do? How do you want to make it work? And we see a Hella's pick from C88B2F. So, they probably either want to all in mid or maybe stall it out and then scale. Those are some very scary scaling players. And 5 is going to be Tabula. All right. Do you consider Tabula a technical map, LSR?
I don't know. Technical, for me, technical maps are where you have to do like things in a certain order. I think Tabula, you can be pretty flexible. You can do, as I mentioned before at the start, it's just like you just need to pick a strategy where you're gonna hit, and the only things that matter are usually the big middle mixes and how do you get to secure them, and obviously how fast can you get the boom geos and like on your side, right, to get the both geos.
Yeah,
I think that usually determines who wins, and bombing, there isn't anything specific.
And they ban Feast of Hades, correct? So all right, so Feast of Hades ban, and second to last ban is going to be Salt Reef, which means we only have 2 maps left, which are going to be DSD and Rosetta. Yeah, they're going to pick Rosetta. Oh, that is, if it goes to game 3, that is going to be really scary. I don't want to play. See, like Zhao, Chisato, Austin, all on Rosetta, Kuchi on Rosetta. Whew. And Shadi's a great air. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I think ATG is more technical. If you think about it, you have to be pretty specific. There's so many mixes that you have to get them in a
That's true. You do need a
There's
really
a lot
good
of value.
Yeah, you do. You need a really good.
A lot of things. And the geo as well is really, really important. In Tabula, there's like, okay, you grab your base mixes and then you walk in the line, right? There isn't anything that's specific.
No
and
like,
you
oh,
could
man.
improvise with what you want, like what labs you could do air, you could not do air. There's up in air.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure. And we've definitely seen for ATG, I think there's been there's been some kind of interesting sort of splits where you generally almost always, you're going to see the forefront who are kind of spawning here. Hold on. That is
close to the front as possible, right?
Yeah. I am not actually drawing on the correct map. I apologize, everyone. I'm like drawing on a map to myself. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, that's not gonna work. For some reason, I can't draw an ATG. Anyway, there's kind of a split where you can either do the front spawns, or you can have people kind of spawn in back. And the back spawn, we've seen a mixture of where they just boost front, where they mass expand side to side, or where they go air. And I don't think there's been really an established meta for it of like, oh yeah, this is 100% the best, but it's definitely an interesting kind of I think it's definitely sort of an interesting split for what happens. I will say that if you have a strong air player like Shoddy, I think that it totally makes sense to actually do an air start and try to punish. With that said, I saw Austin and Chisato spawn in back in a few scrim games and just like massively eco. And if there's players that you don't want AFK ecoing in the back, I would say Chisato is probably at the top of your list, and Austin is maybe top 5 as well. So, yeah. Thoughts, LSR?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I think the middle mixes are obviously really important since they're the biggest, especially once you hit the T2 stage. So you at least want to skirmish them. It's not like you can camp on your side of the map. It's not going to go well for you. And, you at least want to do a pressure into an enemy crater to see if they're not going to get with like a really fast boom geo. At least jostle for the control there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's definitely quite a bit for sure in terms of what you can do or sort of what makes sense. It's also
like the players are ready to go. We had a little bit of technical issue for one of the teams, but they're starting right now.
All right, we are loading in. So let's take a gander at the situation. So just as a reminder, game 1 is on ATG, game 2 is on Hellas, and if we go to a game 3, it'll be on Rosetta. Although, we used to call Rosetta ROW, right? Because he was quite a menace on that map. I think everyone who's played for a while has been nuked by him just a couple times. So I was going to say PBS. It is not PBS. C88B2F is spawning on top. We got Kuchi in Canyon. Wants to do a little geo play. We've got Shoddy in back, which may indicate air, but I'm not sure. Chisato on the front. Whoop, whoop. And Zeph is going to be counter Canyon. Duroc is going to be middle. Master Bell is taking Canyon, and their backliner is Row. All right. And Heli is also going to be on the front. So we're going to see how this plays out. They're saying you should self-decom. Do you think it's worth it to actually self-decom on this? I feel like you're going to have so many mexes, you don't need it, right? Like, I think if you just open V and mass expand, you're going to have such an insane amount of metal that you probably won't need it. But who knows? I guess we'll see.
Yeah. Looks like the rat team isn't on the voice, so need to type them out. So I'm not sure how they're going to coordinate like really well, but it seems that they're have at least some plan and, will do the best they can. I'd like to see in general, the expansions, do they go like air? It's hard to tell. One would assume like armed vehicle would be the best for all the max count.
I traditionally have seen if they're going to backline eco, they go RV, just because you want the BP is nice, the energy gen is nice, and then also because they're so spread out, you want the speed. They can move relatively quick. Okay. And it looks like Shoddy is not going to take the whole backline thing. It looks like all 4 of these players, Kuchi marked them to take their mexes. So as opposed to having the strong backliner and then the 4 frontliners that are pushing, they're going to have a 4 strong front, and then Shoddy doing Shoddy things while Rotex. Game is starting in 14. Do you think if this goes late that Rat can win it, or do you think they're on a timer?
Well, I think it really depends on what happens in the middle, right? Who gets the T2? Well, in general, I think the C8A team is better coordinated, so their tech might be faster, so they might just snowball off. So I think it is harder for them right there. I think they're on the timer, both from the morale standpoint and from the other standpoints. But
Wind is at 15, but Ro is taking no chances. Is going to open solar. So we're going to have Ro as arm bots in back. Interesting. Zeph is going to go arm vehicle. Helicopter is going to go arm vehicle. Mr. Dirac is going to go core bots. And Master Bell in the canyon is also going to go core bots. So we see 3 arm, 2 core with a mix of vehicles and bots. Kuchi arm bots in the canyon. Zhao, arm V, Austin, core V.
I haven't seen. I don't think I've ever seen Austin on core vehicles.
I feel like he plays
a
it.
Tick enjoyer.
He is a tick enjoyer. I feel like he does play it a little bit though. Chisato, arm V, and then Shoddy in back is arm, which I think might indicate he's not going to go air. I feel like normally if you wanted to do an air start, you would do it with core, but maybe I'm wrong. But he is just playing battery for now. He's just living his best AFK life.
Well, maybe that's why Austin is him. Austin will just give 1 con to Shoddy, so he's just gonna win farm.
Yep. Oh no, there we go.
Actually,
Zhao, wait, no, Zhao gave him the
yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense. Oh, but he gets both factions as well. As I said, Austin is gonna give him the Cortex con. So.
Yeah, so he can go back and then make it. All right, so we see on the front line here, Helicopter has some ticks out, or sorry, some rovers out, and then Kuchi has ticks getting into position, making sure nothing's going on, and we're going to see the first little scout battles coming up quick. Looks like Zeph sees the ticks and is going to back up. Ticks sort of...
That's hard fighting. They lose to rovers generally. I remember being frustrated as a tick defense player that...
Oh. Did they get the res bot? Zal's trying? The turret! Oh, so close! That was actually great micro from Mr. Dirac. You know, you gotta run around the rascal and abuse its awful turret turn rate, which to me might be one of the most tilting things in bar when you're trying to kill something and you over micro the rascal and then it can't turn fast enough. And yeah. Oh, does Kuchi sneak these in? Kuchi's he almost tried, but Commander was there.
At least, but yeah. Look, he doesn't know what's it. I mean, this is his pressure play, right?
And you are 100% correct. Here is the core air lab, and it looks like we're gonna go 1 bomber with a scout into Shuri into Fig. And
yeah, very reasonable. Reminds me of our play generally.
In terms of overall, we see Incisor, Whistler, Tick, and then on the other side we see a lot of Janice, Whistler with some stouts mixed in, and then Grunt, Trasher, and Master Bell is just going straight Rocco now, which is kind of interesting. Kuchi is in a little bit of trouble here. He's got ticks defending, but while he was fighting Zeph, it looks like Helicopter was able to sneak in. So I wonder if Shoddy is going to have to bail out of this bomber open and make Shuri's to kind of hold this back. Oh, and Dirac snipes an expanding con from Austin, which I think is great.
Pretty good pressure so far. Like, this is dealing way more damage across multiple places in front, right?
Yeah, and, I agree. I think they're doing awesome damage now.
Cannot lose all of the cons on there.
And these blitz get in, they're gonna snipe this. All right, so now they see the now they see the Shuri's revealed. So Shoddy can't go for the bomber open that he wanted to. He had to bail out and go Shuri instead. They're gonna be able to mitigate quite a bit of this pressure.
Oh, and Sato lost his T1 con as well.
So, yeah.
So he has actually drive and retake all those mixes.
Yeah, and there's definitely a bit of metal here. And the other thing is that Ro hasn't teched yet. He's got a full metal bar. and I think maybe he should be able to break his T2 out a little bit faster. But if Rat can keep applying pressure, I think if their T2 can hit a little earlier, they're going to be in a really, really good position. One concern I have is someone needs to drop an air lab so they can get that T2 up to front soon, though, because I feel like that's kind of a critical thing. You know, if you can get that front line rattle or anything else to kind of hold the space.
Metal income a little bit.
That's really funny. Yeah, so when you shoot, when you emp mexes, they don't produce, well, when you emp anything, it stops working, so they don't produce metal when you emp them. And great little raid in here from Shoddy. He was given some blitz to micro. With this, he snipes the mexes, and now he's running in, and there's nothing in front of him here, so someone needs to bail him out because they're going to lose a lot of mexes.
And the BP somehow going into the AA units, both the Thistles.
And Blitz on the other side are going to get met by some grunts, but I think Masterbell's going to need to bring way more units to this. He also needs, yeah, nice. He closes in. So Blitz here aren't going to get too much done, but Incisors behind
Austin
them.
Still has, yeah, still Incisors pushing in. Probably not in the best way, to be fair.
Yeah, but I mean, Incisor versus Grunt is a pretty rough matchup for the Grunts. Incisors are just such strong units.
He could lose them eventually. The longer he drives around, it takes the pressure off the front, and right? It's such an APM.
Rowan arm air, so they don't have Shuris for these, which is going to be really annoying. And he doesn't have, oh no. He's going to drop a bot lab now, but I think this Incisor can get quite a bit of damage done. No, it's getting eaten. All right, never mind. It's not going to get that much done. Back on the front, we see Zhao with what looks like a pure Whistler army chipping away at Helicopter, who's got a little bit more of a mixed battle. Zeph is going to get run at by Kuchi's Ticks, and I think... no, the Ticks don't quite sneak in, but the Blitz are going to do a little bit of damage. So Zeph lost a few things. He's going to repair and kind of reset this.
Is Austin on T2 core vehicles?
Yeah,
oh my god, he is core vehicles. I thought he might have gotten a con, but he's actually doing the core vehicles. I would love to see core vehicles, to be fair. I know only like Pro has the tendency to make core vehicles.
Zhao really likes them too. And I will also say that like the early Tiger push, you know, people love to kind of meme on them because like they don't do as much damage as bulls and everything, but man, they are tanky. And when you have a lot of them and they just push early, if you don't get good D-guns off, you just don't have the damage before your army runs out. You know, they just kind of kill you. It's a slow and painful death. All right, and...
so far it looks like the Rat team has been able to secure like 60 and deny some frontal mixes, but
AGO coming
the
out
advantage
now,
is still not enough, but yeah, this is obviously very, very important. We can see Master Bell going T2 on the other side on this.
Yeah, so Zeph is going to go T2 and Master Bell is going T2. I actually don't mind it as much because it's like on opposite sides of the map, but I do feel like when you double
both
lab,
stalling metal, right?
Yeah. Whenever
they're stalling metal, and for example, Helicopter's metal isn't invested in either of those prospects. Meanwhile, Austin is already finishing his T2 mexes at his base.
Oh, and actually, before anything else, we got the Tsar out. This could be interesting. And he shared some salamanders to Chisato. Bell's comm is pretty low, so I think he needs to be careful. Rat is still leading in metal, but I think once the T2 mexes come up and once this Tsar starts actually applying pressure, it's going to change. Oh boy. One shot, like 5 incisors die. Austin needs to be careful with his comm though, as does Zhao. So Zhao's been chipping away, but this entire T1 army is gonna immediately vanish once the Tsar gets here. So I assume they want to just kind of scale behind the Tsar for now as the Tsar kind of punishes mid.
Looks like they will just try to.
Oh, and we see a little raid, but I think Shoddy... Yeah, Shoddy has Shuris and he can shut it down. Wait, did they see the... Oh, they don't see the boom geo. It's so close. That's actually frustrating. I think if they would have seen the boom geo, they would know that they could probably bomb it. And Shoddy has such a low fig count in comparison. They really should, if they could get the bomb, it'd be great. Heli asking for T2. And Ro is still spamming out air. He just got his own T2 con, so he's going to start upping his mexes. And in terms of units, we see... Oh man, this wind crash is brutal, but trying to get out T2 to his allies. So this T2 advantage from Austin early.
The boom geo is really big on the low end, right? It is the most important building to rush and figure out with your team how to get the boom geo up. And looks like so far all the correct plays, like just limited investment in there to save the energy, and the defense with the Shuris is paying off for APM already.
And Austin with a little snowball. Hold fire micro there. His Tsar didn't fire when it got run at by rovers, so he doesn't kill his own ticks. His ticks clean up that, and now we see the Quaker and the Tsar pushing and applying pressure. So now this metal is starting to swing the other way, which is a little scary. Little scary. All right. And Zhao has salamanders with his whistlers, so whistlers are going to kind of chip away, and then when they get run at, the salas are there, I think, to stop it. But a lot of ticks from Zhao, and even though Rat was leading in the... Oh, did they get the... All right, so ticks finally run at and snipe that, and then they're going to try to dive the... Oh, the ticks probably could have killed Austin if they would have committed, but... Oh, did they get him anyway?
Still...
Oh, they get him, and they get quite a bit of the army, which is actually huge. Now, with that death, they have a slight army advantage, but I don't think they have quite as many T2 units. The real question is, what do you think they should be... Oh, God, are these Sheldons into ticks?
That's not ideal.
That is not ideal. We need some fiends and some sumos ASAP. Mr. Duroc might go down here. There are a lot of ticks, and wind crashed. He can't D-gun. Oh, no. He's at 30, 20... Oh. He's good. He's good. 19. So he escapes with his life, but unfortunately, great tick attack from Austin. That sounds a little strange, but hey. Badosu, they couldn't all make it, so they had to forfeit, unfortunately. So we do not get to see the glory that is Team Geo thug walking everyone. All right, and Mr. Duroc is gonna run through this opening with some pawns. There is an LLT. He snipes a bit. Chisato has 2 T1 labs here, but if the Sheldons can start picking apart the pork, I think they might be able to do a substantial amount of damage. Despite this, though, there is still an economic lead for C88B2F.
Yeah, well, they've been doing a really good job with their back mixes. That's the, you know, if you play against this team, you have to think about how will you stop there. Stop them from going like quick lab, and how you're gonna counter all this nano dropping and movements and prepared build orders. That's a lot of metal, right? And so far they also been able to keep their energy kind of flowing.
Yeah, I mean, they're upping... Rad is upping these T2 mexes, but you are 100% correct. The C88B2F just has everything else there, and this front from Mr. Duroc just, he was pushing, but then he kind of got countered a bit. He's got pounders coming out now, which I think are a great response to this kind of tick pawn aggression. But we're gonna have to see. Jags also good as a good counter to this. Do you think they just want to go Starlight and like do a Starlight Jag?
I like the ambassadors on the Geo. Like if I mean that
true.
would be like a little bit of win, right? So that they're trying to do something, at least they're pressuring, but I don't think it's doing enough, right? Is it actually hitting the Geo?
Yeah, it is. Oh,
that's a good start, right? So, but I think the Geo's already paid for itself.
Isn't firing though. He needs one more shot. And it's gonna get it.
But he isn't actually looking. Oh, he might be able to eat it quickly. Yeah, that's what I wanted to tell. Like if
he could have killed it, but he didn't set target it for some reason, or Zeph didn't fire it.
Now with the ambush dead. Okay, I think he stopped eating it, right? Yeah, it's still up on the map.
Oh, he could self-D it and kill this entire attack, which would be a little rough.
Oh, now he's gonna eat it again, like he was repairing.
Yeah, I don't know. They know it's there though now, so And we see a Czar from Chisato on the other side of the map. So, he rezzed Austin Czar and he's going to pressure Canyon with it. But Zhao is just tick spamming into all of this. And I don't think Zeph has the Jag count to survive it, especially with the Shuris over the top. So this front did crack, but Kuchi is here with his commander and Zeph is going to start eating all these wrecks. Jags are shooting their own. Is Kuchi going to try to degun this? Oh yeah, he's going to get a beautiful degun there. Janus does get a shot off, but Zeph loses quite a bit. And Kuchi, he's not looking. He might get sniped. Beautiful little play from Zeph there. So he snipes Kuchi and he might be able to get the Comrec does kill quite a few of the wrecks, but he should be able to get the commander wreck. He needs to be careful though that he doesn't die to the salamander. He has bulls of his own coming, and Mr. Dirac still under pressure from this Czar.
A little bit of a tick battle going there.
Yeah. some serious tick versus tick. And Boom Geo should go down now, but he needs to split this army. That is a massive explosion radius. You don't... Okay. Bulls take just a little bit of damage, but there's no calm here, so he can pressure. And Kuchi was in the middle of going fusion, and he tried to drop a T2.
T2 lab.
So he's going to eat the T2 lab, and he's going to try to finish the fusion. I think they just need to get down some kind of pork, maybe a scorpion. But
fusion isn't the best defensive building, but
Zeph is calm walking it too, and there isn't a commander here. He needs to be really careful though, because this number of ticks can kill it. But if he can walk up and make things happen, this is looking really scary on this side. And we see scouts coming. What does Ro? Did Ro nuke? No, what is Ro? Ro's
yeah,
just
everybody's checking.
Dude, it's Ro. We've all been nuked by Ro so many times. You just have PTSD. Okay. On the other side, I mean, I would say that C88 is very, very far ahead. So Shoddy is going to scout, and
Shoddy has nuke, or somebody of their team has nuke. Chisato has nuke.
Oh, he does. You're right. It's loading.
And that's a Cortex nuke, so fall
that is going to be... And there is no anti-nuke here. This could be a... Oh, wait.
This would be the decisive play.
Yeah, this will be the decisive play, but I think that... I mean, they're already in back, and they're doing quite a bit of damage. They're running through. If they can kill this pork and then keep punishing... Look at Zeph! What an absolute boss. He just runs in, kills the rest of it, but... We'll see when this nuke fires. Ooh, boy. So they're doing a lot of damage.
Shoddy scouting.
Yeah, Shoddy. Trying to see what he can see. So let's see. What kind of vision do we get? I mean, they get really deep and really good vision, and I don't think they see any anti, right? Oh,
they will see Aphis. Are those Aphis or fusions? Probably. I can't
Those are fusions. I think Zeph has an Aphis somewhere though, but I mean a mid-ground nuke on... Oh no. All right, well, here we go. And Zeph is gonna get erased.
Oh, that's 2 bases.
2 bases, 1 nuke. That is... Whew. That is the nuke to end all nukes. Wow.
Yeah, sometimes people do rush anti-nukes, but by 18 minutes, it's a little bit negligent to not have anti-nukes. At least on the bases, right? I mean...
Yeah, the frontline ones, like for sure. But that nuke just... I mean, it's funny because I feel like we see... I'm so used to seeing arm nukes, you know, which are so much smaller. And when you see the core nukes, it's like, oh yeah, those things... When those hit, they erase. So Zhao's gonna drop a frontline bulwark here just so that he can't get pushed. And now I think they have a pretty massive lead. I mean, look at that lead just because of the nuke. They're not quite as far behind as I thought they would be though. So anti is loading, but did they eat this nuke? No. So I don't know if that anti is gonna finish in time. The one on Mr. Dirac is definitely not going to finish in time. And we see a frontline anti going down here. So they're going to start floating a bit more metal just because they lost so much BP.
Oh, that's massive leech hit.
Yeah. So Shoddy with the Lich picking off what he can, and now it's starting to feel a little bit scary for Team Rat. I think they were actually holding decently. They were a bit behind, but not cripplingly behind. But now that nuke has really kind of put them back a bit. So a lot of banishers here fighting versus all this spam, but looks like they're going to counter spam.
I think the army value is like this army group is. There is nothing to oppose it. Like we have Stumpies versus Jaguars and Tigers, and it just then looks like Shoddy's also ready to go in with the bombers. We'll go for the Geo right now. I don't know if he will be able to get it down.
It's gonna be close. Can they come back? Yeah, he's got it. Right, last one. So they pop there. Energy advantage is almost double now, 11k to 21k. And
yeah, the army group is gonna smash through Dirac's base, I think, soon, or at least in that general direction, and there's nothing to stop it.
Yeah, this is game. This is dire. This very well could be game right here. So Tiger's running in, and a massive ball of Centurions from Chisato behind it. So Dirac is spamming out brutes, but he's gonna lose his BP now, and they really need that BP. They're already struggling to spend metal. Granted, Ro is dropping not Centurions, dropping Razorbacks now. So if they can get here, they can kind of do okay, but there's a lot of banishers, and I think the banishers are going to be more than enough to deal with all these Razorbacks, especially as Mr. Dirac goes down here. So looking dire, maybe they can recover it. And is this nuke? Nuke is loaded, but he has not fired it yet, so we'll have to keep an eye on that to see if and or when he wants to fire it. But Rose base is now about to be under siege. Razorbacks coming out, but Tiger Centurion is just running in, and there's a huge opening here. It looks like Kuchi is picking apart Zest frontline with with Roughnecks and Liches, and in the back here, Razorbacks are still trying to chase down these Tigers.
Well, yeah, I think Tiger's actually one of the units that deal with Razorbacks pretty good, since they have a good single target damage. But yeah, I mean, Austin's anyways running to the backline, creating chaos and going for the eco.
Yep.
But Razorbacks do not counter Tigers. Tiger is one of the units that deal, especially with the flank. They just don't deal enough damage.
Right, they can't kill them just because they're so.
Yeah, Tigers have a good single target damage, right? They lack maybe the PP, but
the AoE. And Shoddy is scouting a little bit more, and I think this is the next push. So huge army value deficit here, 38k for Team Rat and 57k for C88B2F. So even though these Razors are out, is that an Imp Bomber? I feel like we don't see stilettos anymore.
Looks like, yeah.
And yep, the push is coming in. So I think maybe they're just kind of talking about it, or maybe they're hoping that these Razors can hold it. But I think with the economic advantage, there is just not going to be enough that they can do, especially with all the lost mexes on front. It's going to be a lot of time before they can push back up and take all of those mexes. And there are so many Tigers on the front here. There are 34 Tigers that are just slowly pushing in. So we will see.
Where is their last commander? Has it been? Oh,
I don't think
Master Bell on the front.
Oh yeah, it is Master Bell on the front, and he's not in anti-range. So I think they know that there's anti-now, right? And is he just stockpiling nukes? Yeah, he's about to have a second nuke. I wonder, do you think he wants to try to overwhelm? I don't think he can, right? Are there two? Yeah, there's three in the anti, so he cannot. But back on the front, Tigers are just smashing into the Razorbacks here, and I think he's gonna fully commit. We just see the stream of Tigers from Austin pouring in, and they're trying to hold it with Razorbacks, but the Razors just do not have the damage to do this, and Tigers are coming in now. As soon as this BP dies, it's gonna be over. Or maybe they can try to snipe the anti. No, here comes the resign, and they call it. Whew.
GG, well, yeah, looks like C88, good. I didn't see any like major mistakes or anything. Like so far the build, the order, everything kind of makes sense, and
yeah,
you know, they will be the team to kind of try to crack, yeah, from playing general against teams of such level, it's kind of hard to crack these defensive teams, which do a good job of ecoing and then grabbing T2 mixes. You have to do really coordinated assaults, or just try to be greedier, which means like you have to practice it, which isn't easy.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not easy. Okay, so we have Rat versus C88B2S. So Rat picked ATG because they have some ATG players and they're a little bit more comfortable in it. Unfortunately, C88 is going to actually take that win. So we are going to go to game 2 on Hella's Basin. Also, if you can find Sad Panda and drag him in here, I would really appreciate it. And so we are just waiting for players to get ready up, and we will go into game 2 on Hella's. There is, I mean, I think we've seen a lot of Hella's play. We were talking about it a little bit before. Do we think that Rat has a better chance on Hella's? Maybe if they all in mid?
Well, I would think so. I mean, well, it's also like kind of really hard. I would say Hellas is one of those maps where ecoing well has like a big advantage, and and to beat that, they would need some like creative approach, which would require coordination. But so far, it didn't look like they were in a voice. So
yeah, I think it's definitely a little hard if you aren't in voice. I mean, for that last Hells game we watched, we saw I feel like the last Hells game we watched was kind of weird, right? Because we had Hellshound on one side, and then we had who was it? Not direct. Zarix on the other, and so it was just kind of weird because it was this like weird asymmetrical sort of push that happened that it kind of like didn't make sense to me in a way, where it was like Hellshound kind of pushed through this South Sea, and then Zarix kind of pushed up through the top, but who knows? Who knows? All right.
Maybe there is some crazy, like last tournament we saw some crazy T1 all-in pushes to the middle, I think from Pro as well.
Pro did
ignoring completely everything. Just
Pro
as a counter to the eco team, but that requires cooking,
Yeah, Pro had the all-in mid that was a little scary, where they just kind of like, they legit just like straight ran through middle, and it was a little scary. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I think that the fact that they aren't on voice, and I know that they were complaining that they didn't get quite enough practice. So I don't know. Well, we'll see how they want to go. Fix the stats on this, apology. So it's 5-15 win and 21 title. And the title start, I definitely do like. I think the title start has a lot of potential, but yeah.
You have to build off that, right? So the titles are just like a temporary boost, and you do sacrifice maybe even some of your like much more vulnerable early game, right? You don't have like these front players, so if a lot of stuff could happen, and if you're just making titles, your commander is not doing anything on the front, and while your team gets some eco advantage, you still have to roll that advantage into something more.
Yeah.
Into bigger advantage. Otherwise, it's just it wouldn't work. It's not like you can just make titles and win the game off that.
Yep. So we'll see. See how she goes.
Looks like they're gonna bring the Flash for a better role now.
Oh.
Like Dirac is gonna take the.
Dirac is gonna
break, and also Row as well, by the looks of it.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay, so oops. In terms of the full players for these two teams, give me 1 second and we can hop back and look at their stats. So in that last one, we had Row and we had Mr. Dirac, and they're gonna swap Row for Flash, and then they're going to swap Mr. Dirac for who?
Praetoric, I think.
For Praetoric, yeah. So we're gonna see those two players. I don't really know if it's an upgrade. I think Row is very strong. I think Flash is an incredibly strong player regardless, but we'll kind of see how that plays out and see if this swap actually lets them take a game. So let's hop in and see how it goes.
We didn't join. I still see them in the spectator.
Can you grab Sad Panda? He said he's there, and just pull him up.
All right.
Please. Okay. And we've got. Ooh, this looks like a quad mid spawn. So this could be the all in that we are looking for, my friends. This could be the all in that we are looking for, which I am always happy
Hello,
for.
Panda.
Hello.
Mr. Panda. How are we doing, sir?
A bit late. I was out, but excited to see the games.
It's been, it's definitely been kind of fun. Can't go wrong with group stage. Let me turn you up a little bit. Hold up.
Sure. I'm just pulling up the challenge to see the scores. This is the third match?
This is round 2. So round 1. So unfortunately, Geo dropped, which I think for me is a little disappointing.
That's tragic. That's so
right.
sad.
We were all excited for some thug walks, but it just didn't happen. All right, so no actual backline spawn. It looks like Austin is gonna spawn in here and Tidal Battery, as opposed to Master Bell spawning in back here. So I think the C88 is gonna have a little bit of an economic advantage if wind is low. If wind stays high, I think it won't be quite as big. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting, but the 4 mid spawn all in, it's going to be tense, right? Because Shoddy's going to immediately recognize, okay, we don't have anyone in bot, which means that as soon as he scouts this, he can just start mass expanding to all of these mexes, and then he can send his metal to mid. So there's going to be I think there's going to be a really sharp timer here. The question is, do you think it's a T1 all in, or do you think it's a fast T2 into T2 all in?
Well, you do need some energy, so I don't know. For me, it looks like it's going to be a lab boost, so
I think keep the lab flash.
I do like the APM's opener, more or less. Reminds me of our opener. Looks very solid with, especially if you tech out.
Yeah. All right, and we have started now.
I don't think they posted their lobby. That's
yeah, you don't have super secret. LSR might have to find that one for you, unfortunately. So, I don't know if we can. All right, so let's see. We have.
Rush, it's fine.
You're good. We have Zhao and Chisato on the front, so we're going to see an ARM bot lab, ARM V lab. Kuchi is core. He's going to open solar because wind is garbage at the moment. And Austin with that high APM title spam gameplay, living his best life. Shoddy is going to go core C, dropping the titles now. And in back, Master Bell is banking on the wind to increase. He's going to open backline V lab for the faster expansions. And in mid, we've got the 4 players from Rat, and we see ARM V, ARM bots, and 4 commanders just boosting. So they're going to need to get quite a bit done here. No radar from Rat, though, so they're not going to see some of these scouting ticks. And I think it's actually going to be really important if these ticks can get in and see 4 colors as opposed to 3 colors in mid. They're going to recognize like, oh, this is kind of serious. Whoa, someone has a lot of feedback.
And your mic is bad.
Hello. Sorry, this is working.
Your mic is bad.
Your mic is bad.
Oh.
Hold on, I gotta mute you real quick so we don't deafen people. I will unmute in a second. All right, and tick gets in. All right, so they see all 4 players here. So these ticks actually get a ton of value. They see the 4 and they go, okay, this is a 4-player all-in. Chisato dropping tons of labs here and trying to block these ticks, but these 2 ticks do get in. They're going to try to scout and snipe mexes in back, but there are no mexes in back, so actually is going to work out well for them. And we see the Resbot in mid picking up all of these rocks. Zeph and Flash moving forward now. Shoddy's eating his lab. He scouted it, so he goes, all right, there is no contest here. He gets a herring out for some vision and maybe for some light harass, but he already has the C-cons out. And with his slider low, he's just going to start pumping metal into mid so that they can survive. So I think they're on a little bit of a timer, which is scary. And especially as those C-mexes kick in, there is going to be a pretty substantial metal difference. So this is going to come down to the knife fight in mid. Chisato.
That's
all right. Well, that was a little scary. I thought it was going to be fine because wind was low and I thought he didn't have E, and then he had E and some blitz went down.
Yeah, the Shuris are there to respond for any breakthroughs, so they're just now grabbing all the mexes with the transports in the back and, you know, in the sea. So yeah, so far I'm not seeing like how they plan to push. Is those like Centurions coming off from the middle? Can't see on the graphics.
Yep.
Yeah,
they are.
It's gonna be a pretty slow siege. I mean, I'm pretty sure APM will manage to get the T2 in the time to respond to the slow Centurions. They're just not impactful enough. They might lose their front positions, but as long as they don't lose the T2 lab, they should be just fine.
Zeph, I think, just wants to try to combo Yudi, or combo Chisato, sorry. And we see the early bomber from Kuchi. They recognize that there's no air, so he went into air lab. He's not bombing anything. He's just going to come out and say, hey, I have a bomber, make AA, and then run back.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to try to bomb the pawns, but these 2 pawns do get in. There are a couple ticks. I don't think they're going to get too much done, but this T2 lab did finish, and they spot the T2, so they know that they're on a little bit of a timer, and they have not dropped their own T2 yet. So maybe a little concerning, but I think also if they just build units and run at them, there's a chance. And
hi, sorry, is my mic working?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, sounds better, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know what's the problem. I think the problem is even if they run at them, if they make like bulls, it kind of works very well into whatever comp that they make. Like if they make Stouts or Janus. Bulls are pretty good against all of these things.
Yeah. It's gonna be really hard for them to actually break through, and they're so far behind now, and they're not even gonna tech switch. They're just dropping all of their metal into T1 units and running at them. So maybe they could like tick spam it, or maybe they're like, I think we have more commanders in mid, so we can win just off comm trading. Chisato is a little low, and there's Janus here, so he is 100% poppable. He cloaks. The bombers are gonna try to come. Is there no radar here? Oh no, there is radar. Oh, and he runs out of it. He's not cloaked anymore. So they're comm walking in mid. There's a lot of pressure here, but first bull is out and second bull is almost out. And Mausers are here. It looks like Predator wants
dangerously close, but still so far from actually. I mean, Pretoric, like, they need to make it to the Geo.
Really, really low. Stouts from Zeph are in, and there's Whistlers with him. Zhao goes down. Predator is trying to get in. I think he just dies to the bulls and the ticks, though, so he won't actually be able to degun this T2. But a lot of pawns running in here now. We got 4 bulls on the front. Can they?
Commanders are getting pulled off. I mean, one problem for APM was that they've just been making mexes, so that's like ultimate greed on such a hard push. So
I mean, if they
now that I
survive
stop
it-
with the mexes,
If they
that's,
survive it, they win.
that's pretty
But
good, yeah.
Kuchi's
I mean,
gonna
the
try to.
PP is now making it.
Yeah, I think it's looking pretty well defended.
Oh
from-
no, Kuchi's gonna get amazing D
APM.
guns. And he kills most of that army with his comm explosion. Zeph is gonna cloak, but I don't think he makes it all the way to the lab, does he? No, he doesn't. His
No,
death
the
does
bulls
kill
do too
one
much.
bull. So there are 5 comm wrecks on the front end. Shoddy is coming over to save the day. And just look at Shoddy. He took all these mexes, right? Like they have the entire South Sea, and it looks like Austin is expanding to the North Sea. So this is really it for Rat. They need to somehow do critical damage here, and I don't know if they're going to be able to. They do have Flash coming.
I think they had the chance, right? If they pushed up with the comms, if they had hacked the bombers and like completely, gain ground and then use that ground in order to force a bombing rush on the Boom Geo, they could have the game, right? But
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
doesn't look like
there
the
are a lot
case.
of. No, yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off, but we will see. Looks like
Yeah,
there are a lot
I mean,
of
they're trying to
balls.
tech switch. Team Rad is making a T2 vehicle lab and an air lab, but it feels like it's a bit too late.
Yeah, they have taken base geos, but they don't have any A geos, and they're just now going T2. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive the bulls in mid, and both comms are in mid, so this could get a little scary if Shoddy wants to sort of push with his 3 bulls.
They are
and 4
double
jacks in
pumping
mid.
bombers, to be fair. But yeah, I think
but
the
you are
focus
right,
isn't.
The comms are all mid.
Can he? Yeah, but do you think they can pop? This is an A geo, and there isn't really.
Yeah, they can
AA.
tap, right? They reclaimed the lab to get the mexes up, right? They don't have air right now.
Yeah, so
They're
actually
just
you're
getting the
right.
remaking there.
If they can,
But I just dislike that they do not have focus, right? I mean, they have a focus now where Master's Build are gonna get all of the bombers, and they will go for the Boom Geo, so let's see. But we already see the flag coming out.
Oh,
We have
no.
flag coming out.
yeah, they're ready for it. So
think
if
they
they had
can- yeah,
gone
they
a
recognize it.
little, if they had gone a little bit faster, maybe. But now I think this is going to be more or less all she wrote. Not on radar yet, so maybe if they can kind of sneak in like this. But there's Flak and Figs. Oh, and they're going to run right into this
Right over the
Flak.
flag. Yeah. There
But
are a lot of
arm
bombers,
bombers?
so maybe.
Oh,
Depends on the
that's
chance.
close. No, they get some BP, but not enough. And 2 comms
Reaper
left.
focus
Flash
as
is going
well.
to go down, so Master Bell's going to be. I think it's Master Bell. Only 1 more comm is going to be left after Flash goes down here. He gets a D-gun on a bull, but these ticks should be able to clean up his commander. And last comm. Am I blind? Where's last comm?
Last count is
Master
in
Bell.
Master
Here,
Bell's
yeah,
base.
there he is. Okay.
Yeah.
They are really, really far behind economically, though, and this is feeling real scary as the ticks come pouring in. But more bulls. They have bulls of their own trying to fight, and some tick versus tick action. They're gonna
Yeah, it's looking a bit
prune
rough
mid.
for Team Red. Especially since in a defensive fight, you don't really want to be making the same units as the enemy because it just comes down to
Yeah.
numbers and, well, one side has more bulls than the other.
Yep, and these bulls sneak in, so he's gonna start. Kuchi's gonna start picking apart all of these mexes and this backline eco here. And there's blitz and bulls chasing, but unfortunately, bulls are the same speed as bulls, which might be a little bit of a shocker. So as long as Kuchi's bulls keep moving, they're never gonna get caught. And bulls on the other side are pushing in. They're cleaning up all these ticks, and now they're getting into the eco, getting into the BP, and this is looking real dark for Team Really Awesome Team.
Yeah, well, with not transitioning, I don't think there's any chance, right? Getting
Yeah.
back. Sadly, this is a quite technical map on how fast can you get the 3.0s upgraded on the front, how fast you can get the boom geos, and you know the looks like APM just practiced this map better, right? They had both the titles into a good fast eco, and they managed to hold, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, Team Rat went for like an early aggression play, but it just felt a little bit too slow.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they greeted, and there was that slight moment where maybe, and also I think they had 15 bombers. If they just would have gone with like 10, I think they probably could have maybe popped that geo before the flak and the other figs got out, but they just
quickly
Did that or made the call to switch to bombers earlier. I mean, either or. But yeah, I mean, Team APM played really well.
It's the Barrier Reef Gaming 6 minutes in, guys.
Oh my god, what?
Pro versus PBS.
Oh my god,
interesting.
I'm coming. Okay, so real quick, that was Rat versus C88B2F. So game 1 was on All the Glitters and game 2 was on Hellas. C88B2F won both of those, which means that they got 2-0'd, or sorry, that they 2-0'd Rat, and so they are going to go to the next round. They are undefeated so far. But before I show you, actually here, let me quickly show you rankings, and then we're gonna look at a Great Barrier Reef game because that is peak excitement. So TC in round 1 beat Rat, and then APM beat DME. APM just beat Rat, and TC beat DME. So going into round 3 for that, and then in this, we have Pro versus PBS, and we are on Barrier Reef. And it looks like, is this the first game? This is probably second game, but I'm not sure. All right. So top left up here is Team Please Ban Sheep. Where's the spawn that actually has that?
So this apparently is the second game, and Pro is up by 1 game.
Okay.
And do we know whose map pick this is?
We do not. We did not watch this. So.
Well, you could tell by the seeding, maybe, if this is the second game. So if you pick first, then it's your map, right? So it should be PBS map. I don't know.
PBS map, I think. Yeah. No, I think you're right. We see the classic puffin that we see a lot on Great Barrier Reef, where they have sonar built in, so they can actually just run around and snipe mexes and be absolute monsters. It looks like Pro has a slight advantage here in everything except for economic value. We don't see any T2 labs, but we do see 8D with the C lab back here. So puffins are gonna run around and do a lot of economic damage here from Hell's Hound. We've seen quite a few games get carried, especially in scrims, just from a handful of puffins because they are so obnoxious.
Yeah, they just do so much, and it's like the AA ships can't catch up with them. They're just too slow.
Yeah,
you really need air counter seaplanes.
270 speed is insane.
Yeah, and they have the sonar. They can just find the mexes and snipe them. And the other thing that was insane that we watched in, I don't know if it was the Pyro game, but he had like a group of 4 of them, and the other player just had figs, and he just landed them in the water. And you're like, oh yeah, seaplanes can submerge. Super obnoxious to deal with. So
and because it's so fast. I mean, just look at this Hell's Hound. He's just going around sniping every mex.
Yeah. 15 kills. He is sniping away. He's gonna get this con. Ooh, does the nettle finish? If the nettle finishes, I think it kills it, right? Nope. 98%. Oh no. Oh, but here, it's gonna die now. Okay. Right?
There's a second as well working on Stardom. Has also got 1 gunship, I think. Still working on the side. On the bottom.
I love how they've each given 1 gunship per player, and then just
a little bit
go
further,
as much APM as you can.
And it looks like X Factor is going to drop his own lab now, but I mean, that's awesome. Like, that just was a huge, 1 Torp bomber, 11 mexes, 2 cons, 2 radars. It did quite a bit of work. CJ pointing that out. Up top, it looks like Patak versus High Gain. There's a huge shipyard here, and ship graveyard here. Both comms went down, and looks like we have a con coming from Elmer Fudd to start reclaiming this. So if they can control the wreck field, that's going to be big.
It's looking like Highgain has a bigger army, but Pitok has a gunship and a sub, and Highgain doesn't have anything to counter the sub. No destroyer so far.
Oof. Yeah, we will see. So
interesting. I'm curious what teams these teams are going for, because it looks like they're kind of stalemating with just T1 ships. They both have gunships out, or well, seaplanes.
Torpedo, yeah, torpedo gun,
yeah,
torpedo
but it doesn't
gunships,
look like
right?
they're trying. Yes,
they're not
gunships,
really
sorry.
scaling. No, you're right, and I mean we do see the seaplane lab here, and he's spamming out titles to kind of keep in line with BP. But you're right, I'm not 100% sure what the plan is, and Stardom snuck in. Oh no, it's gonna get sniped. I think, wait, do they not see it? Oh no, they don't see it. This sub might be able to come in here and snipe quite a few titles, I would think. Yep, here we go. It's gonna start. And in mid, Raiko versus Sash. Raiko with a huge number of Elisas. These frigates are running through and they're breaking, so Sash is going to need to move all of his frigates over to counter. And this sub is still sniping. Still sniping. Torpedo.
Yeah,
no torpedo
gun
gunship.
Getting insane value. Raiko seems to be breaking through, but the problem is if he dies and doesn't do enough damage on pro side of the map, it's quite easy for them to take control of this wreck field.
Yeah, he does need to be careful. They still have not addressed this backline sub, and it's got 15 kills, and it's moving over to more titles and the seaplane lab, and if it snipes all that, it is gonna get real ugly for pro. He doesn't quite see the lab yet, but at some point he needs to recognize, oh yeah, we are getting, yeah, he recognizes. So X Factor pings it, he says, hey, there's a problem here. But this is kind of concerning. Raiko is in, and he's gonna move straight past Sash and try to collapse in on Highgain's base, and at the same point Pitok is going to pressure Highgain's army so that his army can't run back to defend his base, so he could lose his lab and all of his BP here. We do see some sabers coming out to help with the situation. The sub is finally cleaned up. It does not kill the lab, and more sabers coming out now. It looks
Highgain's
like
lab goes down.
And I think the saber might go down to the swarmers. Autopilot doesn't have the figs yet or didn't move his figs up fast enough. So, is Raiko going to get even more over here? I think he gets more titles. So this energy imbalance is going to swing even more in favor of PBS. I keep wanting to say DBS, but please ban cheap. So great little run by from Raiko. I mean, he basically runs all the way from mid. He gets into Highgain's base, and then he swings all the way over. And yeah, does an insane amount of damage.
Basically taken out almost all of the pro clan's title production, except for the centralized one. And they're losing map control and mexes, which is a big deal in a map like this.
Yeah,
I think the metal is already has snowballed out of the control. At least, like, it looked like they're getting like reclaim or something. I mean,
Raiko might go down.
See a little pushback.
Raiko does go down, and he did lose. I mean, he still has ships in the back harassing, so maybe they can do a little bit of a counterattack.
Yeah, but
there,
now Pitok is completely free to do whatever he wants, and this base will go down again.
Yeah, Pitok coming in for the harass. So that is the entirety of Highgain's base there. And X Factor is trying to make things work. Oh, they're so weak because they did a T2 swap. I didn't even realize that. I don't think they're going to have the units out in time to deal with this. He dropped some navigators for BP, and cruisers are coming, but did they survive this? I think there's just too many frigates.
I think losing those titles will put even bigger dent in the energy production.
Yeah, they ping the T2, they see the T2 and they say, hey, they're T2, that's why we were probably able to break through. And they're cleaning stuff now, but...
With all the dolphins or incisors? Incisors, sea incisors.
And sea incisors. True, honestly. Or sea blitz, but...
supporters, sure. I believe they're called, but yeah.
Yeah. Are they coming? Yeah. Oh, the dolphins, actually.
The dolphins are pouring in now, so they just want to try to overwhelm this.
Finish, yeah, I mean, get all the titles.
But it's looking like they can... These cruisers are pretty good against dolphins.
Yeah, but all they need to do is just get, like, they already scouted, there is no wind turbines, so literally you see that's all of the power generation is that coast, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah, I mean, all they need to do is back up a little bit, snipe every megs, and then go T2 of their own, and I think PBS is chilling. But it doesn't look like they're dropping a T2 lab. It looks like they're committing to T1 aggression here.
I mean, to be fair, destroyers, I think there's a few breakpoints where destroyers per metal can fight cruisers pretty well, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I've always been a suggestion that you get T2 only for the Seacons and then you take back into T1 because you need the numbers, right, on tight matchups.
Oh, well, until you get battleships, right? Battleships definitely will let you trade favorably, but yeah, we'll see. You know what I never see are the lightning and the fire ships. Granted, I don't see that much sea, but I'm curious if that would actually be useful versus like this dolphin spam that we were seeing earlier.
I'm honestly not too familiar with the efficiency of these T2 ship, anti-swarm ships.
Yeah, I'm not either. I feel like they're like never made. I feel like cruisers are just kind of a safer approach in a lot of ways. So
yeah, especially since they can do anti-sub as well. It's just like
there's a Puffin with 25 kills from Hellshound. He has no other units and he's just running around in a Puffin, just living his best life.
You know, I think Hells is a bit traumatized from that last tournament where he just made titles and had 6 APM. So I'm sure he's excited to have something to control.
Yeah, Pitak finds an angle to go actually dive for those titles as mentioned.
Yeah, and he gets them all, and so I mean, at least they're still floating a ton of energy just because they've lost so much that they can't spend it. But it is looking real bad for them now. They're still kind of equal in army value, but I think it's gonna start to turn pretty quick.
Yeah, the real problem is that they have
T2 lab
barely
now.
2 labs that can't really pump units.
Yeah, they're gonna need...
They're making a T2 land bot lab to upgrade the mexes on land.
Oh, I actually don't mind that because you can do it with Twitchers. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little... They're all the same value though. They're 1.8s.
BBS started scaling though. They finally dropped the T2 C lab. So... Right. How many mexes has the Pro clan upgraded? They've upgraded 2 mexes. Upgrading their 3rd. Yeah, it's just looking like the lack of map control is going to be a little bit of an issue. I mean, Stardom has been sneakily walking around the entire south side of the map, capturing as many of Pro's buildings as he can. And
his bombers?
His commander, if left unchecked, might even just be able to walk up to the Pro base.
Yeah, I think he might be able to get on the land, and we see tsunamis coming from AD. He's got 9 bombers, and
yeah, he mentioned he's trying, so the team clearly expects him to finish them off somehow. Unable to make the progress with the ships against their T2 ships.
He also just has this saber in back where there's no AA because they lost air control, and it's just sniping all these mechs.
Grinding down,
even farther behind.
Oh, and the Manticores. Forces out
they're trying to make, forced to make T2 AA bots, and it's just...
Yeah, that's what I said.
Whenever you're forced to make a T2 AA bot, it hurts.
Yeah, Manticores are... Oh no, does that hit the converter stack? No. Oh, no, that's so unlucky. Oh god,
well, at least the Twitcher survives.
Yeah, that's true, but that's like You make the right play, even though manticores suck. You get them out, you kill it, and then the plane still crashes in. Okay. All right, and here we go.
The T2 con got out.
They sniped the con. So it's going to slow down the expansion anymore, and they're going to be able to just ride out their economic advantage. And more concerning, I mean, here come cruisers. You know, Patak is going to have a lot of cruisers.
Pumping T2 ships out.
And AD is getting even more gunships by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the problems when you lose air control, right? I mean, Flak trades efficiently, but
it can't be everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it can't be everywhere.
But the speed is insane on those planes.
Yeah, I mean, especially too, because there's a lot of like little land formation parts of this. So I feel like, you know, all the little reefs and things make it actually much easier for the puffins in the air to abuse the flak because they can't directly chase it and cut it off. A lot of times they can just kind of maneuver around. And when you have
this many puffins, one flak is not enough.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Sash was spotted. They know there's only 2 comms, so I think Sashkorn is dead.
That's a lot of torpedoes.
That is a lot of torpedoes.
Oh, it's perfectly calculated.
Dude,
you
I
saw
know.
that.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. AD just fires them and walks away.
Very impressive by AD, actually. Wow.
Yeah, he is putting in work here. And Stardom, is he still not spotted?
He's chilling.
Still don't, no, he's spotted now.
Feeling cute, might proxy later. He could get out in Deegan, maybe.
He doesn't have the E. He doesn't have
E storage, so that's...
Oh no. And he can't go in the water because there's depth charges, and he can't go on the land because he'll just die to lasers. It was a good attempt, but yeah.
All that work and
Peace.
Because of that death, both teams actually only have 1 commander.
That is a really good point. Wait, where is... So it's autopilot, and then where is the...
It's a 8D, but it's in the far north. And it's looking kind of impossible to snipe that one. I mean, they would have to find it first, and they don't have air control, so...
Yeah, that's...
I don't know.
That's going to be really difficult. We do see ducks out, actually. That's a kind of a smart part of the core T2 lab that I didn't even think about, because I think in these like narrow chokes is one of the few places you can probably abuse ducks relatively well in terms of fighting into sea. But
we have platypuses though coming out from Hellshound.
Yeah, platy should be really good here to just raid.
And to help maintain air control. There's nothing more annoying than platies just because they're so fast and they can really get around. And
they have,
and they're immune to torpedo bombers, right? Because they're technically hover bots. So
they are. Yeah, they're just gonna be sniping all of these expensive T2A bots, running around, taking maxos.
And here comes 8D with even more puffins. There is a lot more AA here, but there's also a lot of puffins, and they fire and do a bit of damage. They're gonna get forced back. Patak is here with some cruisers. We don't see... Oh, wait, we do see battleships. And while
we see battleships, but they're against ducks, and there isn't any cruiser support.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So these ducks are just getting free damage on anything they see.
But I mean, Hellshound has killed all these land mexes.
Itax cruisers is getting wrecked now.
Yeah.
They are. This
puffins are
cricket spam. There's a lot of work, but...
Can the puffins do enough? There's still flak ships somewhere, right? Yeah, there's flak and herring. So battleships are going to adjust up here. Oh, and the puffin is going to die to, or the ducks are going to die to the puffins. Is this the same puffin that's just been running around with 30 kills?
30 kills, yeah, looks like. I mean, let's see.
Wow.
So
this puffin, real MVP.
Pro really on the back foot here, trying to survive and trying to figure out what they need to do. But
yeah, we do see the lightning ships now going to the control from the...
Oh, we get to actually get to see them.
Oh yeah, interesting.
All right, so battleships are going to start shelling from range, and lightning ships are... They're
squishy.
Yeah, they are really squishy. Maybe not great into frigates.
They could AoE damage, but they really just kind of melt.
So Pathfinder up here from High Gain is reclaiming all this though, which I actually like because there's 5k metal up here. It looks like he's probably going to go down now to this battleship spam. They can go nuke, he says. He's not wrong. Oh, and are we eating? No. Oh, they ate the lab to build.
True.
What are they
nuke
making?
Would actually be a really good play, but they just don't have that much E. I mean,
yeah, I feel like
they don't have
can't,
T2 mexes because of the
they can't do it anyway because
either.
they lose tempo, right? I think if you go nuke right now, you lose tempo and then you just get overwhelmed by units. Like the exact same thing that happened when they did their T2 swap. So, yeah, hopefully we can get some anti-nuke.
I guess it's hard. It's a hard call because if they were to just stay spamming T2 ships, arguably they just get outscaled and eventually they get less ships and they lose. So it feels like they need to make a play. I just don't really know what play they're looking at.
They swapped from ARM T2 to Core T2C. Are Despots that much better than Dreadnoughts? Do you know? I don't actually know.
I would have to refer to some of the C experts. We do barely get C maps in Rotato, and
yeah,
T2C is even less common.
So Puffin's just chipping away at everything here, maintaining map control. They have almost 300% metal advantage, and they are just crushing in on Pro here. So Pro trying their hardest, but it is looking real scary as they're basically just pinned entirely against the shoreline here. And although they have units, there are a lot of enemy ships that are contesting them. Ducks are messing with some stuff here, but Pro, I mean, what is Pro's win condition? I feel like if you don't nuke or try to comm snipe, how do you make this happen?
Honestly not sure. It just looks like they're just holding on for their life here.
They're gonna call
and the resign vote comes out. Yeah.
And we saw goons coming out too from the other.
To 1-1, meaning we go to the third game.
Ooh. Do we know what map it was on?
The first game was on Rosetta. I don't know which is the last map. So
okay.
Maybe, you know,
yeah. I mean, hey, I'm always excited to see Great Barrier Reef because we basically never see it, and so
yeah, I mean the puffins are nice. I mean it looks
awesome.
pretty ridiculous. Looks really
yeah, it looks very strong.
Dude, it's so
like
strong.
The two matches we've seen on this map, it's just torpedo gunships.
Yeah, they do quite a bit of work. So we are going into game 3, and this is the This is the last game of round two. Yeah, this is the last game of round 2. And these are two teams that I think people, they could end up winning it, I think is what I'm trying to say there. They're both very, very strong teams. Do you think Pro is considered stronger? Do you think it's relatively equal?
Well, I think it also depends what lineup you have. For example, this Pro team doesn't have Randy right now, but the PBS team also doesn't have Teddy right now. I'm unsure what their lineup is going to be tomorrow, or.
And also, Panda, you weren't here, but the not beat PBS team.
Team. Really interesting. This variation of the PBS team.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Was very.
I mean, I would say the Pro team would have. I would say they have better coordination and better set plans, just because they practice a lot and they've been doing this Omega series several times, so they would have better set plans. But I don't know. I mean, the other team is full of a lot of strong individual players. We got to see that last game.
Yeah.
Just solid laning. And
And it looks like game 3 is on DSD. So this is the first, to my knowledge, this is the first DSD game that's been played in the entire tournament. Maybe some of the other ones in round 1 were on it, but from the games that I've seen and from the stats I calculated from qualifiers, we're going to see it. And
No, I don't think DSD has been ever played so far.
Yeah, I'm looking at the replay sent
Plays,
in,
I
and
don't
even
see.
in the round 1 of group stage, doesn't look like anyone's played DSD. Exciting stuff. I wonder what they're going to play.
yeah, no, I mean, it is. It's, yeah, I'm curious too. I don't know. I mean, I think these are all pretty old school players, so they're going to be super familiar with DSD.
Pro
I
is
mean,
lacking actually of all the old school players. It's only Elmer, I think, who is actually old school player. Both High Gain, Autopilot, Sashcoin, and X Factor. They're recently hires, not like
Yeah, they
20-year-old
recent
pro
hires, is that
members,
what
right?
you
Like
just
Randy.
said?
recent
the
hires.
pro recent hires. I love that. That's quite a way to describe them. All right, we are connecting in. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this plays out.
I'm curious to see what plans they have, because it seems like one problem with the barrier reef for the pro team is that there just wasn't much room for coordinated set plays and planning.
It's wide
just-
open. You have to navigate a
Yeah,
large
it's
map.
wide
It's
open. You have to contest mexes and map control. So everyone just makes ships, and it's like to each his own, like separate lanes. I don't think that really plays to their strengths.
I also feel
This
like
is an interesting setup so far.
yeah, I also feel like barrier reef, you're really dependent on your air player or like your island player. Because I think they make a lot of like really critical plays, and they can make like safe title in like the little pond, and they can go seaplane. You know, it's like we've seen people open on that and go Shuri, and then like, you know, you let your team take 1 or 2 favorable fights before AA gets there, and then they just have the metal advantage and they just crush the lane. We've also seen like the early Puffin, where the Puffin just runs through and kills all the mexes and there's nothing you can do. We've also seen like bombers, you know, so it's like, I think that's one of those maps where if your air player isn't comfortable on it, you need to really consider banning it.
Makes sense. No, I agree that the air player there has a lot of agency, and the timing is important as well, because if you transition to seaplanes or something too early, without having the necessary eco, you might just get outscaled and completely lose air control without doing enough damage.
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, people forget how expensive seaplanes are E-wise because they're like 1.5. And the other thing that I didn't realize when I saw, was it Cyphos? The trees on the island are bad. They're the half reclaim trees. So instead of the normal 57, 58, they're like whatever it is, 20, whatever, or 30, whatever.
Yeah.
That's even lower. I think 57 was bad because, you know, the orange crystals give like almost 80.
Wow.
So
I mean,
27, it's not
that's
even worse.
special. I think for most maps, it's like when you think about eating plants, it's like 57. But yeah, so but yeah, we'll see what happens here. So slightly different spawns. We've got Sash here, and we've got 8D here. So both backliners, but a little bit offset.
Yeah, I mean, generally it's the same idea. Backliner gets back mixes. I'm curious to see if they choose to go straight air and then like an early bombing. Are they going to like be more inclined to support the front that they're spawning directly behind? Is this pro clan like focusing north instead, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
No, they're gonna co-op lab, and I think the Geo. I think it's gonna be the core things. People, you want kind of the Geo. You want the res bots to like eat maybe some plants, and you want like to decide on like what are you gonna do. How are you gonna force the fight? Is it gonna be on the north, or is it gonna be in the open place? Because usually what we see is teams focusing their efforts to strike in some specific place and defend in the other place.
Yeah,
makes sense.
All right, so this is going to be arm vehicle and core vehicle on bot from pro, and arm vehicle and arm bot. So interesting.
Armbots are good. That would indicate that this player is actually a flex player. You know, he could make pawns and he could participate in a north assault.
Yeah,
so
he could
Stardom
go
and
up
Pita
like
could,
that.
could start, for example, pumping maces or something ridiculous like that on the north with the Geo. But, you know, they're getting ticks. So
The one
it's not gonna
thing
be...
I'm a little scared of is in 5v5s, the bottom is a lot more open than it normally is in 8v8s. And the incisor versus bot matchup is just like, you just run away from everything that scares you, like Centurions, and then ticks and pawns you just trade so favorably with that it's fine. And Raiko actually gets in this tick into the backline here. So 8D is...
Also on the south, they get the full scout. They're gonna know that it's air, and AD isn't there. So
So I'm not sure if the ticks are going to see it. They do see it. Pro Clan is doing something cheeky here. I see 3 heavy transports being queued up.
Oh boy.
That's a classic. Yeah, I mean, you
Hells already has
definitely jump.
Hells has a nettle, but no, I think you're right. I mean, you can drop.
But that's not going to stop a heavy transport.
That's true. I think it's 7 shots from a heavy trans, which is it's a lot. They're slow, but good God, are they tanky? All right, so
yeah,
Rascal's coming in mid, and it looks like Reiko's going to react there, and then X Factor is fighting Stardom up on top. All right.
Surprised because the PBS team co-op the Geo. They only have 1 lab. Stardom is acting as kind of a battery player, similar to what Elmer is doing. A little bit surprised that PBS has.
Right, they're going probably for the middle. We see them flying out now.
Yeah, 3 comes.
Well, it's good to grab the mexes. I don't know if they want to go like fully aggressive. I mean,
yeah, but
they are killing the AA right there, so it actually might even force, you know, killing AA. It feels good.
They have decent scouting as to where the bases are and where
do they want to
enemy comms are.
All right, so we don't have radar yet. They don't show yet. Wait, are they flying?
They're causing pretty good chaos with all the scouts and the vehicles at the same time. This is so far looking good for actually drop because they will
still not on
they
radar.
will get a good position. Yeah.
It is still all right. They show on radar now, so they see it. But I think this is going to drop here. They ping both of them.
Yeah.
Elmer
Raiko could still have a could still block the Elmer's the Sashkorin's comm, right? All he needs to do is stay on
X
the same
Factor is
position,
here too. Oh no!
Yeah.
Here we go. Elmer lands, and they're just gonna comm walk at this. Patak is gonna have to trade with him, but there's other commanders behind it. So even though he's gonna die, they should be completely fine. X Factor needs to not land too close though. Patak.
They dodged the explosion damage.
They dodged it, and
could eat the lab. I don't know. It's hard. All these tubes going from the other side.
Yeah, they are coming in. They're gonna start dropping LLTs. Sash is gonna get a D-gun on the lab, which is huge. He needs to be a little careful with his commander. I guess with 2 comms, they're okay. They want to make sure they don't. Oh, is this Nano?
They should eat all the metal.
Yeah.
Good eating so far by the Stardom, to be fair. But...
Yeah, he was eating that. He's repairing now. And Stardom's running back. 8D's here. Actually, if 8D can 1v2, they're gonna be trapped. Does he get both? He gets both, right? No, he doesn't get X Factor. Okay, X Factor needs to D-gun.
X Factor is low,
but Stardom could just laser him down, right?
Yeah, I think X Factor needs to D-gun these wrecks. What? He missed? All right, he gets both of those.
Weird.
Okay.
But, okay.
Who came out ahead there, though? That was my question.
To be fair, I think AD saved it. I think it should be even, but metal, like, this is a low metal map, guys, so all those tanks at the bottom, they will be made from this whatever metal, who got how many metal.
Yeah.
While all that was happening, look at bottom. Autopilot is knocking on the front door of Raiko while everyone had to go up and save top, and even though High Gain and Hellshound are kind of chilling here, they are very, very far ahead. Raiko's commander is farther back, and I think Autopilot can just dive this and D-gun everything, so bottom might be out.
The biggest difference right here is the build power, sadly. These Raiko and Hellshound, they were too distracted in order to make like a good BP, and you know, I think Autopilot and High Gain, they use this distraction to get like a couple of nanos up, so they're just able to mash that Stumpy key. Because you can
They're
see
just
they like
spending
one
the
team
lead
is
from these
spending and the other
commanders, yeah.
team isn't spending, and that's really simple. Boils down to
Yeah, I
just
mean, there's
build power
one
defense.
whole commander wreckage that hasn't been eaten and spent, and it's just hurting the ability of PBS to actually use the metal that they have lying on the ground.
Yeah, and Raiko's column is exposed now. There is a lot of stouts running at him. He's going to get one D-gun off, though, and Hellshound is coming over with the time-honored Whistler Janice as PTSD kicks in for everyone. And Autopilot.
Yeah, I mean,
just
Autopilot is
chilling.
destroying the back.
It's gonna be a one commander, no? Right? It's only the High Gain commander which is running now to his own base,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he's backing out. So
After
Autopilot's going to go down.
Autopilot will
True.
eventually go down.
Patak is here. And
On the other hand, yeah, Patak is slightly is exposed, and they know that's one commander. The other commander is Raiko, and he's
is he still
in
alive?
more
how
danger.
is he? This is like the most ridiculous radar, and he gets more D.
That's
And Raiko's going to go down
actually
here.
insane.
So, okay, 1-2, and so it's yeah.
Yeah, we see Pitak already. No, Stardom transitioning to air, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna work to find the last comm. And also, they do not have like a comms to transport or
Yeah,
like the
this-
pigs even
And
to
Pro
get
is
the High Gains commander.
Pro is really far ahead. They still have all these mexes, and even though they have Banshees, the Banshees can't go out and mech snipe. They're just trying to deal with all the leaks and just all the blood everywhere. There is quite a bit of metal on their side of the map, so maybe if they can reclaim it, but I mean, they're already basically full metal bars, like LSR said. They just don't have the BP for this.
They also don't have the E production either. I mean, with all the damage they've sustained in the backline, they don't have that much E. I mean, they have a Geo, I guess, so maybe they could just drop down a few nanos, but...
And the initiative is usually very strong on maps like DSD, and even if you lost those two commanders, if your team is managed to, you know, get into good eco state.
Going down, he needs to not dig on his own transport. Ooh, that was almost scary.
Is playing very aggressively for somebody who has
No,
one
they
of
have
the last
two,
two
right?
columns.
Yeah,
Yeah, they have two, I
it's
guess,
1-2,
yeah.
but I mean, I think he
But-
almost needs to. My concern is that there's tons of whistlers here. Like, if he gets close and he's not paying attention, like that, he could just die. And
One
Figs
more
are coming.
volley like that, and
Oh, he
his
lands to
column-
repair it, which I like, but now there's Figs. No, they got to back up. Oh, boy. Patak is not in a great position. They see where both commanders are now, so I think they can just start pressuring and try to snipe them. Both commanders are in bot, in mid. Is that a T2 lab? Whoa.
Yeah, we see Stardom trying to make a T2 lab. I think he's recognized that
Well,
if
they have to
things go
spend
the
metal,
way
right?
they are,
Yeah.
yeah.
But this is
Oh,
looking
no.
very dicey.
Oh, no.
House commander goes down.
1-1 calm. It's anyone's game, except that Patak is fully exposed at half health running away. And wow, this frontline LLT from Hells has just sniped a huge number
Farming,
of
yeah.
ticks. Yeah. It's just
I
like,
think Stardom actually has been able to get more metal on the ground. Like if you look, he has 3 rezzers that have been going, eating the entire time, and Pro is a bit late to that actually. I think the problem is they all have literally full metal bars on the
Yeah,
side of
they even-
PBS.
Yeah,
Wow.
they cannot just spend no BP.
yeah, I mean, look at Stardom. Stardom has 9 T1 cons and he's spamming out Twitchers. To be fair, if he can AGO this, I think the damage is already done, right? This is going to be so hard. Hells is the last bastion, and there's just too many units here. But
Yeah, I
he's
mean, the
trying.
one problem Stardom has is he doesn't have a T1 arm con anywhere near him, so he can't really go for the AGO into Lich play, which I think would be one of their
Win
one of the strongest ways they
Yeah.
could
Yeah.
win the game.
Wait, where is Hygain? Oh, Hygain's all the way back here. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Hygain, this man he's living the peaceful life. He's away from all that war. He's just building alternative energy and converting it. No battles here. Hellsound's entire base goes down, and now Pro is gonna run over. There are a lot of fiends coming out. Does he try to push through mid, or does he attack top?
Well,
is the real,
if you're through the middle, you could technically go under. I think Shuris would eventually stop them, especially once they get spotted. You would start making more Shuris.
maybe like that. I'm not
also,
sure.
Also, it already looks like X Factor is on the duty with recognizing where the phones are.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like they're good targets for this fiend wall to actually go after.
And also, you could just make pounders, which is exactly what autopilot does too, in order to lock the choke down.
Yeah. So fiends are running. They do clean up these, but you're right. X Factor is spamming pounders. Do we decide to? Yeah. So he's gonna snipe this and then go, and he's gonna run into all of the units. Unfortunately, fiends just don't trade that well into pounder stout at all. So
this is gonna be
in the
massacre
choke too. So they find it. They back up, and yeah, with that they realize.
Yep.
They realize that's it. That's all she wrote. So actually, I mean, it was, you have to respect Pro for just kind of the balls to triple comm drop on there, and I think it worked out pretty well for them. But yeah, it was definitely a little scary there. It felt a little touch and go when comm started dying. I think 8D really saved that for a bit when he threw his
he had a really
but
quick response to switch to air, make a heavy transport, flies common.
Yeah, once you start losing all that, it gets a little rough. So that is it for round 2, I believe, which means that we can take a quick gander at the rankings and look at round 3. So round 3 is going to be DME versus Rat, TC versus APM, and Nut versus Pro. I think we want to watch the TC APM. How do you feel about that?
Oh yeah, of course.
I think that's
definitely
the highest rated. So let's hop in here. And yeah, it looks it's gonna be exciting. I think that, well, so PBS gets the auto win there. Nut versus Pro, I think, is Pro favored, and then Rat versus DME is Rat favored. No, I don't think it's
I think that should be accurate.
Fair enough. So TC, I'm curious if they're gonna feel, or if they're gonna be a little bit stronger for this. C88 hasn't dropped a game yet. They actually beat Chaos in the qualifiers. But there were a few of those games that Chaos had that it felt like they should have won it. You know, like if you guys remember the game on Salt Reef, they were in a commanding lead and then they somehow sort of threw it away. So
it's the classic nuke angle. I kind of love it.
I wouldn't say they necessarily threw it away more than they got kind of outplayed. But
yeah, but I don't think we're gonna see anything like that strategy from APM to again, like Zhao is gonna get his team into shape and actually T2 ecoing stage instead.
For sure, I mean, it's a completely different lineup.
True.
With all the main members in the team.
Yeah, because Zhao and Chisato weren't playing in that one, right? Or no? I can't remember.
I think Chisato was in that one. Chisato wasn't playing in a different game later in the day, but against APM, Chisato was there. Sorry, LSR, could you send me the
All right.
Oh wait.
First ban is
Did they post last word?
Rosetta. Oh wait, sorry. I have these reversed because C88 is actually the lower seed, which is a funny thing to say. So apologies.
Yeah.
All right, and let's see. So wait, what? Isn't TC?
Oh wait, no, sorry. We're using the qualifier rankings, right? And APM was the highest qualified.
Got it. All right, sorry. We're gonna swap them back. There's a little bit of musical teams here. Musical teams. They have called to kickbin me from the lobby because I'm not saying the correct things. Apologies. All right, so let's see. What do we see here? So far, what do we got? Shoddy is going to ban Tabula. Or no, sorry. They ban Rosetta. So we've got the Rosetta ban followed by the Tabula ban, correct?
Tabula ban, followed by a Glitters ban.
ATG is out of the pool.
TC. Team APM bans the Rock Jungle.
Interesting. Interesting. I mean, all right.
Chaos pick right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. What if you're Chaos? I feel like you excel in kind of the smaller, like a command center type thing or a Charlie in the Hills type thing, maybe. Because I feel like a lot of those players, they can scale, but it's not their main strength. I think. Okay, barrier pick. Let's go.
Interesting by Ragnar.
Interesting.
To be fair,
Okay.
Rag is a very strong C player. Although, who's gonna play
this
air
is,
for them?
This is actually like their last chance to like kind of actually like they should start pulling their real strats out. So it's really
Yeah,
I'm really
fair
curious on because this is the group, right? And even if you're like practicing, like you can keep your strats, but you also need to practice them, and this would be like the place where you can actually pull them out.
Right.
Hellas. We got water everywhere, gentlemen. So barrier into Hellas. Ooh, boy. Now we got 4 more bans, and C88B2F gets the final ban, which means they also get the final pick in a sense. I see some, I don't know if it's Shadow or Neb or whoever, but thank you for whoever is managing the bets. I think it's always fun. There's no real money or anything involved. It's just your channel points, but it is kind of fun to put your money where your mouth is and, you know, see who's actually going to win it. So thank you for whoever's managing that.
Interesting to see the bets as well. People don't seem to be. Well, I say people. It's just one person against one person. It was a 1v1 bet. I see.
Anyone can bet. So guys, feel free to bet. You got it. You got it. There's no money involved. There's no real. All you get is street cred. All right, so Hades ban and then Charlie ban, which I think makes sense, right? You don't want to play. You can imagine like Inda and Ragna and people they've done some cooking on these smaller maps. So I think it makes sense to get rid of
that makes sense.
Charlie.
Yeah. I wonder, I was going to go like, I wonder whether you play, are they fine with Rosetta, the team thing? I guess they are fine with center command.
Well, Rosetta was banned at the start by
Chaos, because they don't, I wouldn't want to play Chisada one. So ban DSD. And then that leaves us with Salt.
Like the Salt is going to be the last map. Shoddy. Shoddy actually banning Salt. He used to ban Center Command.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, Center Command is maybe they have a practice build and they're like we've got some serious 75 title cook-in strats into, you know, early AGO into whatever. But that I will say
they also could just be playing the psychological game and saying, well,
goes like,
we're gonna win 2-0. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, that is funny. Inda's like, huh? You what? You what, mate? So, yeah, this is gonna be quite an interesting little battle. So, Team Chaos, the people who aren't playing in it, Happiness is not here, but the rest of them are. And then for C88B2F. I can't believe I have that memorized now. That's a little depressing. It's Austin, Kuchi, Chisato, Shoddy, and Zhao. So Quacker and Neza are not playing, but Neza is no doubt standing on the sidelines, cheering his team on with words of love and encouragement, as he is very prone to do. And we are loading in. So, gentlemen, I feel like just off results, C88B2F is the favorite, but I also feel like Great Barrier Reef can kind of be anyone's game. So what do you think?
Oh,
Yeah,
well, Puffins, like I hope that all the teams have prepared something and realized how broken the Puffin mech snipe is.
Does Inda play air? I feel like I never see him play air, so I have concerns.
It looks like he's been chosen
I don't
for
know
the eco role.
what he's. Yeah, I think it's more of a flex role, right? Not necessarily an air role.
Yeah, I mean that's
we
fair.
say air because puffins have been so strong, but you generally want to have an air response to it, just in case that's a possibility.
True.
But Ender really likes his flex rolls. He plays hovers on straights. He does quirky things like that. I'm not really sure what he'll want to do there. Another thing I'm thinking about is I don't know who plays C on the Team C88, Team APM, aside from maybe Shoddy?
Austin.
Maybe Zhao.
Austin does.
Back in the day? Does he? Oh, okay. It's not familiar.
All right. So, and Austin drops down. Oh, Austin and Zhao swap. But I mean, Narn, great swimmer. Rag, great swimmer. Happiness is a straight player, so I assume he can swim, right? So let's see.
Interesting. They swapped out Rageki for Happiness. Probably because it's water map. Makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense, right? So interesting. I'm curious how it's gonna go. All right. LSR, are you in here? Or no, Panda in here?
I am.
All right. Sweet.
Well, I'm watching you.
Yeah. I was gonna watch Panda for 1 second in AFK. Can I do that? All right. Panda.
It looks like they paused the map though.
Apparently, as them past the boiling.
So to be very al dente. Kuchi is apparently cooking, but I am locked onto your camera. Sad Panda, I will be right back, sir.
Sure. Okay. Game started. Let's see the distribution. On Team C88, we have Austin on core, Shotty on arm, Zhao on arm, Kuchi on core, and Chisato on core in the back. Team Chaos, you have Club arm, Narna core, Bloodier core, Ragna arm, Happiness arm. Oh, wow! Almost mirrored start. Chisato as core, probably for better titles in the back.
That's an interesting because usually we do see Puffins and Arm seaplans, but him going like really fast core air is kind of interesting outlook. Maybe they're gonna try some heavy shuriken plays into Riptides, I would say. That's a really strong opener. You could literally, if you manage to EMP the tidal base, that just dies, right? Because you cannot produce anything. And Commander cannot defend underwater, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the queue. He's going for 2 early bombers and 6 shurikens. That's what he's going for. Interesting.
Yeah, they might do some heavy rushes,
Yeah,
all right, I return.
Meanwhile, Club going for a more standard play as far as what we've seen so far. He goes Vehicle Con, he expands, and then he switches to seaplanes, I assume. Huh.
Whoa, Chisato opened double whirlwind? That is interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
They indicates a heavy early. As I said, the shurikens might go for the lab. He's already seeing Shari just pumping T1 units. I think they're going to just commit to one player ship lab and try to both bomb the titles and just kill the lab outright.
Makes sense. Take one player out of the game immediately.
And
Ragnar might be the target here, but they're still scouting.
Yep.
Loader doesn't have labs, so far Shadi doesn't have like the perfect initiative.
They spot the titles here though, so Kuchi. Oh, and they ping it, but Shoddy breaks right through this opening and is just gonna run around. Oh god, sorry, we're missing the title bombing. He gets 3 titles. They're gonna swerve over for the next one.
They're playing Narnuk's base. Narnuk has
Narnuk cannot defend,
spaced.
right? That's it, right?
Yeah.
That they like he gets 1 ship out, which is like not gonna be good versus Shurikens, but
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the early bomber. There's
You can stun the lab. He can't. He can't get his ships out.
And on the other side, there's a supporter from Narn that is going to try to pick off this Khan. It's not going to get it, but there's also a sub from Blowdeer that is going to chase down and snipe Shoddy's Khan here. So great energy damage. I mean, this is a 500 to 1.1k, and Narn loses his lab and everything else. So recovery from this is going to be a little bit difficult. And now Kuchi is going to start running around and sniping mexes. And Inda has yet to drop an air lab, so I think Kuchi should be able to just snipe as many mexes as he wants until there's an actual air response. And Happiness might get bombed as well. No, it looks like we've got...
Well, I mean, these bombers aren't the same as puffins, right? I mean, they can do a lot of annoying harass, but they aren't going to be the same like oppressive force as puffins.
I think it's already did the damage. It's the energy per second that they're snowballing, right? It's losing its energy per second income early. Getting hit does snowball, right? You can have all the metal in the world.
Right.
And Happiness is going to
we
snipe
see that
another
from
expanding
Team Chaos now, that some of their members do have a bit of metal to spend that they can't really do so that efficiently.
Well, it's because the Narnuk reclaim his lab, and they just lack energy.
Yeah.
Shoddy snuck in these dolphins to the back, and even though Rag is here, I think they should be able to snipe a few titles, if nothing else, right? Yeah, they're gonna get in and get at least 1 title.
Get a few titles.
And so far it feels like the air start from Chisato has really punished Team Chaos. Zhao was walking forward a bit, but a lot of dolphin here. It's kind of interesting because I feel like on a lot of the more narrow lanes we just see them as so core favored, but in this a little bit wider open, it's
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting to see both Sea Labs get some play. I mean, they both have pros and cons. Dolphins with the rating and the committal, but like frigates are very strong, and 4 frigates are very strong in a straight up fight. We see that on Team C88 side, they only have 2 ship labs left. Whoa. They did reclaim the other labs to fund a seaplane lab. Oh no, this is not it's planned seaplane lab.
He's done this before where he actually goes, he gets a couple Seacons and then he spams titles with the Seacons in addition to that, just because it's such good, like the 22 title is just amazing. So
right, that makes sense. On Team Chaos side, we have Puffins coming out. Yep.
Who would have ever suspected?
Who would have suspected? Yep. First unit to come out of the seaplane lab were Puffins.
And then we're going to need some swarmers. So Blowdeer is fighting versus Shoddy in mid here. There is a sub that Austin brought, but it's running straight into Blowdeer, who is just shooting it, and sub needs to run away and then it can kite, but there is a lot of kind of dolphin versus dolphin. And on the other side, Zhao, oh my god, poor Narn, dude. Wait, where's the puffin? Yeah, so the puffin at least can clean this one up, but he is losing so much here. At the same point, Ragna is going to send his own puffin over to start sniping these mexes, and there are figs from Chisato that should be able to respond, but
Happiness was able to sneak in 2 skaters on the right-hand side, and they are going to be wiping this title farm.
Oh,
this is a completely unprotected title farm.
Yeah, and he can't even really sure it because the skaters have decent AA. Got a
Right.
tuck. And radar plane comes in from Inda. What do they see? They saw a bit, but not too much. So despite the early start, my God, is there another sub in Narn's base? Dude, poor Narn. This is not, this is abuse.
I mean, you can see that like when one team smells weakness, they really just tend to double down.
The Puffin
Unfortunately
one-shot
for Narn.
mechs is amazing. And yeah, here's the classic super annoying, right? The figs come and the Puffin just lands in the water. The sub has to go hunt it down, but until right, and then it can pop out and snipe the sub and then just drop back in.
Yeah, and if you don't have radar coverage, you might not know when it gets up.
Yeah, it's so obnoxious. Great micro from Ragnar, though. And we see Blowdeer sneaking a dolphin into Shoddy's base. He gets 3 titles and a little bit more vision. He sees that they're building something down here, but he doesn't see the full title farm. And up in the north, Narn, despite losing his base 2 or 3 times, is still somehow pressuring. And who's this? Not Chisato, sorry. Zhao is at risk of losing his title farms. If Narn can get in here and snipe these titles, it's gonna be a huge energy difference. They actually equalized the E difference right now, and I feel like the Puffins are applying a lot of pressure, but Chisato saw those Puffins and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna do that as well. So Monsoon coming out, which I'm sorry, Puffin is just a much cuter name, but Monsoon maybe a little bit more intense. And Narn is gonna snipe the lab for Zhao, so
Actually,
they're gonna lose some BP.
Looks like the game has turned around with like army value. It's
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure how Team Chaos got so ahead in metal produced.
Wait,
it's
are
just
Monsoons even faster than
Chisato
Puffins?
decided to spawn air at the start. Let me.
No, 271. No, they're not. Sorry, it was just moving so fast, but I think that's just because Puffins are insane. Okay, sorry. So Blowdeer with these dolphins, Zhao's base is more or less dead, and Kuchi up top kind of got shredded as well. So this is looking really, really good. We start to see all the numbers swing in favor of Team Chaos. So they went with the C, and even though, you know, C88 are a bunch of bullies and they want to hurt Narn, the rest of Team Chaos said, you stay away from our German. We're gonna carry this game without him. And Shoddy calls the resign vote, so I think that's the first loss for C88 if it goes through. Or is Shoddy just mean?
Yeah, I think it's their first loss that tournament. Yep. No, it goes through. Oh.
All right. Chisato hits him with the very good-mannered GG, well played. And all right, that yeah, I mean, I was a little scared for the start, like when we saw the titles get bombed and then, you know, the Shuri's doing quite a bit of damage, but wow, the turnaround there was great. I think they had really, really good kind of sharing, and then they also were able to just prop up that lane. I think the commit into Narn also really let Blowdeer just kind of chug through mid, and then of course the early Puffin is such a nightmare to deal with. It's unreal how good Puffins are.
It's shocking as well because Chisato chose to open air to do some early damage, and it's not as if he didn't make seaplane fighters to deal with the Puffin.
Yeah.
He even they even ate 2 T1 chip labs just to fund the seaplane lab, but it was still a bit late and wasn't able to prevent the Puffin from just taking out mexes, taking out cons, taking out radar, getting a lot of value.
Yeah, that was awesome. So Team Chaos, their pick is Great Barrier Reef, and they take a pretty convincing win on it, I think. And it wasn't like they had a crazy build. It was more of just they had really, really good sea play. So game 2 is going to go to Hella's Basin, which is C88 B2F's pick. And I think this definitely can lean into their strengths. So LSR and I were talking about this. LSR feels like it's more of a macro map. I feel like it's more of like like an all-in mid map. Where do you fall on the Hella's Basis discussion?
Technical map, yeah, but let Panda.
Panda.
So
You're the
this map has
deciding
been
vote.
played actually in both Omega series, if I'm not mistaken.
It was in the
And
second one, yeah.
Oh, only the second one.
It was in the second and the. It wasn't in OS1. I don't think it existed in OS1.
Okay.
So.
Oh, right. Oops.
No, you're fine. We could actually look here. Hold on, I could tell you. So, yeah, it was in season 2. So in season 1 it didn't exist, but in season 2 it existed. So it's been played in season 1 and in season 2 and in season 3. I can talk.
I mean, based on the matches on this map from the previous Omega series, it's technical at the opening stages because there are a lot of ways you can spend your metal efficiently to exert early pressure, and if you don't deal with these, you just insta-lose, right?
Right.
If you are able to defend against that, that's when the macro really starts to kick in. The problem is you have one player doing macro while all this cooking is happening in mid. Generally, that's what we've seen at least. So it's a bit of both. I mean, the macro is at work from the start. It's just that it only kicks in if the like hardcore cooking fails to materialize in the first few stages of the game.
Yeah, fair enough. Uh-oh, we got Happiness and Narn in chat hitting us with the easy game. Oh boy.
Easy game.
Oh
Alright.
boy. All right. You know, people are like, Narn is such a, a kind, very well-mannered individual, and it turns out that's wrong. But speaking of Narn, I think the one thing that we want to really bring back and discuss about Narn is his team is very, very strong. And if you guys missed at the start, there's this crazy stat where everyone on his team has a positive win rate with all factions except for our boy Narn right here. Interesting.
Jesus. Interesting statistic right there.
What are we doing here, Narn? What are we doing? No, I'm kidding. So we are waiting for players to... Actually, I lie. The players have loaded. I'm just not letting you watch the game, and we're just looking at stats instead. So, oops, I apologize for that. Let's actually watch the gameplay. Okay. So Team Chaos in the bottom right, and it looks like our front is going to be Raigeki, Rag, and Blowdeer. And so they swapped Happiness out for Raigeki. Okay. How do you feel about that? What? I guess because Happiness
I think
is a
it's
C
just
player.
rotation, to be fair. Knowing Ragnar is just like, I mean, he wants everybody to participate in a team equally, so I don't think it's...
Wait, is that a thing?
Like,
I didn't realize that.
Well, yeah, I think when we did it as well, I mean, we just like swap out like some players because, I mean, you get one more team member, what you're gonna just keep him on the bench all the time, It's not fair.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I feel like Barcode has always had no subs, though, no?
No, we had a couple of them.
Okay,
at least in the meme tournament when we joined with Randy, I think.
Right, I mean...
And before, yeah.
All right, so it looks like PBS, is not in this game. It looks like PBS is not in this game. However,
you want to talk about PBS all the time.
C88 is in this game, and they're going to do a very similar open to the one they did before, where they actually didn't have a backline in the last game that we watched them play. Shoddy went C, and then they had the quad mid, and they have Austin with the pool start just to spam titles. So,
so probably very similar to what we saw before.
With like the super early T2. And then it looks like Inda is done playing games and he wants to go climb a mountain. Nope. Okay, wait, never mind. He's going swimming. He's going...
this is some barcode, the barcode style,
What is this?
Oh, okay.
They dig into
this
their
looks
barcode
like some
route.
cooperation for either an amphib vehicle lab or seaplanes.
No, it isn't. It's just Eco.
You think?
I think it's just like
I mean, it's just I know, like I've cooked like Melody cooked this build, and we worked on it really hard. I think
Okay.
I don't know how they will execute it or what's their spin on it, of course.
I don't.
But I know we practiced this.
I don't know. I feel like not contesting the C is just so scary because you're on such an insane timer.
It doesn't matter the C. I mean, we lost to the Lich in the game. We had 60% energy advantage, right? So it's all about the energy. So I just want to see their execution.
Valuable for the mixes, but like, it's not.
They might have their own spin. But it's all about the just getting off the boost, right? Now that we're off the strat,
they're just making titles.
Shoddy, we have no strat. Someone help. Okay. All right. So, yeah, we've got the double title.
And then if you see, just look at the front players' bases. Look at how much energy they get. Look at how much energy buildings they're making. They're making none, right? So that means that they get to scout first. Ooh, Bloater, I see. That's spicy.
Oh,
so that's how they plan to go into this sea with 4 and.
Oh, okay.
So this is a good spin so far. Looks interesting. And for example, you can see the early res bots. You can just pump the early res bots without any issues right here.
Yeah, and we actually see really, really early ticks coming from Zhao, and then he gave them to Austin. But Ragna's pumping out blitz. Good lord. Okay, so we got the blitz tick early. We don't have any radar though, so they are probably gonna be able to scout this. Oh, maybe not. Can he? No, he doesn't get in.
So far?
Oh, he does get in. What does he see? So he sees the Rag Lab there, and
he missed the blitzers, and only now the blitzers get stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and Shoddy has a C lab. He has his first con out. He's going to do a second con. They still don't know how many are in mid though, so we'll see. And
you have Chisato. Blueprint blocking these.
Oh my god!
Wow. Amazing.
To be fair, this is a little bit of a bug abuse that I don't know how much known it is to do. Probably doesn't matter as here, but changing elevation with the blueprint spamming, so the vehicles cannot cross.
Okay, this
is it elevation, like not just collision.
Yeah, you can mess up the ramp, right?
Yeah,
you
and then like that,
okay,
so it's like
I see. Yeah.
All right, so what you're saying is
I don't know if that's planned though.
Disqualify, right? That's bug abuse disqualification. So Raigeki got in with these ticks. He's not going to find anything else. He was able to snipe that mech though. They call out the hover plays because they see him, and the hover con is running around getting these mexes. The only problem is it's not like hovers can contest mexes, right? There's no hover death charge launcher unit, whatever that would be called.
Right. They can't take out enemy mexes, but they could just, I mean, if they're uncontested like they are right now, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
The other nice thing too, I guess, is that if Bloater wants to drop even just a couple rocket hovers, he can kind of do one of these and then swerve over, I think, and kind of start chipping away at Pork and just being really annoying, and there's not really an answer for him until Shuri's can stop. I don't know if it's worth the medal, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah. I think we're gonna see a tech really soon. It looks like Ragna and Raigeki both building LLTs at the front already, locking it down, so then nobody's getting rushed, which means the resources should go to something.
Oh, they're going T2 before T1 Geo. Interesting.
Yeah,
is that part of the build you were talking about?
Yeah, it's useless to spend energy on Geo if you're gonna get Boom Geo anyways.
I mean, yeah, well, 21.
It's just slow, right? It's just
21 title is just super nice. Like, I think you can
they already, like, for example, making underwater sea storage, so they should already have hoarded enough energy to do that.
Right.
So there are...
Yeah, as you can...
Rag and Chisato battling it up. I was going to say, there are a lot of units on the front from Chisato, and here comes their T2 lab, but they went Geo first, so their T2 is about halfway done, and TC's their Geo.
Yeah, they should cut all the production, but it looks like actually for now, I don't think the APM team is doing pretty good with energy. Mostly to the Austin just being 3 APM title guy and getting some Shuri to micro. Is he stuck?
Yeah, it looks like the TC team is stalling on E a bit.
Yeah, because they're making Boom Geo with all the nanos.
Right.
As soon as that's done, though, it's going to be quite
It's
nice.
gonna be 1,000.
For sure. I mean, the speed at which they're getting Boom Geo is like so much faster than.
Yeah, they're just starting. So C88 just starts their boom now, and on the other side, their boom is done. So the real question is, what do you want to make to break mid? Do you think you just go for the standard bull? Do you think you
Mexes.
Oh,
The
Mexes
3.0 Mexes is the most important, at least in our strategy. So I would assume Ragnar's philosophy here is still the same, to focus on the Mexes, and then you would start to bring the bulls, the Mausers, and Starlights, right?
Yeah, so you're right. We got the T2 Con boosted by a console, and it's there. And we actually see Mauser first. Okay. And then from the other side, they are not producing anything. They just got their Boom Geo, and they're dropping a ton of BP here.
Yep.
But
so far, Team Chaos hasn't been able to get those back mixes at all, by the looks of it. Looks rather slow.
Yeah, I wonder why, actually.
I think it's just maybe AFK or like... But prioritizing energy is usually fine, but eventually you will run out of metal.
Yeah, it looks like they're prioritizing the T1 Geos, but I feel like they don't need it once you have the T2.
I mean, technically you get the refund anyway, so maybe they just want a little bit of a boost. But yeah, no, I agree with you there too. So what do we got here?
And it looks like some of these hovers are making progress, but quite slow.
Shadi hasn't found a way actually to contest like these mixes, so
he's gonna start building
he's gonna
urchins.
torch there.
And Shoddy.
Oh, he's already here, yeah.
He actually, this could be pretty massive if you can just raid into the back. Oh, there's Shuris though. I don't think. Well, maybe they can punish. We'll see. But
there are a lot of Shuris. Well, it depends, I guess.
He will see the Shuris, right? So he needs the Crashers and some runs, and then he could push. I mean, he could threaten the
he can just make
Geo at the back.
A-bots are fast enough to keep up with
And
the rest of the
also,
organization.
he's been getting some air support as well from Kuchi.
Right.
And wow. Okay, so
Oh, we have a Starlight Rush from Team APM.
there's a lot of Mausers here though, and a lot of these ticks. So the one kind of scary thing about when you do these early Starlights off a single A Geo is that if they're firing constantly, it's actually a pretty big drain on your economy once you have a few of them. So we'll see. But yeah, it's definitely a pretty serious commit. And Shoddy is collecting grunts here. He's got 12.
Oh, is the Coast Guard coming from him? I doubt they will spot him, but you know, they're trying to clear the coast, so
They might, and actually that could be, that could be an issue. And oh man, this timing could be perfect for Shoddy if he can run up and then snipe this Boom Geo and back.
yeah, that's what I was expecting. That.
All right, so we've gone the transition from the early Mauser into a little bit more of a Bull Jag, which I think is good, but they're gonna need spam with it so that they can close in on the Starlights, right?
Right. I mean, you see Ragnar coming out with his own Starlights. A little bit surprising, honestly, to see these teams go with mirrored strategies.
Yeah, I still feel like a single rattle in mid would just be super useful because it basically covers all of it, right? And is Shoddy moving yet? Shoddy is not moving yet. Oh, wait, they spot it. He sees it. Oh, he's like, oh my god, this is a problem. Issue located. So the real question is, how do they... Oh yeah, we got a lot of ticks coming. And Jags are gonna flex back. So Narn with his Coast Guard strats actually is able to find quite a bit. We also have the Figs and the Scouts. So what are they gonna see when they scout this?
Yeah.
So they're gonna see the lack of, or no, they're gonna see the Mexes in back.
Right.
What? You gotta... Right there. They lock it down.
Interesting that Chisato chooses to make flak every game. It's as if he's expecting to lose with Earthquake. Wait, did he not make flak? Was that delusional?
He has flak. He has 4
flak.
flak. Yeah, or Kuchi has them now. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he shared them. I was like, where'd they go? No,
Where
but
are
it's
they?
interesting that they choose to do that instead of like it's like they expect the encounter a bombing run from like a desperate opponent.
I think it's also like it's just safe, and this AGO is so risky. You know, it's like if it pops, the game's over. I mean, not always, but it's real hard to win. I think if you pop, because you're gonna have BP and everything else. Oh, Shoddy with the stealth comm lock. Wait, did he show on radar? No, he didn't. So
Chisato has like a lot of starlights here. This is a difficult push to stop. It's gaining quite a bit of ground.
Yeah, they've been pretty good with target firing, I think, and Zhao's been on point with tick spam, so
yeah,
they've
there's
been able to skirmish so far.
Counter tick spam from Raigeki. But
It looks like APM has been like on point with their own eco. I don't think the advantage was really better. It looks like they've been able to get all 3 boom geos against Team Chaos's too.
yeah, and Narn winning. Oh, they find Shoddy's comm here, so they're gonna deal with it. But this front push is a little scary. Shuri's come out though, and they're gonna lock down all these starlights. So Raigeki's gonna run at them, but the flak trucks are a little bit too far behind. The figs are coming now, but I think the starlights here all die, and that's a nice little medal donation for Team Chaos. The other kind of concerning thing is Narn, in the meantime, he wants revenge from getting bullied, so we're going to see a little bit of a sea skirmish. It's like, wow, he has a lot more metal than Shoddy does. Andy has his comm in the water. Shoddy doesn't have his comm in the water, so if he can get up here and abuse repair, this could be Shoddy losing C here. Shoddy does have a hover lab going down here. Interesting. Okay. And Jag's out to start sniping all these ticks with the starlights. Are they rezzing? They are rezzing. So Raigeki,
would you prefer if they res units here or ate the units here? What do you guys think?
Well, they're stalling on E and they have metal. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not even sure, but we see a T3 lab and a fusion going down. I think it maybe makes sense to just eat them to fund the... Well, they don't need the metal. I don't know. I guess you res it because you just want the troops for now. Narn is losing his army to Shuri's, unfortunately. He does have a skater, and the skater's picking his stuff apart now, but Nettle goes down. Maybe he can still hold this? What do we think? We got all 3 boom geos up.
We
for
have a lot of tick spam coming from Team APM. I'm surprised. I don't usually see them going 5 lab tick spam.
I think it's going to work pretty well though, right? Because these starlights are just not supported. We need way more Jags here to deal with this.
Right. I guess they just haven't. You know, if it keeps working, just do it some more, I guess.
Right.
I think it's just delaying to get the T2 mixes up. I think it's a completely good strategy to just try to hold Vellum enemy, and especially once you control like the middle. Yeah, they actually got the T2 middle mixes, which is
I like
producing
the pinpointers.
Right.
And
I mean, you have Zhao upgrading them as well.
T3 lab going down. The real question is, what do you do? Do you Vanguard in mid, or do you just try to Mara and then run through the C?
I think people usually prefer Vanguards, but we also see Razors in the middle sometimes.
They might need the Razors.
Yeah,
just
but
to deal
in
with,
the Starlights,
that's true.
It feels a bit painful. Vanguards.
Yeah, I think Marauders definitely first to try to exploit, especially for example with Narnuk breaking almost to the side. Although Narnuk's push has stalled, I think, right now.
Yeah.
Like, for example, using disadvantage right now to push Marauders because they will get spotted very late.
That would make sense, yeah. I mean, there is technically a path to the Boom Geo.
I think
if
Juno at this point should be kind of required. Like,
For
to
sure. I
counter-
mean, that's one thing I was curious about. Like, why are they?
They
not
have a
making
Geo, or they have a Juno on this side, and yeah,
Oh,
here we
yeah.
go. The first one just fired on the front and is killing,
I think I
but
saw one in there.
there are just 287 ticks, and they're gonna run in. And wait, do
I
they
don't know
see
about these Marauders on the
see
front.
the Maras, yeah, they see the Maras with it. Oh, first
Yeah.
Geo shot on the front line. So
Oh, Ragnar.
Ragnar is gone.
Ragnar isn't.
Ragnar! Oh no!
Oh,
He gets
Ragnar's not
sniped.
paying attention to his commander.
Oh, Pulsar down though, so that's actually kind of useful. They see the other comm though, so Rageki might get dove here, and he needs to be careful. Those ticks will instantly shred him. Oh no, 2 commanders going down, and that death explosion is real concerning. Gentlemen, where are the rest of the Junos? This AGO is almost in range too. If they just move up and start shooting it, it can be real scary. All these ticks are in, and they're just gonna start eating all of this. So even though Narn is winning C, I don't think it's gonna matter because these ticks they're killing everything. And another comm goes down, so 2 to 4 comms, and I think C88's gonna be able to push through this, right? They are breaking, and on the backside, Shoddy with the goons, all of them are dying to a beamer.
One more
Never
comm
mind.
goes down for Team Chaos.
Oh god, they have 1 comm left. Was that? No, that wasn't. Who's alive?
It's Narnak on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's Narn in the
deep
sea.
into Shoddy's base. Yeah.
Pulsar goes down. They just did not have the anti-tick. Good lord, that's
Yeah,
a
I mean,
lot of
Team
spin.
Chaos cannot afford to lose his mid position. Like, that's so much metal in the center there.
I guess they don't have the BP, but where are the Razors? Why are we making Maras into pawns? Well, I guess the Razors die to Starlights anyway. I think this might just be game because they see the AGO, and we are going to see a gloriously large explosion momentarily. They are going to call it.
Yep,
So-
AGO goes boom.
Whew.
A good
you
eco
know what
from
that
Team Chaos.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Team Chaos. Both teams played pretty well, but now that the score is 1-1,
1-1, yeah.
we get to watch a center command game with 2 of the best teams on
Oh,
the
Oh,
tournament.
that's the game.
That's true. I had forgotten.
Uh,
So yeah, sorry. So for those of you who just joined or who had forgotten, so game 1 was on Barrier Reef and Team Chaos won it. Game 2 was on Hella's Basin, and we just watched C88 win it, which means that we get to go to the last map, which is Center Command. Ooh, boy. Wow. So who's favorite on Center Command?
no clue. I don't know.
I don't think nobody of them actually
genuinely
practiced them,
say-
so
yeah, I don't think anyone's been practicing this map.
some thug push maybe, I don't know. Should look at Ragnar likes
Take some
them.
strategies from the Team Geo.
Yeah, hey man, if it
Yeah.
works for Team Geo, it should work for anyone. And Happiness just rejoined. I wonder if he's gonna swap out for anyone? He's in the join queue. Who would they drop? So yeah, Center Command is definitely to quote the great Ural, it is one of the maps of all time. It is a map that has some pretty unique properties, I think is the best way to describe it. The most critical property of which is the 75 title, which that is a lot of title, my friends. That is a lot of title. So there's the 75 title, and if you look on the map itself, for some reason I can't draw it right now, but there are all of these little puddles, and all of these puddles can fit 1 title. So the spawns on it are kind of trippy because you end up with these kind of spawns where you spawn on the 2 mechs, you take the title, you get this, and then there are geos here, and so you kind of do that. So you generally have 2 players that follow this kind of build path like this, and then we've seen 2 and 3 spawns in mid where they co-op, and a lot of times one player will take the geo here, and then you'll have a player go like this and a player go like this. But on the games that I've seen, it's anyone's guess, right? You see all in T1, you see early T2 because you can really abuse spiders on the sides. Bombing is really weird on this map because the cliffs are so high that when you fly at them, it's just like it takes forever to go up. So if there's any AA, it's actually really hard to bomb sometimes. But yeah, Sad Panda, what do you think? What are your comments on the map? He's got no comments. LSR, what are your comments on the map?
I don't know. I want to see.
Yeah, man, the other one so this is actually played a lot, right? The 5 check marks, I forgot who asked earlier, Saber maybe, but the 5 check marks here on the red side is the number of times that it's been picked. So yeah, so basically those 5 means that we've seen a lot of games on it. The other thing that we've seen is in the center, you can sometimes see people go like, when it goes a little bit later, you'll see vanguards in mid, and high trajectory vanguards in mid are the most painful thing imaginable because they just kind of like hide behind the little center parts and they start shooting and nothing can fire directly at them. And because they're so high, other things don't have the range to shoot up and over and hit them. And so you have to dislodge them with air or spiders. And it is real annoying. Mm-hmm. So here we go. We have C88. So series is tied 1-1. And we have C88 on the left. And we have Team Chaos on the right as red. So this is the deciding game right here. Yeah, I think it's like, yeah, I mean, there are rocks here, right? I think it's like 600 rocks on each side or something. Yeah. True, but I mean, yes. And for chat, that was me last time. I apologize. It is center command, not command center. I was corrected and I am very, very sorry. But yeah, the spot is like right here, LSR. If you have a vanguard there, the mountain is so high that like nothing can hit it, and it can literally shoot like all the way here, and it's the most annoying thing ever. So you don't actually put it on the high ground, you put it there. There is a gauntlet like on the low ground, kind of where the geo is, or no, rattle, and it like didn't have the range to shoot up and over and actually hit. It was little tilting for them. Yeah, I think it's great. Huh? So in my experience, it either ends in like 10 minutes or like 30 minutes. Like it's either like, yeah, that's true. Geo. It's either really fast or it like turns into this just obnoxious slugfest where there's like, you know, LPRCs that are trying to snipe and like, yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. The real question is, do you guys prefer the TC 3 mid start, or do you prefer the C88 1 mid start? Yeah, the early, I'm always a little scared whenever it's like a huge comm disadvantage in a lane, because I feel like it just opens up a lane to like the team with the comm advantage. You just walk at the other commander and you trade, and then your comm is there really early to just eat it up, and you can kind of just crush the lane. But we'll see. It's a small. It's a pretty small map, I think. I don't know. It feels big, but it's not. Like, I think it's 16 by 8. So I don't know. It's not that large. Plus it's side to side as opposed to corner to corner. True. Well, if you start in the back, I think you just do super early T2, right? And then you have like a 4-minute T2 and you just start spidering, I guess. I don't know. I'm honestly not sure. All right, well, we are. No, we're good. So C88B2F, we got Zhao as ARM in mid. We've got Shadi as ARM. He's got the title down. Austin is also ARM. Then we've got Kuchi as ARM. There are no core on this team. Interesting. They don't want faction diversity, aka maybe a little racist. Then we've got Inda as core bots. We've got Ragna as core bots. And Happiness is ARM. Okay, so a little bit more diversity there. But Happiness does a standard title start. He's going to take these mexes, and then we're going to go. Interesting starts. Very, very interesting starts. I think he might want it for, I don't know why he did an ARM Air Lab either, but I have seen Air come and they reclaim the rocks here and then get out before anyone else shows up. You know what I mean? But I guess we'll see. But he's not actually going though, which is a little confusing. So Scout's going to go, and then he's making figs now. So once they can get up and take these titles, I think they'll be a little bit ahead. I apparently muted the game, and I apologize.
Easier.
So, sorry. 1 second.
Is my call about the leech will be true? Like, are they actually listening to me?
You know what? You might not be. Yeah, that actually might be what they're planning. Just
really like what I've been calling, because I literally thought that it's based on that Forge game where they did the 6 minute, and that's why I picked this map.
Right. That makes sense.
And that's exactly why they picked the map, and they're just falling into my trap right now. Oh, that's a soul raid. I mean, this is a good map for it. Like, that's a. Has plenty of energy.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the real question is, do you just go with one, or do you go with two so you can just like run by and start comm sniping?
I don't think it even is good in the sense that, you know, in Forge it's really important to snipe the T2 lab. So if they don't have a T2 lab, like, what do you snipe? What do you go? Lich? Oh my god, they're doing this. Do you do Lich against thugs? That's the question, right?
Well, do they even have the E? I guess they do have the E. I mean, these thugs need to get in here and start putting in work. Inda's just now dropping his own air lab, but it's going to be T2 figs versus T1 figs, right? They also have to, I mean, Team Chaos has to be like, yo, what is happening right now? Like, oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, they went to boost thugs and just walk, and they found literally no resistance.
They're like, It's so funny because if this happens in like a mixed steel game, you're like, oh, it's just a new player. But you're like, wait, all these are really good players and there are no units. What is happening right now? So, Lich
to
is
be
coming
fair, they're
out.
getting a Lich out in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. That's pretty good.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, I was looking more for like a 6-minute one because you still need to mount some defense, right?
Right, right.
Oh, the Lich is going already?
All right, here we go.
Okay.
So they see it,
going
they're
to
like,
get
wait a
value.
minute, what? And, oh, he went bombers. Oh, Inda, where are the figs,
Yes.
bro? Where are the figs? Okay, so we've got all 5 commanders in mid to fight the thugs. And Lich is gonna start comm sniping, so this is looking pretty good. And we've got the Roughnecks putting in.
That's perfect. I love it. Oh, almost did the backflip right there.
And Narn doesn't have the E to cloak. Oh, he cloaks now. The Lich knows where he is though. He's just gonna, yeah, he's on radar, so it's gonna swing by and snipe. He's running. Okay, so the thug push kind of stalled out. We do see
Indus
Indus
bombers are coming in, yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately, they're a little better than I've seen. I've seen them where they like hit the cliff and then it takes them like a year to go up. The real question is, what are they gonna bomb? T2 lab. Do they get it? They only get it? All right. Don't quite get it. This is hysterical. All right. So, oh, wait, maybe they get it with the second volley. Here we go. And it goes down.
Oh,
so
no.
they lose. Oh, God. Oh, this is... I don't know who's winning. I think red team is winning with that, because now they have full air control, right? And they can just start. Yeah. So Inda is gonna make it work. He's gonna start bombing out wins, among other things. Rageki has a few trashers, and we've got all 5 comms in mid from them. And the Lich, which is out and is gonna start trying to snipe comms. I think it gets Narn here, right? Yeah, they see it.
Yeah, it should.
Oh, yeah, he's dead. Oh, but it does die
Trades
for
the
that.
Lich for it, yeah.
And still bombing out this win. So this energy difference is gonna be a little brutal. And are they gonna they're gonna reclaim this T2 lab? But they're floating a ton of metal. Is this an accident?
Ooh.
Not sure if that was. Okay. All right. So what do we do now? Happiness went Happiness Tacti went T2. They're gonna go boom Geo. I think TC's happy with the status quo, right? They killed the T2 lab, they killed the Lich,
yeah, they control
and they
the
have
mexes,
yeah, they have massive map control and all the mexes, and Inda has just been annoying people in back. These whirlwinds are finally going to go down, but AGO is coming up now, and hopefully they can either send Twitchers mid or just do something else. C88 going to drop the frontline T2. Ooh, boy.
Yeah, I think this is just looking quite bad for Team C88, to say the least. It's just there's such a big eco lead, and there's such a big like tempo lead, and it's like what else can you do here?
Yeah, I mean they're gonna try. They're gonna go for the super early T2, but you're looking at 400 energy versus 1.1 now that this AGO is done. And Khan is immediately running over to get the other AGO, and then they're gonna start upgrading all these mexes. So pretty big economic lead. The only thing that they're leading in right now is army value, and I think that is going to quickly fade out once we start to see more units. We do see Recluse out, and to be fair, Recluse can do a lot of work on this map just because they can climb up hills and they can do everything else. So
True, recluses are quite valuable, and if Team Chaos doesn't make anything, I guess if
oh,
they're
the termite
lucky-
stuck the e-store's in the way. Oh no, and I don't know if they realized it. Did he see it? He needs
Oh,
to eat that.
he's trying to eat the whole lab, so I don't think he
okay.
will. I don't know why.
Oh,
Why not just
I
eat the
see.
E-Store?
Oh.
What? Okay. Oh, maybe they want to
Yeah.
build it frontline? I could see that. I could see maybe they want to do it. Yeah. They're going to core V on front. Although core V over... All right, all right.
You could put Tremor with the transport, right?
Oh my god, yes! Right
True.
here.
True.
Right here, and then just shell mid. I'm on board.
God.
Win or lose, that's all I want to see. That's what I'm ready for. So Termite coming up to start harassing Kuchi on this side. It needs to not get degunned. It almost gets degunned, but doesn't. This is a rare unit. Yet another spider with 6 legs. Termites are also not spiders, but like everything that's all-terrain, they're spiders in our eyes. And Recluse goes down. Termite is almost dead. Maybe he can back it up and repair it? I'm not sure. A lot of micro here. Can he dodge rockets? No, he goes down. So on the other side, the Recluse is chipping away at Narn's little front here. And what do we see coming out? We see tigers, which to be fair is probably the simplest way to end this, right? You just run the tigers at them. The one thing that I do get concerned about is when you ball tigers, you know, if you end up balling tigers, Recluse do so well into grouped units. Like one-on-one, they're horrible and they miss a lot of shots, but when there's like big groups of units and the rockets will hit something when they're firing in the general direction, I think they get really scary.
True. But ideally with tigers, you kind of just want to run past
True.
slow defenders like the Recluse.
True, true. So Recluse on the side, sniping away happily. And a little bit of an economic recovery from C88, right? Although once this other T2 Geo is done, it's going to be probably a little bit of a different story.
And I think part of that is just because Team Chaos is a little bit slow with transporting nanos around, upgrading mexes. Just a lot of like the micromanagement of eco that you see APM do all the time.
Oh, and Chisato tried to degun this lab, but he didn't quite get there. So there's a lot of metal, and Austin is running at it. He's either going to try to eat it or degun it, but I think he'll be too late. The nano that's right here ate the majority of it. We do see Austin's comp. Yeah, Austin just deguns it and backs up. Kuchi might go down here. These tigers are... Oh, he's got 140 health. It's scary. So tigers are starting to do work on this side, and it's closer than it was a few minutes ago, but I also am a little concerned about if they can actually keep surviving. But I guess we'll find out. More tigers coming, and tigers are just chipping away. Zauscom needs to
run. It
Run.
looks like Zao's making snipers. Pretty good counter to tigers. And I guess they have the E for it, because there's not much else to spend the on.
Yeah, right. I still want to see the high ground tremor. I feel like there's a lot of potential here. Gives the comm to Kuchi. Kuchi's going to try to micro. He cloaks. He gets one of the one of the tigers, but super low, and he needs to be very, very careful. The sniper is kind of plinking away at them. Another tiger goes down to the sniper. And there's 2 snipers now, and there is a Recluse in mid, and it snipes the... Wait, does it snipe the Geo? I think it's going to snipe the Geo, yeah. Emp resistance putting in work.
But unfortunately for Team APM, Team KS has 2 more AGOs.
Yeah, they are just a little ahead, and we see more tigers coming. I almost kind of want to see something other than tigers at this point, no? Like banishers, or do you think tigers are the right call?
Yeah,
here?
like a lot of other things. Banishers, you can make Quakers. I mean, you can make...
Quaker would definitely help with the sniper. Hilariously enough, I still think the tremor right here supported with, just because I'm pretty sure a tremor could just hit all of that and it would be absolutely hysterical, or even just rattle up there. But yeah. All right, so game kind of equaling out a little bit. We see Inda with a few more bombers, 20 bombers to be precise, which if he pops the AGO, that's a huge amount of their energy, but I'm almost concerned it might end up being a defensive AGO.
A large mine, some would say.
Yes, and I think that's exactly what it's going to be unless Inda can turn. Is that enough? I don't think that kills, does it? No, not even close. There we go. Now he's gonna volley it, and does it? It goes down, and he keeps them almost all alive. So
beautiful
huge
micro.
E-hit. Yeah, really, really good micro. If you guys want to know how to do bombers, that's kind of what you want to look at right there. Otherwise, the AGO explosion will hit and kill you. Despite having Emp resistance.
I always assumed bombers would perform a little bit awkwardly on this map because of
yeah, the
the height
terrain.
difference.
Yeah, going up and down. There's no AA here though, so I think Chisada needs to be careful. These bombers could just swing by and start sniping commanders, recluse, and everything. Oh, he's gonna go for
Right.
See, this is big brain right here, right? They can't bomb your AGO if you don't have an AGO. Heyo!
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But they're gonna hit the wind instead, and whirlwinds are pretty good at bombing wind. So we're gonna see a lot of the wind go down. Not quite too much, but pretty decent split. Yeah, every windmill they take right now is becoming a bigger and bigger problem. They just are falling behind economically. And is this a... Oh. I saw it and I was really excited, but I actually like the kind of wherewithal to be like, oh yeah, one of the ways we can lose this is getting nuked, so let's make a mobile nuke. But the sniper recluse is still doing damage. Fair. I kind of feel like, why not? Where's the counter?
I don't know why Bragman is sticking with Mono Tiger. I mean, Tigers are very stat efficient units. I feel like against snipers, less so.
No, it's Tiger versus Welder. And
right. I mean, that's a little bit of a better matchup.
Oh, but we got Shuri's coming to just lock down all these Welders, and they don't have air control, so Tiger should be able to come up and put in work. Kuchi is here, so D-Guns, good D-Guns. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. Okay, all right. I think you just go arm bots here, right? I think you stop making Tigers and you just go Recluse. I'm not sure why they're so committed onto the Tiger, but I mean, the tank ability is nice. Chisato needs to run. Oh, he has such good micro. He D-Guns, it does not hit 3%, and he is dead? Yeah, there we go. Oh. He is dead. This other
I mean, there's only so long you can run away from these Tigers.
This Recluse has just been getting stun locked every time it tries to come down, but it is denying this Geo, I guess. At some point they should...
Yeah, it also can't be, like, hit by any real units.
Yeah, it's so annoying. So annoying. Alright, so 3-3 in terms of comm count. Somehow, with their wind spam, C88 is taking back the lead. Once the wind kicked up, they're actually ahead in energy. Where is their wind farm? What is Team Chaos doing? I mean, they're really far behind in terms of army value, and I think at some point they can probably just run at them and commit, no? But still.
So what happened? How did they manage to actually get back into the game?
They're wind farming.
Looking at the back.
I don't know if they're necessarily back into the game. If you look at mexes, they have a lot of T1 mexes. They just haven't died, which is partially because Team Chaos chose to just make Mono Tiger and
Shoddy, what the WTF are they doing? I'm kind of in this. I feel like you could just end it. No, can't you just run at them and like win?
Snipers are scary from the distance.
Easier said than done, you know. Snipers
well, yeah, I mean,
scary,
but just like where are the Quakers at, or one Tremor, or anything, or why not just go Recluse and march down mid?
Drop the Tsar on the hill as well.
Tsar on the hill would go kind of hard. Do they benefit from plasma buffs?
Yeah, they're plasma. They have Giga range.
Tsar has Giga range in the hill. Interesting. That's funny.
It's pretty awesome for sure. Okay, so yeah, turns out wind farming is kind of amazing. I think once the wind kicks back up, C88's going to be in the lead, so I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what is happening on the TC side, but they're going to push with some Tigers up top, and they're going to get... Oh, that spy bot though, and Shoddy.
That's a beautiful spy bot. Wow, when he gets
like a
deep
melody, gonna degun all these
Wow.
tigers.
See, the only bad thing about this is
Why don't they finish?
because they've been making snipers and degunning tigers, they haven't really been able to reclaim any of these tigers.
True, and Inda's gonna come back for the AGO again. Okay.
Right?
I would
There's
say
nothing
they're
they
playing with
can
their
do.
food, but I don't even know if they are playing with their food. It's just they're just not. And, oh, here we go. We got it. Yes. Put it on the hill. Tremor is out.
Tremors.
Tremor
Exciting.
is out.
Oh, we see transport. Oh no, that's
Wait, where?
like that was just targeting. No, I thought it was the red line. I thought it was the transport picking it up.
I'm so ready for the trans, but it's not happening. To be fair though, I mean, once the Tremor gets here and starts shooting the snipers, it's gonna be GG. As long as it doesn't hit its own units, which it is. The Fire at Will Tremor.
Fire at Will Tremor, a brave move.
Ragnar just wants all the competitive people to experience, you know, all welcome glitters. The only thing better is the Fire at Will catapult rallied to the front line. All right, so now we have actual Quakers that can push. So Quakers up top are pushing back Shoddy. He's gonna have to retreat, and a lot of the snipers went down, so I don't know if they're gonna be okay there. There is a rattle going up. I don't think it finishes in time. I guess we'll see. Maybe it does, but the snipers
Depends
have
on
big
vision.
issues.
Does Narnik see it? Oh, Narnik sees it. Yeah, there's no way it goes down, right?
I don't think so. So welders want to
Especially
push,
if
but they
Narnik
just
has
can't.
vision. Yeah.
And yeah, they see it. So
Alright,
now they're gonna
Tremor,
commit
Tremor is starting to fire on the main clump of buildings.
Yep.
That'll also deny BP.
Yeah, if it can get it, I think it's gonna be pretty substantial. Another bombing run. They're gonna get the title, and I think they're also gonna go for this AGO. So
Turns out there's a Geo this time, so yeah, something to bomb there now.
I think it's. Oh, he didn't pull away though. Does it pop? 87 health. Oh, he's coming back for round 2. He's like, yeah, that's not gonna. He's more than happy to just let all these die, I guess. Or maybe they're so. I think they're so high up that the explosion doesn't hit them.
It is placed for us. The Tremor is placed on the hill.
Oh my god! Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
Look at, you
Wow.
can't even see the arc. The arc is like so unbelievably
Yeah,
high.
it's way too high up.
Look at.
I mean,
It can just hit everything in front, and there's nothing they can do. Here we go. This is peak bar gameplay, boys. This is peak bar gameplay.
Oh, and
Yep.
we get stunned.
amazing.
And it gets
One
empty.
tiny choke, you have 2 Tremors being out.
And it actually got emped by the emp launcher. Shoddy wants to go up there and degun it or do something, but he can't, which is pretty funny. Inda is lagging. Why is Inda lagging? I mean, Inda DC. Okay. Well, GG, we resign. Just, yeah, they're like...
Oh, and everyone left. They actually just resigned.
They actually just
Okay.
did resign. Okay. I mean, alright. That was quite a
Strange
game.
games.
Quite a game. Holy cow. Alright. Yeah. So what a classic.
Ended on. Yeah.
I don't like. Just think about how that game opened. That game opened with like a 5-minute lich, right?
3.
Yeah.
3-minute lich.
Three
Okay.
minute lich, yeah.
Opened with a 3-minute
something.
lich into the thug push, into like them losing their geo, and then somehow recovering it with like Butler Wind Farm and Recluse Annoyance. And then, yeah, Okay, it was a game. It was definitely one of the games of all time, for sure. But that's the first series that C88 has lost, right? So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the first series that they've lost.
Yes.
So in this match, hold on, let me throw back.
I think this also signals the end of the groups, the qualifier.
Yeah,
I think the
stage.
Pro versus Nut has been playing. I got some reports that something went off with the targeting, but I've cleared with Flores. There has been no games to the updates, but CJ said that something was wrong with gunships on the other stream, and Nut was almost ready to take it. So I don't know. It looks like Nut is beating up the Pro.
No way.
Yeah, like at least they're still playing, right? So that's already amazing. And we did 3 games here, right? So and they're still in a game.
And they are still in a game, yeah. So in terms of standings, we've got the end of this. So TC just 2-1 to APM, and then Rat 2-1 to DME. And then we've got PBS got the free 2-0 for Geo, and then Nut is still fighting Pro down there. So let's see if maybe we can catch the tail end of that. And then after that, that's it, right? There's nothing else, LSR, correct?
Well, we will have one game losers round. So what happened is that the Rat team will advance from the losers round because Geo is not playing, right? So the third place is the other group's fourth, right?
The third plays the other. Okay, yes, I get what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
And it looks like from. I don't think the Pro Nut will be the same, so it's likely gonna be PBS versus DME. As a final.
Okay, I'm hopping into the Pro Nut game right now, so we'll see what happens here. Let's see. We're hopping in. My computer streaming and running everything, attempting to catch up, is not happy, but let's hop back in and see. So it looks like Nut is on the right side here in the east, and Pro is on the left for the west. And yeah, we're catching up. I think the game was 8 minutes in or so. So this is the last of the groups, and then, like LSR said, we'll have the one more kind of series of matches. Whoa. We are almost caught up. I see a bunch of platties running through. It's a little risky to wind farm right here as opposed to a little bit farther back, right? So Hygen's gonna walk up and start sniping these, and then his platties are running for wind farms. Maybe he can get something done. In the north, it looks like Lewis B is breaking through versus Hygain and Autopilot. So Autopilot is gonna need to come down, but these platties are pulling a lot of units.
Oh, Hygain did a lot of damage there. Did that title farm.
Yeah, I'm confused why Major Noob wanted to title farm there instead of, is it not deep enough to title farm back here?
Looks okay. I mean, titles don't need.
Maybe his commander was kind of in that spot, so he decided.
Yeah, fair enough. He was like,
guess
why
I'll
not?
title farm. I'm not really using my commander.
And random. Oh no!
Oh wow!
Random variable self-deed too early, and didn't take the comm with him. He needed to walk a little bit more, but okay, so good work here. But Lewis B is going to push. We got T2 out. Pro is in an economic lead in terms of metal energy, but they have a little bit less of an army value. So we'll see maybe if Nut can punish them in the meantime while they've been scaling.
I mean, both teams have T2 out and a couple of T2 units, if I'm not mistaken. Neither one committing too hard for the units.
We see Bulls trading back and forth, but I think Autopilot's going to win this because it's 2-1 Bulls. Yeah, and so Lewis B is going to back up a bit, but Lewis B's Calm is on the front and he got a lot of that reclaim. There are pawns, so maybe he needs to be careful that he doesn't get dove. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Just as you say that. Just as you say that.
Yeah, I think they want him, right?
Wouldn't it be funny?
Here we go. So they're going to do that. I think he gets most of his own... no, he gets far enough away. He doesn't take too much of his army. But, yeah. And Elmer Fudd, Sash, and Teriyaki are just chilling on bot. You know, they've decided... Why make war when you can make peace instead? So, you know, just a few strong words thrown back and forth across the battle line. A little Christmas truce there.
Yeah, they have a pretty intense port plan though, like 2 jammers, some mines. That all takes a bit more E than you might expect initially.
Yeah. So,
and Pro Clan is stalling in E now. The wind is not that amazing. They really are all in wind ish for now. Well, I guess they have several fusions.
Yeah,
They
X
do have,
Factor
like,
is
a lot of-
scaling. Oh, look at this BP. 32 nanos, and he is just dropping fusions now, so kind of
Oh,
makes
okay.
sense.
I was wondering why their E bars are so low, and I guess it's because all these nanos are active. It's like 26
Dude,
E.
look at pros. Look at pro sliders.
Yeah.
Their sliders are like, their metal sliders are like at the bottom. That's crazy.
Okay, I see. Interesting. It's just the experience of playing together as a team and co-oping every
They have a
game, I
really
guess.
good balance. Everybody of them gets like the metal storage from mixes, as you can see on the map. Their mixes are like everybody
Zarx
gets
goes
Tito
down.
mixes.
Yep.
Yeah,
The pro team is starting to build up a real T2 push in the top side.
And
Team Nut's gonna have to answer that.
the real question is, yeah, what do they even answer this with? Do you go Starlight? There's a lot of spam here though, but you need something to do with these bulls. What's their T2 lab? So he's gonna go T2 bot lab. So I'm guessing welder, sniper, spy bot.
Snipers, welder, sniper, spy bot. Yep. That's fine, I guess.
Yeah, the flash
As long as
special.
they get good spy bot connections, yes. The flash
And
special,
some
also German,
mines.
not on the German team though.
Oh, that's true. A traitor to his country. No, I'm kidding. So pushing here, it looked like Random Variable wanted to sneak in some grunts, but wasn't quite able to get too much in there. And then more bulls on bottom for Elmer Fudd, and he is just chipping away at all this front line with these bulls. Teriyaki has to run his comm back, and all he has is a fragile little jag that evaporates in a little puff of metal and smoke. Teriyaki needs to be careful though, he's really low.
Yeah, that calm. Yeah, I mean,
Bulls
4
is
bulls is just a lot. Like 5. Wow.
We do see Shuris coming. Maybe the Shuris can lock him down for this pawn swarm. I'm sorry, for this grunt swarm.
Possibly.
Is there
They also just might be caught out of position if they run too far.
Oh, the figs are coming though, so all these Shuris are gonna need to
Force the
run.
fight in metal.
They're gonna.
Good fig trade, I guess, for Hello Major Noob.
Yeah, I think so. And he locked down one of the bulls. He sees the stack of 4 bulls here. If he can get these and then collapse on them with grunts, I think it's 100% worth it, right? One more. Yeah, so he gets them. He's gonna get all that's
definitely
5,000 metal basically. So
Yep. Very good trade.
very, very good trade. Great job.
And now
from
that he
him.
knows that he killed all fighters, he has a little bit more room to.
Yeah, top is he can't save it with Shuris anymore because there's all the AA bots.
Never mind.
And look at the res bots behind. They're
These
just
pawns are all in the base. Oh, that's a lot of
no.
spam that might be a bit difficult to stop.
I mean,
Oh, meanwhile, we have a T3 transition from both sides. You have Marauders out for Hello Major Noob, and
You've got fusions for X
Razor's
Factor.
out for
Yeah,
X Factor.
Razor's coming out.
Well,
This top
Razor
push though,
singular, I guess.
yeah, one Razor. This top push is, I don't think they're gonna be able to stop it, right? They're gonna have to man fight with Maras, which is like the last thing you want to do. He's gonna drop a Razor now, but I think Xyx's base just goes down. I think this might just be a little bit.
I don't think
like
they'll
too
be
little
able to
too late.
stop the white base from going down ever. Yeah, but maybe they can pork and save another major nuke space.
Yeah, I can see that. And yeah, on the bottom, these ticks got, these ticks got through, so they're gonna snipe those mexes, which is not ideal. They really need as many mexes as possible. These Mars are gonna try to run through mid, but I'm pretty sure there's decent radar coverage, right? Hygain has radar. Yeah, so Hygain will see
There's
these.
also mines as well. Everything's super porked with like a little piece in a bag.
They are just light mines. Oh no, the Razor doesn't have E. You gotta give Lewis. There, he's sending. No, you gotta give Lewis actual energy gen, guys.
Do they have a Juno to clear the mines, or doesn't look like it? Doesn't look like they can afford a Juno either.
Just light mines here. Oh, medium mines here though. So I guess they'll take a little bit more damage, but let's see. Then we gotta go look at the battle on top. So it's a bit, but they're gonna do some economic damage, but up on top, this is two Razors versus the world. And I think the world is about to collect its paycheck here. So Razors
vaguely looks like it's just spam, but there are also tigers there. So
yeah, and a Razor of their own. Push. Yeah, so they call it
their own. True.
So was that? I think that was that game 3? Do we know? I assume that was game 3.
I haven't heard anything. Maybe we can ask them.
Wow. Okay. So Pro looking pretty good. Right. Okay. So then now we just have 2 more matches, right? Am I right?
Well, 1 technically, yeah.
Right.
One, yeah.
I need to confirm what is happening.
All right. So give us 1 second. We've got 1 more match coming for you. We can look at the rankings though. So give us 1 second to confirm and then submit the rankings. Whoops, you can't see. Apologies. I think this was game 3. Okay, so that was game 3. So it was 2-1 Pro. All right, so
did you update the results?
No, I haven't yet. I'll do it right now.
I'll do that. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so then we've got this last, which will be, I think, what, DME versus where's standings?
Yeah, DME versus Sheep Team.
PBS.
DME versus PBS. What? Wow.
Yeah, well. They fought Pro for the first place actually here and actually managed to get 1 win because they won.
Okay, so Pro gets all 3 wins. They go 3-0. Nut goes 2-1. And PBS goes 1-2, and Geo unfortunately just called it. And for Group 1, dude, TC didn't drop a game today, so I think they kind of recovered form a little bit. Whoop whoop.
True. They did win all their games.
We're not going to talk about that Center Command game, okay? We're not going to talk about
it. Right. No. Yeah.
At the end of the day, a win is a win, boys. A win is a win.
A win is a win. That is true.
And you should be able to go to the final stage, and there.
All right, so final stage.
What we're gonna play is the DME versus PBS, the losers round 1, and that will end the day. And then tomorrow we're gonna start with round 1. So Team Chaos versus the Nut, and
ooh, exciting.
Ooh, Team Chaos versus Nut is definitely gonna be good. Okay, so last
Pro
match
versus
here,
8 p.m.
DME versus PBS. Whew. All right, guys. Well, we're just waiting. We're gonna collect some teams, so maybe collect yourself, get some water. Stretch your legs, all of that, and we are gonna go into the final match of the day. So I think this is definitely sheep favored, or sorry, please ban sheep favored. Good God.
He's ban sheep. Yep.
I can't even.
I agree with you. I think it's please ban sheep favorite as well. They've shown they're pretty
Yeah.
strong team.
Yeah. So if we take a look,
Bunch of different maps.
definitely. I mean, DME has been playing a lot of small team games, which is awesome. And I will also say we haven't watched them today, but in qualifiers, they actually took a couple games off other teams that I was like, whoa. I can't remember what those were exactly. I think they beat TC. They beat someone, and I felt like we were all kind of like, oh, like great job, awesome. We didn't expect that would happen. So maybe, you never know.
I think they beat the Straits team.
They did beat the Streets team. I remember that. I think they beat someone else too, but I'd have to go back and look. So we are collecting players right now, but you can see that with the exception of C3BO, most of these are either All That Glitters or straight players. So if you are an ATG or a straight player, you could start practicing 5v5s for the next Omega series, and we could be casting you. We are a little disappointed that we got a streets team, but we didn't get a glitters team. And so we are hoping that next time we can have all the glitters properly represented by a full glitter stack.
Boom.
Yeah. Yep. So last one, LSR, talk to me. Have we figured out lobbies?
Well, I did message both of the teams.
Oh yeah, and they're in a lobby. Good. Okay. Let me
Just join on Pitak. Pitak is
Yeah, he's there. I got him.
Right.
All right, guys. So this is Dominaticatus. I can't talk. Dominaticus, maybe? I'm not sure. And please ban sheep. So they have already picked and banned, I guess, and they are in a game. I apologize. In the attempt to find the lobby, they have already done the lobby and done bans and picks. So we are into game one on Tabula. I am sorry for that. So we are going to take it away. Oh, and Teddy's in. Wait, who was playing earlier?
Hellsound. Hellsound also is here. Stardom is missing, I think.
Stardom is missing. Yeah, it's probably an inopportune time for
6 a.m. or something. Yeah.
Yep. Poor Aussies, dude. Aussies kind of get screwed for every tournament. To be fair, Americans do too. We've got like the 7 or 6 a.m. starts where it's like, all right, here we go. We've got
welcome CJ on the board. I think LDM rated us. So.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
What's going on, CJ?
Fun games today, huh? Nah, I'm impressed with Nut. Like the team.
Yeah, they beat Pro as well. You watched them, right? We watched them beat the PBS, which was also like, what?
Yeah, we watched them beat PBS twice.
As well, yeah.
We watched them beat Pro once.
Yeah, they've been performing really good, yeah. Even like actually fighting for the first spot in the group and almost taking, that would be insane, right?
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Were there any other any other exciting matches that you watched for us?
Yeah, there was an exciting match. It's called Basin of PBS. It was the most exciting lobby though, like chat wise.
Chat wise.
They're like trash talking each other all the time, you know.
Oh my
God. It's like we can't get this guy. Sheep turned into Hellsound. He changed his name to Hellsound.
Oh wait, no. Okay, oh God. All right.
There were 2 Hellsound in one team basically. So
got it.
Multiple things happening.
Oh, so Sheep actually played the game, yeah?
Yeah, she played a game and named himself Hellzone. So yeah.
Oh, did they win that game?
No, they lost. They lost because of Sheep as well, by the way.
Oh.
He just spoke.
Oh,
He
no.
just poked and they went around it.
That's
it.
classic.
Classic
sheep.
sheep.
Classic sheep. All right. So the only difference that we really see is Flying Duck is going to do a little bit of a more forward start here as core, but otherwise we kind of see the standard 2v1 lanes.
Raxel walking straight to the middle mix. That's an old school strategy.
Oh, he's going to walk right
I think
here.
he's walking all the way to the edge.
Yeah,
to deny.
he probably wants to make sure that there isn't the, because if you do the title 1 mech start and then you do the lab right here, but I think we've seen a lot less of that kind of forward lab because it's so easy to comm walk or just punish, and then as soon as you lose it, the lane's kind of lost. So we've seen a lot more people kind of doing what 8D is doing.
I guess because he puts a radar, it's not necessarily like a blind counter.
No, what Raxel
I guess
is doing,
now that he knows no one is there, he just takes the mechs.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, so because what 8D is doing, this works, yeah, completely.
Man. All right. So in terms of labs and factions, we got DME as ARM bots, Flying Duck as core bots, Zeeberg as core bots, Danicola as ARM bots, and for now, and Raxel is gonna core bot as well. Man, the 5 lab is a little interesting. 8D ARM bots, Reiko core bots, Teddy is gonna go ARM V, which is nice, and then Patak is ARM bots and core bots. So I guess I just want the BP for all 5 labs. Do you think? I feel like in the 2v1 lanes, you normally don't always see the 2 lab.
I think maybe Danicola reclaims lab after expanding and like getting some cons.
Yeah, probably, and then like
idea.
goes air maybe, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
something similar.
It's
That
the
makes
same
sense.
idea with Pitak, I think.
Yeah.
It's just fast expansion into reclaim into whatever.
Hell's Hand gets to sneak 2 grunts in. I don't know, how do you feel about Flying Ducks spawning forward versus spawning on the 3 mechs? I've seen it.
I think if you want to try to contest this, it sort of makes sense. We saw someone else do it before, but they also spawned a little bit farther back, right? So I'm not sure. I think it's really going to come down to whether he and C3PO can kind of contest Hells on that side. Ooh, let's just get in and snipe it. So Pawn gets in and snipes this mechs down here.
Makes sense.
Ticks running across, but there's an LLT here. Actually, there might be enough ticks that can just run through. And Danny is going to start his comm walk to come up this hill.
8D is also starting his con walk to come up the hill. He's making LLT first from the water.
He's been going commando all this tourney, I feel like.
Dude, he held this.
8D is the chef. 8D is definitely the chef.
He held it 1v2 for like ever. It was unreal in the last Tabula game we watched. He was just the most annoying person on the map.
He's been playing pretty well.
I mean, he's the only reason they won the pro game, by the way.
Oh, okay.
And HH, of course. HH, I'll give credit to HH. He killed 11 mexes, 2 raiders, 2 cons.
Oh, with the
puffin?
Puffin.
Oh my god, dude.
With
Yeah,
one puffin. It's
Puffin was crazy.
it did a lot of damage. So Flying Duck is going to find a little bit of a raid in here with all of these grunts. It's running up, but there are thugs coming out now, so I don't think these are going to be able to come in and really punish. Maybe if they can get in and snipe some wind, but it looks like they're going to get pushed back. And Hell's Hound is starting to LLT the high ground, so it's going to be hard. But on the other side, C3PO did walk in. And mid is starting to establish a front line a little bit farther ahead, but I think Reiko and Teddy have walked faster, so they might be able to secure those 4 mexes, which will be incredibly critical.
C3PO is kind of alone there, though.
Yeah, he could definitely get punished by thugs. I think that's... Dude, these... Zeeberg, he's here. He just needs to actually split these and try to punish. Oh, not quite.
Okay, Indy and
Just
Raxel are
focus
fighting in the bottom.
Raiko and Punisher for now.
Yeah, you're probably...
One run minute to the backline, by the way. Zeeberg.
Yeah, so... Oh,
Yeah,
this is
it's looking
actually
like
big.
it'll get a good amount of wind.
Oh wait, you actually gotta commit.
As long as he, yeah,
He does get the max. Is this
Oh,
a
they
comfort?
come on, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So C3PO
Oh, yeah?
wants to trade.
Yep.
Flying Duck needs to not lose thugs here, though. He wants to keep all these units just back up and. Yeah, I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
No
It's good.
leads,
Good trade.
Yeah.
They're actually very ahead on the metal, both produced. They've been sniping mexes and now they're gonna get even 2 commander bodies. That's they should find a
true.
good
I also
way
think
to spend the metal.
because Raxel went straight
German
for the
discipline
4
is popping off.
Yeah. And 80's here being annoying. He's got rocket bots, but there's the
but
high ground
I
thug.
love the thug on that. This should have been done
Yeah.
in the previous games. Like controlling this high hill is really denies AD's position there.
Yeah, and now, I mean, maybe Hells can push back, but they've got 3 out of the 4 mexes, which is a little scary. Ooh, boy.
He's starting to back off. He realizes he can't win this.
Yeah, the Rocco into Thug is just so hard, especially, he's just these couple thugs on high ground, and he'll be able to kill all of these. He is going to self-D, so there's no wreck, so great play from him, but he's going to get pushed back. Do you think he's going to need to do an air transition, or does he just start flexing units into mid?
I think
He's
either
asking-
air or battery.
Yeah, I would say
but
flex.
Daniel
I
is
think
already
it's-
on that air duty. He's been stacking bombers all this time.
Oh, wait. Hellzound found a leak potential, maybe?
He's running
Thug-
in.
Oh, yeah,
there's-
thugs can shoot, though. Yeah, no, man. I think thugs can shoot in water, but grunts can't, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
it depends on the depth, but yeah,
Depends on the depth,
yeah. There's a really annoying thing where they can't, and it's frustrating and dumb, from my experience. But we got Raxel pushing
Daniel
high to low
Cola.
ground here, and he's doing quite a
Bombers.
bit. Yeah, Danny Cola
Bombers.
coming in on the bottom. So
AD with the ship. Is that
Oh my
a
God,
seaplane
they'll see the shipyard
attempt?
as well.
I see, or an amphib attempt?
he did hovers last time to chip, but
It's gonna get spotted either way. So.
so I like
yeah,
this.
he
He
gets
gets
spotted
the
by
scout
bombers.
off, and he's got the bombers. So does he bomb the nettle or does he bomb?
Nah, win on.
Oh my god, arm bomber moment. Why? Dude.
Oh. Oh. No, but he's hitting nothing, though.
Yeah,
hitting
he's. Okay, maybe now?
hitting ground. Yeah.
No, what?
He got 1 wind. He got. Okay.
Alright. He's coming back for the wind farms here, though, so maybe. Alright, he gets a few more,
Okay,
which is nice.
Little better damage.
Little
Almost
better.
win.
Dude,
Yeah.
arm bomber. This is the most tilting thing ever when you see these bombing runs. This is just
Ah, but
arm
this is just an
bomber.
advertisement for not using arm bombers, you know. That's the advertisement.
Yeah, basically, don't do it. So AT's gonna eat the ship lap. He just made the ships, I guess, for BP. But look at this top push from Flying Duck. He has a lot of thugs and he's running at them. Slight punish from Hells. He flexed up, but there's more thugs and more grunts coming. His commander. Oh, Patak, is he gonna bomb it? Why doesn't Flying Duck just D-gun? Okay, so Patak bringing his comm up. He gets some great D-guns, and Flying Duck, I think, goes down here. Maybe not. No, but he. Oh God, Patak is going to trade with him. Patak
Oh, no,
trying to
too far.
trade really good D-guns. Ooh. Well done, Patak. So Patak gets great D-guns.
Is anybody on T2 in this one yet? Are we still on T1? It's a bit shocking.
There's T2 lab at the north, but I don't think it's kicked in yet.
Oh, the Blitz might spot it, though.
Patak needs to be really
Why not?
careful. There are figs coming, and if he doesn't land, he's just going to get sniped. Oh, but he flies over and dies close enough to snipe the commander.
All the thugs are dead.
That
And
was
like,
a lot of thugs.
yeah, definitely a lot of thugs.
And 80.
Levi has the closest enemy, so respawn.
Well, Hells is here. I think he's gonna. Oh, actually, is he gonna get it? There's thugs here.
There's too many thugs.
I think he just
sometimes.
D-guns it, right? Can he D-gun and back up? He can't even.
He has to, but
Yeah, he's kind of just getting bullied away. Reiko's gonna send Grunts up to kind of take care of it, but Hells needs to be very careful. Oh, sure, he's gonna come here and punish, so they should be good now. I think they can
Nicola
secure.
pulled his fighters back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Why are these fighters not fighting? Huh?
That's the classic aircraft. That's what I said about you cannot sometimes kill bombers if that turns too fast. The missiles
Yeah.
won't hit on turning.
Fair enough. So T2 Lab is out. He's upping mexes and he's handing out T2 now. We do see a T2 V Lab out of Teddy. And they are, Hells is starting to reclaim all of these mexes on the top side here. Despite it all, I think once the reclaim's done, I think DME is slightly ahead in all metrics. These Banshees? Okay. All right.
Yeah, those are banshees.
Oh, and they see 8D and might try to go for the snipe now. There's the high ground thugs, and 8D needs to cloak and run, but thugs are running at him. And I think all of these rockets are going to get pushed back a bit. So Rax is a little low, but there's also a ton of reclaim here that he no doubt wants. He just needs to make sure he doesn't run into this
the
Dragon's
LLT.
Claw.
The LLT.
Oh my god, he didn't notice.
Oh,
He didn't notice.
we've all been there, but that is painful. So Hells does take back this kind of higher cliff. The one thing I'm kind of concerned about is I think that Please Ban Sheep has much better wind spread, don't they? There's a lot. I feel like there's just better wind farming on their side, and so they're starting to pull ahead in terms of actual wind production. Dude, 8D
Yeah,
is
they've
just
been spamming a lot of wind.
the ultimate cockroach, dude. He just, I feel like every time I watch him here, he gets pushed back and then, oh my god.
Annoying to fight up the hill with thugs, especially. Hard to control.
Yeah. And
Riding all the
Wel-
thugs uphill though now.
do you think Welder? I almost feel like Recluse is better if you want to contest this upper. I guess the Welders do have the tank ability, but we'll see. And
Recluse would be better, yeah. I agree with that one. I don't know, it just feels like it's a bit slow, the tempo.
it
Plays
does,
aren't
yeah.
exactly being made. We have some T2, but T2 isn't being transported around. It's strange overall.
Agreed.
Well, the DME still maintains some metal advantage. They've been pretty tight on their T2 max upgrades, well, definitely faster than the PVS so far, no?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and look at this. Now the wind farm is coming. He's just dropping butlers and starting to spam, which I think is 100% needed. But how do you think the T2V versus T2 bot is going to play out in mid? Because there aren't snipers out yet, and snipers are really slow. So I'm not sure how the Welders are going to fight into the bulls if they start getting kited.
Well, I don't think there are any bulls coming out because Teddy's reclaiming his lab already.
Ooh, 8D
Yeah.
needs to be careful. 8D. He goes
8D
down.
is dead.
Calm is
Ooh.
down. Uh-oh. That is
Sorry,
actually...
so the last two columns are Raiko and Hells, both on the front lines. Same with the Raxel and Seaberg, actually.
Yeah, and well, if Rax can... I feel like, can't you just coastal right here? And then clear this and then come walk? Or no?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, you can coastal there. I don't know if it can get that torpedo though. I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah, I think it should.
It can.
But I'm not sure.
Oh, Raiko diving Zeeberg.
Okay, Raiko with the gunslinger? Oh, but he just dies to that brute ball. I don't know
Yeah.
why.
The gunslinger has the range though, so it can start to do stuff, but he needs to be really careful with this column. It's got 1,000 HP, and thugs and brutes can probably just snipe it, no?
They got the delivery of a spy bot to the front from with the air transfer. That was interesting.
That is amazing. All right, so now they've retaken all of this, and this 4.0. Oh, that was an amp. We heard the amp. So Gunslinger gets caught, and Raiko's comm is low. 20%. Next volley, maybe. Nope, they miss. But they do secure all this reclaim, so Z-Bird can rebuild the 4.0 mechs and then keep eating. Serb going down though, along with a rattle, so this whole front base is going to be in a lot of trouble if they don't punish soon. And we do see Recluse coming out now, but high ground thugs are going to make their lives very, very difficult.
Oh, these missiles are just
Yeah, I don't know
the
what
air.
is happening there. All right, so now Welders are going to try to walk at it, but Recluse are doing a little bit better now. What do you think the wind conditions are, aside from, I almost think you could just bomb wind, right? You know there's going to be a lot of wind. Otherwise, do you want to try to push through water, or do you want to try to push through mid? What makes the most sense?
Yeah, it looks like the PBS is finally getting grip on the game and finishing the boom geo, or at least building it. So Skyrocket's actually into energy production. But yeah, looks like the DME will also make their own boom geo. So I think the game is pretty much evened out. So I would look at the army value, which is currently in the favor of DME so far. But you know, the other guys,
Yeah.
the PBS team has been. They love their pork, to be fair, and they will hold their ground. So.
Well, I think the wind conditions are definitely like bomb with core bombers. And,
What? Yeah, you sure? I
bomb
mean,
with
those
core
are bombers.
or leak through south, where they actually created an opening,
Yeah.
and which Teddy already marked out. Like Teddy already is concerned with it.
Raiko having fun right there.
Yeah, this is peak bar right here. You're like scaling or doing something else. You just get this gunslinger and you just start shooting.
Yeah, this
Amazing.
Micro 1 gunslinger take on
But-
the whole world.
We got snipers inbound from Danocola, so
Yeah,
those are
Raiko.
gonna start cleaning things up. Eco's starting to even out a bit though, right? I mean, it's super close, and the wind farming from both teams is pretty expansive, so I think it's going to come down to just a few big gameplay moments. We see Atak starting his T2 bombers. Sorry, starting bombers. They are not T2, they are just T1, but core bombers, just like CJ said.
Yeah, metal produce still is on DME's favor though. So they still have a slight advantage, not much.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely outproduced them in terms of metal, but they're behind in E. Although, is that an LPRC?
Yeah, I think
I mean,
it's
Danicola is
reasonable.
going for a second Moho Geo. Boom Geo, I guess.
Oh yeah. So he can get both. They just have a normal geo here. That'll definitely help. I think these spy bots can do, or I was gonna say they can do a bit of work, but unfortunately there's now a rattlesnake. And the sniper is not cloaked, so he's just gonna get picked off. AT is gonna drop anti-nuke, and there's an anti-nuke on the front. No anti for the other team, so that could be another kind of sketch win condition, but I think Patak might be able to make things happen just with the bombing run as soon as it comes.
Yeah, he already has 20 core bombers. I think that's enough. for him.
Raiko needs to get really good. Oh, he's going to self-D. He's not even going to try to D-gun. Here we go. And he gets, I think, all these brutes. Beautiful self-D from Raiko, but there's not too much. Oh my god. Well, Rattle is here and it's holding a bit. And there are Mausers above and Bulls getting printed, so they wanted to break it, but I don't think they can. I think they have to spybot this Rattle if they want to push it, no?
Yeah, optics spam a bit.
Just maybe cloak and get close to bomb, but it's still so hard to kill the rattle,
they
even
can't.
if it's open.
They got it. Snipers
Okay, I got
cloaked
it,
and then
yeah.
moved up, but uh-oh. Hell's Hound smelled blood in the water, and look at this. He's got a high ground Rattle up here, and it's just wrecking Flying Duck's base. Ooh. And thugs are going to walk through. They're going to be able to kill a lot of wind, which is not great for them. We need...
Bombers are coming,
Yeah.
slowly but surely. No. Okay, they are. But they are not.
They're not. We've been
Very
bamboozled.
decisive.
So these thugs got a lot of damage in here. I mean, between the rattle and the thugs, they killed the majority of his base. They're going to get a little bit more wind. But despite that, they're still not leading economically, although that could very quickly change with Patak's bombing run. We're going to need flak out ASAP. We see
it doesn't look
Furies
like there's
being
enough
built.
flak.
And Patak snipes all of those figs, so he has full air control. Now he just needs to do his best to find and snipe as many wind farms as possible. First flak is out. It gets a kill, but Patak running through and sniping so much wind. Great job from him. They're going to see this T3 lab, and they're going to be able to just erase. Oh my god. This
He
is...
kills even the building flag.
Yeah, this very well might be game right here. So incredible damage. There's also an attack by Platies up on top, but I think Patak... Oh, beautiful spy bot. And might be able to get cleaned up by this welder and some of the other support. But unfortunately, the Minocatus is losing a lot here. And there isn't even an air lab. Patak is still printing figs, so even if they want to try to recover air, it's going to be super hard for them. They're coming back now to snipe out a little bit more wind. Ooh. Chainsaw gets bombers. Do you think that was crippling damage? Do you think they're going to be able to recover from that at all, or no?
Well, given all the pork, I have doubt, but you know, and even here they managed to sneak in.
They still have all the boom gears and the fusions. Right? None of
Yeah,
them died.
that's true. But what is AD doing over here? AD's eating his lab, I guess, and just scaling. This LPRC is done, and it is trying to snipe this Prude, but I don't even know if it does quite enough damage. Zeeberg is getting pushed back by all of these bulls. He's running Scorpions and Pitbulls defending.
Is it their last com?
No, they have two.
Oh,
Where's the other one?
I thought
Rexel is
they
the
had
other
one.
one, yeah.
oh yeah.
Could potentially be a Lich Snipe, though. Lich Snipe, though, I suppose.
Eddie's been doing a very good job with vehicle pushes, I think. Cleaning
Yeah,
up the middle slowly but surely. Adding some pawns into pressure. It's really hard to hold versus pawns plus balls or something like that to stop them.
and they've got resbots here already. I kind of feel like they have control of this. They really needed a rattle just like PBS does. PBS has on the other side, right? The mid rattle just covers so much of the terrain. Granted, there are ambassadors, but still, you can kind of fight into it.
Rattles are definitely impressive.
Yeah, but the Starlight's controlling the field. I don't think the DME will be
Oh.
able to
Dragon?
push him.
That is a dragon, yeah. Get ready for the fire. There's what, 2 flags?
2 flags. And
Can it take it? I mean, there's nettles and other stuff too.
And so,
oh, actually, yeah.
Okay.
well, he got one flag,
You got 1 flag. Might
which
not
will be revived. Yeah.
Yeah, instantly picked back up, but more Platies come in to see. Oh, he has a lot of beamers though.
Yeah, he's making more.
Yeah, I don't think these Platies are gonna be able to punish, but the mid push is still looking extremely scary. Teddy doing a lot of damage with just the bulls. There's resbots behind, and then like you said, the pawns and the ticks spamming in to kind of waste shots and wastes time. But losing all these mid maxes is super scary for DME. I don't know if they're going to be able to kind of recover from this, especially with the energy loss. We can see all the metrics starting to slide in their favor.
I mean, Teddy's Starlights are having a field day as there's not like opposing techs, so they can target all the heavy units as always. He doesn't even need to set target or use anything.
And Platy's
fight
coming
someone,
in. And these constant Platy raids, not only are they getting a bit of economic damage, but they get it and they're just keeping the fig count so low for C3BO. It's super frustrating for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, they've been killing a lot of figs just for free, just by good AA placement and creeping up. It takes effort, actually, if you're pushed back to your map to not lose them.
What? How did these even get here?
I don't know. The AD is magic man. Like
he just sniped an AGO. I think he's gonna snipe the other one too. Are you kidding me?
You have the AD buff of the pawns just being able to scale hills, apparently.
Did he? I guess he has a transport. Maybe he dropped him or something. But I'm like, how does this even happen? How do they get there? He's gonna get both AGOs. I think that might just be game, to be honest.
Including some win.
Oh. And the bombers.
Yeah, and the bombers. Yeah, they did get Mara's out, but I think it's just too little, too late. They lost the top hill. They're losing mid. Oh, he gets the BP too, doesn't he? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind.
No. If he blew the MMs, maybe.
They're gonna go T3 themselves, but Welder line is still kind of holding. It's gotten a lot of reinforcements. It's doing its best here, and there's Razors coming out now, but oh man. This is... Resbots are just repairing, eating everything, and it kind of feels like this is the last little hurrah. Once this defending line... Yeah, they're gonna call it now. They realize that they're just too far behind.
But I want to give props, like DME did have like a strong open, and it looked like they were able to do it. Just needed a little bit more, I don't know, the cohesion. They did transition well, but you know, it's hard fighting into these, you know, veteran players knowing how to do well defense, right? It's kind of hard to fight into it.
Yeah, I think they definitely, there were a few times where the game felt relatively even, but
they had an advantage in the metal. They were like 40 metal per second up.
Right, yeah, they were 100%. So it was a good attempt. So that was game one, and we are going to go into game two. We missed bans and picks, so this could potentially be the last game of the day. Let's see.
And the fact that they subbed in Teddy as well for this last game or series.
That's true. Well,
And
I think
it's still a close game is crazy. But yeah, they're doing good for sure.
I don't know. I feel like Teddy is timeless. I always like, when I first started casting, I was always like, oh, Teddy hasn't played that much. He's trash, blah, blah, blah. And then he'd like, you know, like in BPL, not trash, but I'm like, oh, like he won't beat so-and-so. And then of course he'll like ends up in the finals like every time. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm just going to stop betting against Teddy. I don't care if he hasn't been playing. He's an ageless wonder.
Teddy is that guy. He just comes 1 hour before Tony and like we play, and he'll still play better than anybody else.
Yeah,
that's for damn sure.
It's amazing. If you guys haven't watched, LDM in OS 2 was streaming with their Discord, their voice on, and Teddy's deep understanding of the game is just borderline absurd. You know, he'd be like, oh yeah, like we need to go nuke here, or like, okay, this is going to be a rag game, so prepare for it. And it ends up being a rag game. So very, very high, I was going to say bar IQ, but that sounds like he's just an alcoholic. He's a good player. So it looks like game two is going to end up on DSD, which a lot of these players have played quite a bit of, to put it
maybe
lightly.
Only the Hells isn't, but I think the AD, Teddy, Pitak, and Raiko has been playing this map for the last 15 years or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing it forever. So, and you can just kind of see the overall sort of skill difference between them. A lot of the PBS players, you know, they play in they play in rotation lobbies, which is why you see so much Rosetta there. But DME has definitely been playing a lot more small teams recently. They've been practicing a lot, so that's That's positive for them, and I think that the fact that they made it through group and now they're playing for lower bracket, they've definitely done very, very well. I mean, they went farther than Big Naturals, the street team. So shout out to them. Good work.
How are the Claret games today?
Really good, with the
you guys
exception
passed all
of
of
the weirdest command center game you've ever seen.
Ever, yeah.
It was like a
it looks
3-minute
like a throw.
lich into like losing to thug walk into recovering with it's like what, like it wasn't even a good game. It was just like, it was just so weird that at the end of it we were like, okay, so that's over now. What happens next? But Team Chaos, they won all their matches, or so like they won all their series. I think they dropped a game on
Barrier Reef, I think.
No, they won the Barrier Reef game, didn't they?
Oh, Team Chaos, yeah.
Yeah. But they lost. I think they only lost like one game, but they went, in terms of series, they went 3-0. So
Oh, that's expected, I guess.
they didn't do quite as well in the qualifiers. So I think it was kind of awesome for them to recover, because in the qualifiers they went 2-2.
I think qualifies is where everybody practices a bit. Like,
Yeah,
so
you
just
don't
run
want to
Yeah,
reveal the
you don't want
strats
to
as
reveal
well.
strats. It's like all the things. Like you just want to qualify, and if you can qualify for first seed, great. But
Yeah. Now, even if somebody sees your strats, they might have only like 1 day to prepare and think of it. That's not like having a week to prepare.
Yeah, that is quite true. All right, so looks like Zeeberg is going to go try to contest Hill. The last time we saw it was Patak and Stardom, and they did a forward kind of shared lab. I think he's actually drawn it here. So they have the shared lab here, they do the nano, and then they get the early geo. It didn't go quite as well. CJ, if you want to watch kind of a hilarious game, the last time PBS was on it, they played Pro, and Pro did a 3-man comm drop, and they just flew in right here, and then
I saw that game.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
yeah, I caught the DSD game.
So yeah, let's see if DME has been cooking. I definitely don't think this is a game. This is a map that I want to play him on, or I'd want to play PBS on, but we'll see.
That DSD game, though, I'll say it was recoverable. Even after the com drop, it was definitely recoverable.
There was a lot
of metal. About build power, right?
It
was build power, because all that destruction they made Pro just focus on the nanos, and they were just able to spend the metal, and the other team wasn't able to spend the metal, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's guaranteed win after the com drop, but it's like it was definitely winnable.
You're right, right.
Side.
So we got Reiko as arm, Hatak as arm, walking for the forward lab. I'm assuming it's going to be bots on top. AT is going to go core V on bottom. Teddy is going to go arm bots on bottom, and Hellsound is going to go arm V on bottom. So we see almost every lab. Flying Duck, core V. Raxel, core bots. Daniel Cola is going to go core bots in the back, which is a little interesting. Zeeberg is going to do the low ground lab there. And then C3BO is also going to do kind of, looks like a low ground core bot lab. So a lot of core bots out of DME, which is kind of interesting. Oh, what is... Oh, and I'm wrong. Patak is going to go V, I guess. Oh, so they're not going to do the shared lab. How do you feel about... Do you like the 5 lab on DSD, guys, or no?
Personally, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
You just want the
the only way. The only way you don't do 5 labs, you do 4 labs is instead of C3PO or Zeeberg, one of them goes back and B's a battery.
Right.
And they solo top, and funnel top somehow. Yeah. That's the only way, I think. Otherwise, you need expansion, so you need a lab in the back. You need,
yeah.
Otherwise, you need the labs. For sure.
So Hellshound gets the scout. He sees that no one is there, and then some ticks sneak through here. So Daniel Cole is gonna need to stop them from invading. I think they should be fine. He tries to split, but all these ticks get caught. The other ticks that were trying to harass also get cleaned up. So we see all 4 comms walking from top towards the mid, and then on bottom, the DME comms haven't quite started walking yet, but Hells has made his journey to begin claiming his first mechs. No E-Store, but I think they're going to go straight into Geo. And Reiko starts his walk. Teddy grabbing Centurions and bringing them.
Oh yeah, the bot versus bot. Looks good to control the hill with the Centurion.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah,
gonna be...
you have the funny statistic of PTAC, right? DSD. Oh no, that was.
Oh, he has like a
Like his
36% win rate
Oh,
on it or
yeah.
something. Yeah.
So that.
Yeah, that's actually that's the most funniest thing I've seen. And he loves this map, so.
Yeah, he's played it forever. All right. So on bottom, it's Flying Duck with Incisors, but they're kind of battling versus Janus. I think he needs to just collapse on these, but Hells is going to slow push with Calm, Janus Whistler, and then back him up with LLTs. And above him, Teddy is doing a little bit of Centurion action, and 8D is trying to cover all the flanks with Incisors.
That was pretty interesting. He committed 1 scout, but to bait out the Janus shots, and now does a pretty good spread.
Yeah, I think he's going to get both. He's going to get it before it fires again. It's going to be close. Oh, he gets both before they get a second volley off, so great job. 8D's going to reinforce those Incisors. There's no Shuris to stop this, so if they get in the backline, they can do a lot of damage. I think there's a little bit of a defender's advantage here, though, so I don't know if they'll be able to punish. Is this a metal donation or a play?
We need to get the LLT. I mean, the nanos should be dead, and the wind should be dead for sure.
Yeah, gets the Mex, gets the nano. He gets 1 solar, 2 solar. So actually, Hellsound's entire base is crippled. He's going to need someone to bail him out right now. And
well, he had 1 LLT to hold, so he will be able to clean that up, but definitely lost like the eco.
Teddy wanted to come up and bomb, but there's thugs in his way, and up on top, C3BO and Zeeberg are 1v2ing Reiko. Zeeberg coming up to hold the hill right now, but I think Patak is...
third guy even to support them, no?
Oh yeah, you're right. Daniel Cola's coming.
Nicola. Yeah, meanwhile, they're making a T2 lab in the north while this is happening, so...
Oh, that
on the side of PBS,
turn out pretty bad.
Exactly.
Especially that, you know, given the 3v2 scenario on the bottom, like, Hellsound should be, like, winning, but he's crippled.
Yeah, losing all of that is super scary. I'm not 100% sure if they want to keep raiding like this, but never mind, these Incisors get through, so they could be able to do quite a bit of damage. Teddy is low. His sensor battling relatively well, but...
So weird that they're not doing that great 3v2. Like, Teddy is getting pushed back, Hellsound's getting, like, all the important mech line on the south is losing, right? So...
Yeah. And...
ADs actually have to tech into the Incisors to even keep the front alive.
Yeah.
Patak...
Meanwhile, did go ahead. So he has shurikens. No.
And we don't see a T2 out of DME yet. Reiko is somehow holding this 1v2 though, so I'm not even sure. He's just got rocket bots.
Well, maybe just the communism, right? So he's been actually maybe spending. That's why maybe the South is losing. Reiko is making Rockos for all teams' money, right? So
just spending it.
That's a classic.
But Rax is still thug pushing here, and they're doing work. That cent almost might go down. It's a little low. So they need to be super careful, and this is one of those really annoying things once the thug pushes get strong is when they get that bonus health and they just repair so fast, they feel almost unkillable in T1 versus T1. But here come the Shuris, like CJ said.
They come and they die.
They come and they die, that's right. Patak is kind of exposed here if these thugs want to walk at him, or...
PBS is more focused on T2 cons. I mean, they're making a Maverick north now.
Yeah,
I mean, Raiko's literally winning though. This is actually you're not even losing.
Yeah, this is
Rocco is trading good uphill, right? So it's hard. If they pull back and the rockets hit, then there's not much you
it's
can
hilarious that the 1v2 lane is winning and the 2v3 lane is winning. Like the numbers should be the opposite. Oh, never mind. Some beautiful Janus shots into these thugs. I think Rexel's gonna lose this whole thug push here, but right below, Hells needs to be careful because there's brutes that are trying to punish. DME is here, and the Shuri I don't think can do too much. But
No,
once
but
the
Raxel is in trouble though. He's alone. He has nothing.
yeah, and
Oh,
that was
if he
actually
got Deegan the Janus before, yeah.
yeah. There's only one left, so brutes are gonna come up. 80's a little low, but I think they're on a little bit of a timer now, right? Because where's the here's the gunslinger. Gunslinger's gonna be coming soon, and it's gonna be real scary. Thugs are also up here, ready to bully Patak. Patak is caught between two lines of thugs that are running at him. They have to make sure that his death doesn't kill all of these, and actually Patak is sniping a lot of them, trying to run, but I think they should be able to kind of pin him.
Oh, but he
And
looked.
is Rax
no
there?
radar.
Ooh, he didn't get Hells with him, but Hells is running now. I think he might need to degun this before he dies. Oh no, Teddy's here, never mind. And Hells goes down, they take a little bit more of it, but there's no more cons from DME on bottom, which is kind of concerning.
Where's Danny going? Danny is on an adventure in the middle.
Oh no. Oh. And Patak goes down here. Danny, does he land it? And there's T2 Mexes here. You gotta drop. Here we go. Is he gonna just degun it, right? I think you just degun this. Yeah.
Well, T2 Khan should have started. I mean, he can actually run away. A little bit of missed target. Well, he should run away, but...
And he's running. Wait, what is he doing? Wait, why would you build LLTs? Just run it. Oh, they probably didn't see, did they not? I mean, they know there's a lot there though, right? So, well,
Yeah,
regardless. Oh, and Bomber's coming in for the Geo. Is this enough though? They're gonna have to do 2 passes, right?
No.
No, so Bombers is enough.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, for T1 Geo, yeah.
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 So
14 is for T2.
Roots. So bottom is still kind of rough, but there was a lot of metal donated on this side, and then top is looking kind of scary. I think Danny just needed to run at this T2 lab. If he just runs at it and deguns it, they win. He's in vision now, so
Yeah. He needed like a energy storage in order to be able to cloak, right? As well,
Yeah,
for like
he
about
didn't.
8 seconds or something.
yeah, without it, you just got the 1.5 seconds. Oh boy. Bottom has kind of stabilized, I guess, but top is a little concerning.
I mean, DME still hasn't gone T2 though. That's the more concerning issue.
Yeah,
But they are
dropping it
ahead in
now.
energy, so they will. And they're keeping up pretty good pressure, right? They got the medal. I mean, it looks like Flying Duck has been beaten like 5 times, but he's still pushing in Hellhound's base.
Yeah, and there's a lot of brutes here. I mean, if they can, he needs to spread them out there for these pounders. Well,
I was just trying to build a pit bull, but question is, can find a breach in time.
Hellhound might die here, but all these reinforcing Jag. Well, to be fair, Jag into brute just doesn't feel good either, though. So these Jags that are reinforcing, I don't think are really all that scary. Although, oh, never mind, the Shuris are dead. So Bomber, they don't snipe it yet. Oh, and they're gonna die to the Jags. Lab does go down, Pitbull goes down, so doing quite a bit of damage here. And oh god, C3PO needs to be careful. He's getting sniped by this gunslinger. Cloak? No, he's dead. Oh! Missed and then dead. So Raiko's gunslinger has paid off. It was able to cripple a lot of aggression, but on the other side, he walked down these thugs and ran at Teddy's base, so Teddy had to defend with his comm and had to back up. There's a massive metal stack here. What, 3k metal? I I'm not sure who's winning.
Okay.
It's 3-1 comms, I guess.
It's
Zeeberg.
really hard to tell, yeah.
Yeah, Zeeberg
Well,
needs to run. That's really scary, actually.
I mean, PBS is winning because I think they got T2 mixes faster.
yeah, but they still need to invest in some reasonable energy source to be able to regain initiative.
I mean, the T2 Geo,
But,
right?
yeah. Yeah, but they actually have the army value now is getting higher and higher. But you know, they still have to take territory and do something. Looks like
Yeah.
Hellhound, for example, is playing. I don't know what he's playing with, like some
He's
donated
just playing
units.
units only. That's-
Yeah. And
I mean, we saw his top bumper only, so you know, it's
right,
completely good.
he's definitely been kind of punished a bit. Sure, he's going back and forth. So this is where it gets a little scary, because I feel like in the last game, DME had a similar problem where when they were fighting constantly, they were able to go kind of neck and neck. But once the game stalled out, then it felt like
Yeah,
PBS pulled ahead. So I'm a little concerned. I feel like they need to make something happen soon. They do have the 2 gunslingers. Reiko has the 2 gunslingers and Tix coming. They're trying to AGO right now. If these Shuris can come up and lock down the gunslingers, I think they kill this.
They
pretty
do
easily.
have what is it, platypus there? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. There are platies for the AA.
Although
That's for the yeah.
Oh, and Reiko's comm is kind of exposed, but let's just see. A little Thug versus Janus here. And I like the flying duck kind of dropped back for just a few lashers. He gets the LOS and he also gets the AA. Unfortunately, with the bulls coming into bottom now, this one bull is just going to get infinite value.
true.
As long as it doesn't miss microed. Shelly's coming out now, so at least he can kind of push back all these gunslingers.
Shellies aren't the best choice for their eco choice. They're already trailing behind the medal. If they had like a lot of mexes, then maybe. But I don't even know what could be the choice. Preferably, you would want to maybe go ahead.
Yeah, the only win conditions DME has left is either like bulldoze through north, or bombing run. I think south can be held easily. It's like 80 is already mining it.
Right.
Yeah, these are the only 2 win conditions left for them, unless it goes longer. But yeah.
Let's see, Shuris from Hells are going to lock down a bunch of that, and then we just see Brute versus Brute trades, but the T2 feels like it's getting a lot of value on bottom, the gunslingers, the bulls, etc. And the other bull came up here on the high ground, so it's going to hurt. Grunts with Shelly's behind him, trying to do some damage here, but Reiko is ever so slowly pushing forward. Shure's going to come in and try to lock down the units. They get a few. Still haven't really reached that critical mass of Shelly's, and oh, this bull has beautiful range.
Yeah, I wish they would just commit with the grunts. They felt like the grunt numbers were pretty good. Finishing at the distance
The
doesn't
Maverick
look too
still lives, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, at one point you should just like run at it. Maybe it's just my brain.
46 kills, but it is getting picked apart now by the Shellys. As is Reiko's commander. Bottom, well, I was gonna say there's a lot of brutes, but there's a lot of brutes on both sides. It's kind of equal brute numbers. It feels to me like Raxel needs to sort of pivot out, right? And maybe out of T1 bots and do something else. Danny Cola with the T2 Air Lab though, and they were floating a lot of energy. They're still floating a lot of energy. That's definitely going to help once you can get some BP on it.
I think the AD is going to activate soon. He's been done with all the T2 maxes, so I think they will start like a real offensive really soon, and that might spell in for DME.
Yeah, PBS has a 20k or even 28k metal over DME at the moment. They're going for some wasps.
Yeah, maybe trying to hold as a
Yeah, they want to try to hold this, but I think top is just dead now.
Yeah, those gunslingers have been ridiculously good.
I mean, the two of them have 91 kills. This one's a silver star, and yeah, ooh, this is looking rough. So Raiko holding incredibly well in what was essentially like a 1v2, although I think Patak was boosting him for quite a bit of it. But Wasps out. Can they kill the Platties?
Pulling back, the Platties are pretty fast, so gunships actually spend a lot of time just eating shots due to extended air range.
And this is going to give...
Mavericks are also hitting them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to give a lot of time for more Platties to come in, and there's a flak trap coming, so I don't think these can hold.
Elfhound also getting some revenge on Flying Duck. Slowly but surely closing into the base.
Yeah, and there's not too much here. It feels like they kind of just botched their T2 transition, right?
Yeah, well, it's hard to know.
It's not that they even botched T2 transitions. They stayed T1 too long.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's too many thugs. There were like almost, I think, what, in total 50, 60 thugs from that team.
Yeah, I mean, they did
Not
manage to
much.
kill Hells, but it feels like they didn't have any of the reclaim behind it, and Raiko gets a cow. Okay.
I mean, that's not where the thugs were used anyways, like where Hells died. So
Yeah, that's true.
there were like 50, 60 thugs north, which had no use. Like, except killing P-Tuck, I think. I guess.
Yeah.
P-Tuck's.
There were a lot of, I don't know, it felt like there were a lot of really close moments though. Like if Daniel Cola had just run up with his commander and had Eastor, I think he could have easily made it to that T2 lab. And if he deguns that T2 lab and trades his commander for it, I think top is an entirely different story, right? He was super close there. And also maybe if they had scouted before they did that bombing run, top, instead of killing the T1 Geo, if they could have bombed out the lab, I think that also would have been...
7 bombers, no, unlikely.
Oh yeah, that's true. It was only 7. They barely popped it. Was there AA there?
7 is the exact number. Oh yeah, there was 4 nettles because he comp dropped previously. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so I guess maybe it wouldn't have sniped. All right, so LSR, talk to us in terms of rankings and what happens tomorrow.
So tomorrow we're gonna open with round 1 on the top on the winners bracket. So that's gonna be our opening rounds for the hopefully 2 streams, and then we're gonna follow it up with more, and including also the finals. So sadly, the Geo never participated, so they are out, and we just saw DME get knocked out by, well, PBS team. Hope the DME had a fun tournament run. You know, they did play pretty well in these last matches, so just need to tighten it up and look good, and happy for them, because actually it's kind of hard to get such level of practice and these games. So
yeah, for small teams
they'll be back in next season.
For small teams, I think it's especially difficult because you're either playing other teams that don't have a lot of small teams experience, or you're playing like Team Chaos, you're playing pro, right? So it's either like you play the best players in the game, or you play like lower OS players, right? And there's not as much of a middle ground, which is why you guys should start practicing 5v5s for OS Season 4, and we should have more teams so that there's a better split between everything. But yeah, I think that was a little awesome. We had to say goodbye to a few teams. So TC did very, very well, right? They went 3-0. Pro also did quite well in it. PBS recovered at the end there. That was a little bit closer, and C88 also did well. I think, if anything, it feels like PBS kind of underperformed, or do you think that's not a fair assessment?
Yeah. Well, I mean, or not overperformed, because not been crushing, even taking game off the pro, beating PBS, right? So I think they're the champions of the.
That is true.
Chisato has 2,000 games already.
Chisato,
This year,
that's
yeah.
just this year. He has 2,100 game or 2,099 games. So
just this year.
from January 1st to present,
Oh,
yeah.
then he surpassed me, right? Like for most games in a year. Pretty sure.
Well,
Maybe sure.
Neza
Raiko also
right
has
below him.
3,000.
Yeah,
Oh,
Neza has
yeah, Raiko
3,000.
surpassed me. Yeah, Raiko
3,000 as well, Neza, yeah. So.
It
in a
is.
year is crazy. Yeah,
It is a
that's
lot.
grind. Yeah.
Rat is they did quite well, and then they get the free bye, so we're gonna see them in the losers round 2. BN, thank you for joining. That was the Straits team. They dropped out in qualifiers in part due to Gio's incredible thug walk. Then DME, who we just saw play and unfortunately has to drop out, they did, I think, very well, like LSR was saying. And then the other team that he was mentioning right here is Nut, because I cannot pronounce that. LSR, you said you were practicing it. Can you actually say that name?
What do you mean? Oh, Eichhornchen? Yeah.
Eichhornchen? Anyway.
It's apparently Acon.
I thought it's a squirrel, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah, it is a squirrel. The name means squirrel.
Oh, yeah.
We asked them. Yeah.
So I think they're one of the standout teams of the tournament, just in terms of quote unquote overperforming. They've been playing a lot in pubs, like a lot of rotation, a lot of co-op rotation, and people get super tilted because it's like, why are you tryharding? But I would say that their results speak for themselves, right? They're tryharding because they want to make a deep run in the tournament, and it sure feels like they're about to. They've been doing very, very well. P1 and Geothermal have both dropped out during. Actually, Geothermal made it but couldn't play today, so these are both teams that are eliminated. Thank you for playing as well. And finally, Anonymous, who was also eliminated in qualifiers. So we got to see some good teams, some good games. We will be back tomorrow for the finals. LSR, thank you so much for casting. Sad Panda, who has left, thank you so much for casting as well. I know LDM was casting on the other stream with CJ, so thank both of you for that. And LSR, anything else that we need to say for the viewers before we call it?
Thank you for joining. It's been amazing. Especially, of course, thank you for the teams for participating. And yeah, hope to see you guys tomorrow for the finals to see who actually takes it. Of our top teams.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hype. All right, guys, we will see you tomorrow if you're American, bright and early in the morning. But yeah, have a good one.